Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Revenge Hungry? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Late at night, you would expect everyone to be in bed sleeping peacefully or out partying with friends. But if you look closely, you would find a lone figure dressed in black laying on the edge of a building, gazing at the stars with one thought on his mind: how did I get here in my life? It was finally the day I turned 4 and would find out what my quirk would be. I really hoped for an amazing quirk like Kaken's. I was so excited that I barely got any sleep last night. I woke up to my door opening and saw my mom standing there. "Good morning, honey. Breakfast should be done soon. You should get ready for the day," she said sweetly with a soft smile before leaving to finish making breakfast. I looked at the clock and saw it was 8 a.m., so I decided to take my mom's advice and get ready. I got out of bed and walked to my closet, pulling out a plain green t-shirt and some shorts with matching socks. I headed to the bathroom to shower, change, and brush my teeth, not even attempting to brush my curly hair. Once I was done, I made my bed and headed downstairs for breakfast. I walked into the kitchen and sat down at the table in front of the plate my mom had prepared. She sat across from me with her own plate. She made a simple breakfast of eggs, toast, and bacon. Once we started eating, she struck up a conversation. "Happy birthday, Izuku. Are you excited to go to the quirk doctor today?" "Yes," I replied excitedly. "I can't wait to find out what my quirk will be and tell Kaken." "Well, if we hurry up, we can go to the doctor after breakfast and come home to celebrate your birthday," she exclaimed, her famous soft smile lighting up her face. I didn't think it was possible, but I ate even faster after hearing that. I looked up after a minute and saw her laughing. I looked down in embarrassment, trying to hide my red face, but she only laughed harder. Time skipped to the doctor's office. I clutched my All Might action figure, anxiously waiting for the doctor to return with the results. As I waited, I went over all the possibilities of what my quirk might be. Ice? Maybe I'll get my mom's quirk and be able to float or levitate objects. Or maybe My thoughts were interrupted when the door opened. The doctor walked in with a serious look on his face. I was too excited to care. Little did I know, I wouldn't be excited for long when he delivered my results. Everything felt like it was in slow motion as the doctor opened his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, Ms. Midoriya, but your son is quirkless." After those words, I was in such shock that I couldn't process what happened next. The next thing I knew, my mom was pulling into the driveway of our house. Once the car was parked, I got out and went inside. I went up to my room and watched my favorite All Might video, trying to cheer myself up, but it offered no comfort. As I did the dishes, my thoughts were consumed with worry for Izuku. Is he going to be okay? How can I cheer him up? Can he still be a hero like he always wanted? These thoughts raced through my mind, and I felt a bad feeling creeping in, as if my instincts were warning me that something bad was going to happen. I turned off the water and headed up to Izuku's room, finding him watching All Might. "Izuku, honey, can you do me a favor?" I asked gently. He nodded. "Can you hide in the closet?" He looked at me, confused. "Why?" "It's nothing to worry about. Can you just get in the closet, please?" I said with urgency, feeling the sensation grow stronger. Izuku slowly got off his chair and went to the closet. I followed him, and once he was hidden, I leaned down and kissed his forehead. "I'll be right back, Izuku. Don't leave the closet until I come and get you. No matter what you hear, stay here and keep quiet," I whispered softly. I left his room and checked all the rooms on the floor. After about 10 minutes, I descended the stairs into the living room. As I stepped in, I saw a black and purple portal in the middle of the room. A faceless figure stepped out, and I was frozen in fear. "Ah, Ms. Midoriya, how are you?" I stuttered. "No need to force yourself. I'm not here to talk. I'm here for Izuku. Now, if you'll be a dear, where is he?" They were here for Izuku. I'll never let these people take my baby away from me. Never. I find a newfound confidence and say, deadly calm, "I'll never give you Izuku, you monster." It's either you tell me where Izuku is, or you can face the consequences, he replies calmly. I'd rather face anything than give you Izuku. As you wish. After he says those 4 words, the next thing I see is blackness. Izuku's POV. After my mom closes the closet, I stay silent and wait, just like she told me to. After about 10 minutes, I hear mumbling coming from downstairs. It sounds like mom and a man's voice, which I have never heard before. I strain my ears to understand the conversation but only catch bits and pieces. I hear the man say my name, which is strange because I don't recognize his voice. Then I hear mom say something that makes my heart race. I wonder what they are talking about. Not even a minute later, I hear a loud bang. The noise ricochets off the walls, making it sound even louder. I flinch and tears start to leak down my cheeks. I cover my mouth to muffle my sobs. I hear things getting thrown around downstairs, and I cry harder. I try to quiet my sobs with little success when I hear my bedroom door being opened. I freeze, staring at the closet door with wide eyes. I hear someone tearing my room apart, then they start to walk toward the closet. Suddenly, I hear a loud man's voice downstairs. Kyrdri, get down here. We need to leave. I have other business to attend to. Okay, The figure in front of the closet, now known as Kurojiri, steps away and leaves my room to go to his so-called emptar downstairs. Once he is gone, I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding and start to sob harder than before. After some time, I hear no more noises other than my muffled sobs. I desperately want to find my mom, but she told me not to leave the closet, so I stay put. My eyelids grow heavy, and soon I can't hold them open any longer. I greet the sweet darkness people call sleep. No one's POV. Unbeknownst to Izuku, his neighbors heard the commotion coming from the Midoriya household and called the police. Aizawa's POV. I'm so tired. It was almost midnight, and I was already wanting to go home, but my patrol doesn't end until 1. As I crouch down on the edge of the roof, the streets are quiet, which is unusual because there is always something happening at night. With everyone wanting to become pro-heroes during the day, there aren't many underground heroes for when night falls. That's why I'm out here. I don't like attention. I don't like the spotlight. And I absolutely despise the media. So I'm an underground hero. Ring ring. Eraserhead. We have a possible break-in at 5731 Catherine Street. How far are you out? I'm a couple of minutes away. I'll be there soon, Tsukachi. See you when you get there. As soon as Tsukachi hangs up, I pull my scarf loose around my neck and start jumping across rooftops. On my way to the house, I see police cars heading in the same direction. When I reach the house, I see police and medics everywhere, with more arriving. I look around and see forensics setting up police tape, evidence cones, and taking pictures. To make it worse, the neighbors are trying to figure out what happened. I thought this was only a possible break-in. What happened? Tsukachi in the crowd and make my way through the gathering to get some answers. Once I get closer, Tsukachi notices me and calls me over. Eraserhead, I would say it's good to see you, but under these circumstances, you can see why. What happened here? I thought you said it was a break-in. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but as you can see, that wasn't the case. Who called it in? Apparently the neighbors did. They woke up to loud noises coming from the Midoriya household, which they said is very unusual. They called the police after hearing the commotion because they wanted to make sure everything was okay. Which clearly it wasn't. So what happened inside? From what forensics could gather, the young woman, Inko Midoriya, was found in the living room. We discovered that she had a son, Izuku Midoriya, but he is still missing. Thank you for the information. I'm going to look around and see what I can find. Keep me in the loop, Tsukachi. Will do, Eraserhead. After our conversation, I start to walk toward the house to see what I can find. As I walk through the front door, I go down the mini hallway and turn into the living room. Once I enter, I see a pool of blood and a covered body in the center of the room. The forensic team has their gear everywhere, making sure they collect everything they might need from the crime scene. The strange thing is that nothing seems to be missing. My next stop is the kitchen, which is the neighboring room. When I walk in, nothing seems out of the ordinary. The dishes are still damp, so she must have been doing them before the incident occurred. Other than the dishes being done, everything was normal in this room. After inspecting the other rooms, I went upstairs. The first couple of rooms I entered were as typical as any house. The next door I came upon had an All Might-themed name board with the spelling of Izu on it. I quietly nudged the door open and stepped inside. "So this is the kids' room, it's so neat," I muttered under my breath. As I looked around, I saw that the kid had a neatly made bed in the corner of the room. There was a desk across from the bed with a video playing and headphones plugged in. A closet was on the wall at the end of the bed, and next to the closet was a bookshelf filled with hero merchandise. The walls were covered from corner to corner with All Might posters. I walked over to the desk to see what video was playing. I unplugged the headphones and noticed that the video was on auto replay. To make things even more interesting, it was the video of All Might's debut. I then went over to the bookshelf and pulled out one of the many notebooks. On the front, it read, "Hero Analysis Number 3 for the Future," in scratchy handwriting. I started to flip through the pages and saw more scratchy handwriting and drawings of heroes. "Dang, this kid really likes heroes," I said under my breath again. I put the notebook back on the shelf and looked around the room again to see if I missed anything. As I was looking around, I made it halfway through the room when I heard a soft, almost inaudible snore from my right. I whipped my head around, surprised I didn't give myself whiplash, but the only thing I saw was the closet. I slowly made my way to the closet as quietly as possible. As I got closer, the soft snores grew louder. Once I reached the closet, I opened the door as silently as I could. What I saw surprised me. Inside the closet was a bush of green hair leading to a little boy no older than 4. He was sleeping peacefully, curled up into a ball with tear stains on his face. As I looked at the kid, realization hit me. This must be the missing son, Izuku Midoriya. I didn't want to wake the kid, so I decided to carry him. As I picked him up, he didn't stir. After I got a firm hold, I headed downstairs and out of the house. Once outside, I headed toward the ambulances that must have arrived while I was inside. I didn't make it halfway there before Tsukachi stopped me. "Eraserhead, did you find anything that could help the investigation?" he asked, looking down at his notepad. "Yes, I found Izuku, the missing kid. I was just taking him to get checked out." After I said that, Tsukachi looked up, surprised. "You found him where?" he replied, shocked. "He was sleeping peacefully in the closet in his room. I almost missed him. The only reason I didn't is that I heard soft snores. You might not want to wake him just yet. I would wait for him to wake up on his own and then tell him the news of his mother. That's what I was going to do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get him checked out." "Okay, call me when he wakes up." I grunted in response and walked to where I was going before I was interrupted. When I made it to the medics, they tried to take the little boy, but he gripped my shirt tightly. The young medic looked up at me with an apologetic smile and asked, "Sir, he seems to not want to let go. Do you mind coming along with him to the hospital?" I nodded and got into the back seat area of the ambulance. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes as the vehicle started to move, sighing, "This is going to be one long night." Izuku's POV. Beep, beep, beep. The only thing I see is darkness. Where am I? What happened? These thoughts raced through my mind as I listened to the beeping noise coming from my left. The last thing I remember is loud noises and crying. I opened my eyes just to close them right after. What is so bright? I opened my eyes again, but slowly this time, allowing them to adjust to the bright light. Once my eyes adjusted, I took in my surroundings. The walls were bright white and bare. There was a window to the left with the curtains drawn open. I seemed to be lying in a bed with blue sheets and an M4 in my arm. To the right of the bed was a table with cups and a pitcher of water. To my left were machines making the beeping noise. That noise is starting to get really irritating, but back on topic. How did I get here? Well, it seems obvious that I'm not in the closet anymore, or home for that matter. The logical explanation is that I'm in the hospital, but I don't remember going to the hospital. Wait, where is Mom? Is she okay? What happened after the conversation she had? Why isn't she here with me? I'm jolted from my thoughts by a tired voice echoing through the room. Stop muttering, you look insane. I turn to my right and see a man who looks worn out, dressed in all black with a grayish-white scarf around his neck. His long, wavy hair is unkempt, and he has dark circles under his eyes. He holds a cup that looks like it contains coffee. I must have been muttering out loud again. I try to ask who he is, but my voice comes out scratchy. Don't strain yourself, kid, he replies, pushing off the door frame and pulling out a chair to sit in front of my bed. He pours some water into a cup and hands it to me. Drink. Hesitantly, I take the cup with trembling hands and sip. Once my mouth isn't so dry, I ask again, who are you? I'm Shota Aizawa, but you can call me Aizawa, he says, sounding bored. Okay, Aizawa, my name is Izuku Midoriya, I reply timidly. I know. How are you feeling? I feel fine. How did I get here? I found you last night in your closet. Do you remember anything from yesterday? He found me in my closet? Why was he in my house? I remember my mom coming to my room and telling me to hide in the closet. Then I heard voices and a loud bang. After that, someone was in my room. The next thing I know, I'm waking up in the hospital. The realization hits me. Where's my mom? Aizawa visibly stiffens and I know something bad happened. He looks away, avoiding the question. Where? My mom. I repeat, tears threatening to spill. He finally looks up at me and says bluntly, I'm sorry, kid, but your mom was reported dead on scene when I got there. It feels like a dam has burst open and tears stream down my face. Sobs rack my small frame, and Aizawa awkwardly wraps his arms around me in a hug. Aizawa's POV. I try to comfort the kid, feeling out of my element. I gently rub circles on his back to help calm him down. After a while, his sobs subside into soft snores. I lay him down in the bed and pull the covers up to his chest. Once I'm sure he won't wake up, I step out of the room and crack the door open. I pull out my phone and scroll through my contacts to find Tsukachi's name. I hit the call button, and on the second ring, he picks up. Whatcha need, Eraserhead? The kid woke up. How is he? Did you tell him about his mother? He was confused when he woke up, and yes, I told him about his mother. After I told him, he cried himself to sleep. Okay, I'll be there shortly after my meeting. I'll see you then. Alright, bye. Bye. Time skip. Izuku's POV. I wake up again to an empty room. So I really am all alone now. Where will I go? Probably an orphanage. The heroes couldn't save my mom. If they couldn't save her, can they save anyone? I hear a knock on the door, which slowly opens to reveal Aizawa and another man. The other man is dressed in a white shirt and black briefs, with short black hair and a sympathetic look on his face. Hey kid, how are you doing? Aizawa asks. Other than just finding out my mom just died, I'm doing great, I reply sarcastically. The unknown man flinches at my tone but steps forward and sits on one of the chairs. Hi Midoriya, I'm Detective Tsukachi. Is it alright if I ask you a couple of questions? You can call me Izuku and sure, I respond. Why did we find you in the closet? My mom and I called it our safe spot. She came into my room that night and told me to hide, but she never told me why. As I answer his questions, he writes on his notepad. Can you tell me anything about the people in your house? There were two men there. One was named Kurojiri, he was the one in my room. Then Kurojiri called the other man his emissary. Other than that, I don't know anything. Okay, thank you. By any chance, do you know where your dad is? No, I've never met him. Do you have any family you can stay with? No, I only had my mom. The detective looks at me with even more sympathy than I thought possible. I'm starting to hate sympathy, I think. Kid, what is your quirk? Aizawa asks. I stay quiet. Kid, you alright? I'm quirkless, I say barely above a whisper. I didn't look up after I told them my quirk because I didn't want to see any more sympathy from the two men in front of me. Since you don't have any family, you have to go to an orphanage, since you're only 4, the detective said softly. Okay, thank you, I replied, knowing this was going to happen. I didn't want to talk anymore, so I lay down on the bed, facing away from them, and curled up in a ball. After some time, The two people in the room got up and left, and shortly after, I fell into a restless sleep, determined to get revenge for my mom, even if it was the last thing I did. Izuku's POV. I stared emotionless out the window as I watched the scenery go by. Right now, I was in the back seat of Detective Tsukachi's car on my way to an orphanage halfway across town. The only things I was allowed to bring with me were a duffel bag of clothes and necessities. We should be arriving in a couple of minutes, Tsukachi said cheerfully, trying to lift the mood in the car. I hummed in response to let him know I had heard him. Not even 5 minutes later, I heard laughter as the detective pulled into a driveway. Once he parked the car, he got out and came over to my side to open the door. I got out with my duffel bag around my torso and followed him inside. After we made it inside, the detective led me to the living room. Stay here, I have to take care of a few things. I'll be right back. He didn't give me a chance to respond before he walked away. I looked around the living room, which had a couch, some chairs, a TV playing Tom and Jerry, and toys everywhere. As I looked around, I realized that there were no kids in the room. They must have all been outside playing. Time skip. When the detective came back, he had a young woman following him. She was probably in her late 20s, wearing casual clothes consisting of jeans and a blue button-up shirt, with her blonde hair in a ponytail. Hey Izuku, this is your new guardian, Ms. Ramana. She will be taking care of you for as long as you're in this orphanage. So if you need any help, you can go to her, the detective told me. Hello, Midoriya. You can call me Ro, and like the detective said, if you need anything, you can just come to me, the woman said sweetly. Okay, Ms. Ro, you can call me Izuku, I mumbled timidly. After the formalities, the detective had to leave to get back to his work, and I was officially in this place. Once he left, Ms. Ro called all the kids in to wash up and get ready for dinner. I followed the crowd of kids to wash my hands and then to the dinner table. I sat in a random seat, not wanting to socialize much since I didn't know anyone here. Once everyone was seated, Ms. Ro placed down all the plates for dinner and glasses of water. We were having a simple dinner of spaghetti and garlic bread. After everyone had their food, Ms. Ro stood behind her chair, waiting for all the kids to quiet down. Excuse me, kids. Please quiet down. I have an announcement to make. Once the kids settled down, she continued, as you can see, there is a new face at the table today, and his name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm not going to say anything about him, so if you have any questions, please raise your hands, and Izuku will answer them. I whipped my head up with wide eyes, staring at Ms. Ro. I'm going to be doing what? I thought. Just to my luck, several kids raised their hands. Ms. Ro picked the kid closest to her. Who's your favorite hero? I didn't know how to answer that question because after they couldn't save my mom, I lost all faith in them. I looked at the boy who asked the question and gave him my former favorite hero. All Might, I said barely above a whisper. What was that, Izuku? Ms. Ro asked. All Might, I said again, a little louder this time. This continued for the rest of dinner, with Ms. Ro picking kids and them asking questions. The questions were pretty basic, such as, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? Do you have favorite games? We were almost done with dinner when one of the questions I dreaded popped up. So how did you end up in here? I froze when I heard that question, and tears began to build up in my eyes. I placed my fork down and kept my head lowered, focusing on not crying. I'd rather not say, I whispered. Come on, it can't be that bad. So how did you get placed in here? Don't push him into talking, Jace. But Alice, I want to know, it's only an innocent question. They kept arguing back and forth for a while, and Ms. Ro was doing nothing about it. Tears streamed down my face at this point. I just want them to stop. Why do they have to keep arguing? Why do they want to know so badly? I thought. The arguing was slowly crumbling down the walls. I had carefully built since that day, when I had enough of all the arguing. My aunt got murdered. Okay. After my outburst, everyone at the table instantly went quiet. I looked up with wide eyes and tears streaming down my face as I realized what I just said and bolted out of there. My vision was blurry, and I didn't know where I was going. I just found the nearest open door and slammed it closed. Fumbling to flip the lock, I heard the thump of it engaging and slid down the door, trying to muffle my sobs. Why did this have to happen to me? Why can't I just be normal with a normal family? Why did those people, no villains, kill my mom? I thought heroes were supposed to save people. Why didn't they save her? After a while, my sobs died down enough for me to see clearly. I realized I had locked myself in one of the bathrooms. I waited a little longer until I stopped crying, then stood up to look in the mirror. I looked like a mess. My eyes were red and puffy, duller than I remembered, my hair was messy, and my clothes were wrinkled. Dang, I look pathetic, I mumbled softly, managing a weak smile. I turned on the faucet and splashed some cold water on my face a few times to reduce the puffiness and redness. Once I felt presentable, I unlocked the door and went to find Ms. Rowe. I found her in the kitchen, washing dishes. I took a seat at the table and patiently waited for her to finish. When she turned around and saw me, she smiled. "Oh, hello, Izuku. I didn't see you there. Is there something you need?" I was relieved she didn't bring up what happened at dinner. I was wondering where my room is." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. If you follow me, I'll show you your room." "Okay, just let me grab my duffel first, please." I left to get my bag from the living room. After grabbing my stuff, I returned to the kitchen, ready to go. Ms. Rowe led me upstairs and down the hallway to the fourth door on the right. She opened the door and ushered me inside. Inside, I saw 2 beds, one on each wall, with dressers at the foot. The walls were light blue, with a window between the beds, and dark brown floorboards. Shelves lined the walls. On the left side, everything was filled with someone's belongings, and I guess they were a big pro-hero fan, since that was all I could see. The right side was bare. I guess that's my side, I thought. The right side is yours. Your roommate's name is Lorcan. If you need anything, I'm right down the hall on the left. You should get some rest. Tomorrow is Monday and you start school. With that, she left. Great school, I thought sarcastically. After she left, I closed the door and started to unpack. I put my clothes in the last 3 drawers of the dresser at the foot of my bed and my necessities in the first drawer. Once I was done unpacking, I lay down in bed and pulled the covers over me. Once I got comfy, I closed my eyes and let the darkness claim me. It's dark. I can't see anything. I fumble around trying to find light, and I feel some sort of cloth. Where am I? This place feels familiar, I thought. I pick up the cloth to take a closer look and realize it was one of my shirts. Am I in my closet? I fumble around some more to confirm that I am indeed in my closet. It takes me a few seconds to find the door. I reach up to the door handle, ready to open it, when I hear my bedroom door slam open. I instantly let go of the handle and take a hesitant step back. What was that? Come out wherever you are. I know you're in here. Come out. My eyes widen in fear as tears threaten to fall. I recognize that voice. It's Kurogiri. I'm frozen in fear as he searches my room, knocking everything over. There's a loud bang when he knocks over my bed, and I yelp in surprise. I quickly cover my mouth, terrified he heard me. Please don't hear that. Please don't hear that, I chant in my head. Everything is silent for a moment until I hear soft, taunting footsteps getting closer to the closet door. I back away in fear until I hit the wall behind me. You can't escape me now, he says tauntingly, and I start to sob. As his footsteps get closer, my panic rises. I have to get away, but I'm trapped. He was right outside the door, waiting. He lifts his hand to the door handle, slowly turns it, and throws the door open. I bolt out of bed in a cold sweat. I turn to look at the clock and see that it's only 6:30 a.m. It was only a dream, I mumble. What are you mumbling about? Get up and get ready, we have school in 30 minutes. The kid I guess is my roommate, Lorcan demands. I turn to my right to see Lorcan in the doorway, dressed and ready to go. He is a couple of years older than me, so I guess he is at least 7. He wears a black shirt with a jean jacket, blue jeans, and black shoes. With his black hair and black eyes, he has a bored expression. I nod my head to acknowledge him, and he leaves. Great, going to a new school in the middle of the year, I think bitterly. I sit there for a few seconds, trying to convince myself that I'm not in the dream anymore. Once I manage to do that, I get up and make my bed. I go to the dresser, pick out an outfit for the day, and head to the bathroom. On my way, all the kids stare at me like I'm out of place, so I walk faster to the bathroom. After a quick shower to wash off the sweat from my dream, I get dressed and attempt to brush my hair, but after the first tangle, I give up. I head downstairs to grab a breakfast bar. By the time I grab it, it's time to go, so I take my bag and follow Ms. Rowe to the bus stop. On the way, I take in the scenery. I must say, for being moved across town, the neighborhood is appealing, I think. The trees are changing color, signaling that fall is approaching. We reach the corner where the bus will arrive in just a couple of minutes. After we get there, Ms. Rowe walks up to me. Okay, Izuku, you'll be going to the elementary school that is 10 minutes away by bus. Once you get to the school, ask for directions to the office, and they will give you your teacher's room number. After school, take the same bus you got on in the morning and then walk back to the house, okay? Okay, I say timidly, trying to remember all the information she gave me. After a few seconds, the bus arrives. I wait for the doors to open and walk in, feeling all eyes on me as the bus falls silent. I quickly look down at my feet and make my way to the first empty seat. The bus ride is filled with chatter, but no one talks to me, which I'm silently grateful for. After 10 minutes, the bus slows down and pulls into the school parking lot. When the bus comes to a full stop, the driver opens the door to let everyone off. I bolt off the bus as fast as I can, keeping my head down and speed walking into the building, avoiding everything and everyone. Once inside, I wander around trying to find the office. Even though Ms. Rowe told me to ask for directions, I'm too scared to. I've been wandering for so long that the first bell has already rung. Where is the office? I quietly say to myself, not expecting anyone to hear me. What was that, little one? An unknown voice says. I spin around to come face to face with an older woman, almost the same age as Ms. Rowe. I was just wondering where the office was, I reply timidly. Oh, well, I'm Mrs. Alice, the secretary. I can take you to the office. I was heading there anyway. Okay. She starts walking and I hurry to follow her. On the way, Mrs. Alice strikes up a conversation. I told you my name, can you tell me yours? Izuku Midoriya, but you can call me Izuku, I shyly reply. Okay, Izuku, are you new to this school? Yes. Before she can ask any more questions, we arrive at our destination. I part from her after saying goodbye and head to the other secretary's desk to ask for my teacher's room number. Excuse me, can you please tell me my teacher's room number? I ask as calmly as I can. Why, yes, I can. What is your name? The secretary asks. It's Izuku Midoriya. Okay, your room number is if you turn right once you leave the room and head down 5 doors, it will be on your right. Okay, thank you. I follow the secretary's directions, and soon I'm standing in front of the door. I hesitantly reach up and turn the handle. I open the door, and everyone turns to look at me, quieting down. The room is simple, with tables that seat 4 to 5 people and a play area for the kids. The teacher is at the chalkboard, hand raised, ready to write down the lesson, and now she is looking at me. Well, this was unexpected. How can I help you? She asks with a smile. I'm new here, and I was told that this was my class, I reply timidly. The teacher puts down the chalk and fully turns around to look at me. Yes, I completely forgot I was getting a new student today. You can call me Mrs. Claire. Come up to the front and tell us something about you. I slowly make my way to the front of the classroom with my head down. When I reach the front, I turn to face the other kids. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I stutter. I thought that was all I had to say, but then a random kid blurted out a question I was not prepared for. What's your quirk? I looked back at the teacher with a pleading expression on my face. Do I have to answer that question? I said barely above a whisper. It would be rude not to, she replied. I looked back at the class and took a breath to prepare myself for what I was about to say. I'm quirkless. As I replied, I made sure I wasn't looking at anybody. Not even a second later, the whole class erupted into laughter. Tears started to brim my eyes, but I tried my hardest not to let any spill. Why are they so mean? I thought. Okay class, quiet down, we need to start the lesson again. Midoriya, you can sit at the back right table. the teacher demanded. I made my way to the table she told me to go to, keeping my head down the entire time. After I made it to the table, the laughter finally settled down, and the teacher continued the lesson. Izuku's POV. It was finally lunch, and I could get away from everyone. After what happened that morning, I wanted nothing more than to disappear. Once the teacher dismissed us, I bolted out of my seat and out of the classroom. I followed the crowd, since I still didn't know where anything was, and made it to the cafeteria. I looked around for the line and found it by the right side wall. I stood in line for a short while, lost in thought, until one of the lunch ladies knocked me out of it, asking what I wanted. After I got my food, I started to make my way out of the cafeteria, thinking, I don't want social interaction. Sadly, my plans got interrupted by Lorcan. Hey Izuku, come here for a minute. I looked up to see Lorcan and some people behind him in the hallway. Not wanting any conflict, I walked over to him. He took my tray and handed it to one of his friends, then grabbed my wrist tightly. Stop, that hurts, I pleaded. He only tightened his grip. I stumbled trying to keep up with him as he walked through the halls of the school. Once he got to his destination, Lorcan threw me against the wall. I cried out in pain when I hit the wall and clutched my side. I looked up to see Lorcan grinning down at me, and his friends doing the same. I noticed we were in some sort of storage room, but it was hard to tell because of the poor lighting. One of his friends walked up to me and kicked me in the side. I groaned in pain and clutched my sides tighter. Lorcan and his friends laughed at my discomfort, and Lorcan's grin only grew bigger. So, a little birdie told me that you are quirkless, Lorcan said in a sing-song voice. Do you know what happens to quirkless kids at this school? They go through me and I don't go easy on them. My eyes widened, and tears started to trickle down my face. Oh, look here, not only are you quirkless but a crybaby too. My body started to shake in fear of what he would do next. He picked me up by my collar and swung a left hook at my face that knocked me back down to the floor. You know that expression, saved by the bell? Well, I was literally saved by the bell. This isn't over, you better come back here after school or else, Lorcan said, sneering down at me. Oh, and don't tell anybody what happened, okay? Not long after, he and his friends left, and I was left alone in the dark room. I curled up there for a couple of minutes, trying to compose myself to go back to class. What does he mean by, or else? I'm in so much pain, but I still need to get back to class, I thought. After I found the strength, I finally got up off the ground with some difficulty and started to limp my way back to class. When I made it to the classroom door, I straightened up, not wanting to alarm anyone, and walked in as quietly as possible. When I walked in, everybody was quiet, and the teacher was looking at me with a disappointed expression. Midoriya, where have you been? She asked sternly. I didn't know what to say, but I was good at making up things on the spot. So I said the first thing that came to mind. Sorry, miss, but I had to use the restroom and got lost since I still don't know my way around the school yet. It's okay, just ask for permission next time. Now take your seat so I can start the lesson again. I quickly made my way over to my seat, trying not to limp, with a bored expression. After I took my seat, the teacher looked satisfied and started the lesson again. I wasn't really paying attention to the lesson because of how much pain I was in, but I did take as many notes as I could. Even though I was only in kindergarten, I was very smart for my age. The only person who knew how smart I was Kaken. He always encouraged me to show my intelligence, but I was too scared to, fearing being different. So I would never show that side of me to anyone. I was knocked out of my thoughts when the teacher asked me a question. Midoriya, what is 5 plus 5? Is it 8, miss? I said timidly, purposely getting it wrong. The class burst out laughing, and I heard whispers about being stupid or quirkless. I tried not to let it get to me, but it was hard to ignore. Everyone quiet down now, the teacher demanded. After a couple of minutes, the class settled. And 8 is not the answer, it's please pay more attention, Midoriya. I nodded in response, and the teacher turned back to the board to finish the lesson. Time skip. The teacher had just dismissed us, and I was the only one left in the classroom. As I packed my things, I heard footsteps approaching and then stop in front of me. I froze when I recognized the voice. Oh Izuku, I told you to meet me in the same spot after school, but when I got there, You weren't there. What happened? You won't like me when I'm mad. I looked up to find Lorcan with a disappointed expression, his arms crossed. His friends behind him wore sadistic smiles, ready to intimidate me. Before I could respond, Lorcan grabbed my collar and threw me against the wall. I yelped upon impact and slid down to the floor. Grab him, Lorcan ordered his friends, who obediently lifted me by my arms. You see, Izuku, I don't like it when people disobey me, and you disobeyed me by not meeting me in our spot, he said innocently. So now I have to teach you a lesson. Before I could protest, he punched me in the stomach. I tried to curl up, but his friends held me firm. Punch. Punch. Not. Punch. Disobey. Punch. Me. Punch. Once Lorcan stopped, he was out of breath, and I was crying, trying not to scream in pain, knowing it would only make things worse. My vision blurred, but I could still see Lorcan point downwards, and his friends released me. I dropped to the floor. Lorcan crouched down to my level and whispered, "This is only the beginning," before walking away. As he reached the door, he turned with a smile. "And remember, Izuku, this is our little secret. Oh, and I'll see you at the orphanage," he said innocently before leaving. I stayed there for a while, clutching my sides in pain. I tried to get up but collapsed again. After what felt like hours, I finally found the strength to rise with the help of the wall and began my long journey to the orphanage. Time skip. When I arrived at the orphanage, it was dark, and I was in even more pain. I straightened my posture and took a deep breath to compose myself before stepping inside. The room was empty. They must have all gone to bed, I thought. I limped to the nearest bathroom and locked myself in. Looking in the mirror, I saw my disheveled state, messy hair, and the beginnings of a black eye. Great, how am I going to explain that? I thought grimly. I looked away from my face and lifted my shirt, grimacing at the sight of my bruised torso. I poked a bruise and hissed in pain. I think he broke one of my ribs. Great, I thought sarcastically. I opened the cabinet door and found bandages, wrapping my torso as best as I could. Once satisfied, I unlocked the door and headed to my room, not in the mood for dinner. As I approached my room, I remembered I shared it with Lorcan. I took a deep breath to prepare for the worst and quietly opened the door. Peeking inside, I saw the lights were off, and thankfully, Lorcan was asleep on his side of the room. I quickly and quietly changed into my pajamas and slipped under the covers. As I started to drift off, one thought lingered in my mind: I will avenge you, Mom. That would be my guiding thought for the rest of my life. 7 years later, Izuku's POV. I was now 11 years old and in my first year of junior high. Every day since arriving at the orphanage had been the same. I woke up, went to school, endured bullying from Lorcan and his friends at lunch and after school, returned to the orphanage, never allowing it to feel like home, and faced more bullying before going to bed. My life had been far from great. It had felt more like hell. Over the years, I had picked up hacking skills and discovered I was quite good at it. I don't have any electronics in my room, so I go to the library a couple of blocks away to practice. I also got a secret job a year ago at the library, using a fake ID to earn some cash. These days, I try not to stand out. I usually wear jeans and black oversized hoodies. Hacking isn't the only thing I've picked up over the years. I've also developed a coping mechanism that helps me deal with the torment and bullying from Lorcan at school. It helps with the nightmares and emotions that escape from the walls I've built up. I know people will tell me it's not healthy, but it provides an escape, so I keep it a secret from everyone. But today is going to be different, and it's going to stay different after tonight. Right now, I'm in the bathroom, watching as I clean a small cut on my arm. I've made several cuts, but I don't feel the pain anymore. I turn on the faucet and clean off the blade, setting it aside. I then rinse my arms under the water, watching as the water runs clear. Once I'm done, I wrap the cuts in bandages, roll down my sleeves, and tuck the blade into my pocket. It's just a simple pocket knife I bought a year ago. I unlock the bathroom door and head to my room. Lorcan isn't here right now. He's at a sleepover with some of his friends, which is perfect timing for me. I quickly head over to my bed and pull out my duffel bag. I open my dresser drawers and start packing enough clothes to last me a week and a half. Once my duffel bag is full, I lift a loose floorboard and grab the money I've been saving from my job, about $3,000. I set the money aside and reach back into the floor to grab my phone, which I bought yesterday in preparation for today. I stuff my phone and money into my string bag, then go back to my dresser to gather bathroom supplies and a few snacks with some water. After making sure I have everything I need, I hide my belongings under my bed and lay down, waiting for the clock to strike midnight. When midnight rolls around, everyone at the orphanage has gone to sleep. This is my chance. I silently lower myself to the ground, pull out my duffel bag and string bag, and adjust them for comfort. I listen carefully to ensure no one has woken up. Once I'm sure it's clear, I make my way to the window. I slowly open it, propping it open with a piece of wood we use in the summer. When it's secure, I start to climb out. Halfway out, I fumble for footholds to balance myself. Even though I'm only on the second floor, I really don't want to fall. Once I find my footing, I shimmy the rest of the way out. After I'm fully outside, I quietly remove the wood from the window and close it. Now, I need to scale down the side of the building without falling. I slowly make my way down, trying to reach the window below me. After a few tense moments, I finally find my grip on it and lower myself to the windowsill. It's not that far of a drop, I mutter to myself. Just as I'm about to lower myself further, my hands slip and I fall. I position myself to land in a crouch, hitting the ground with a soft thud. I check to make sure everything is in place before swiftly making my way to the sidewalk. I walk at a normal pace with my hood up and head down to conceal my identity, making a few turns to reach my destination, which is about a 20 to 25-minute walk away. When I arrive, I head down the stairs to the subway. As I approach the ticket booth, the person inside gives me strange looks, making me feel uncomfortable. Once I got my ticket, I went over to the bench to wait for my train. It wasn't long before my train arrived, and I boarded it as quickly as I could. I handed my ticket to the person at the door and made my way to the back corner of the car. I settled into my seat and took out my phone to check the time. 12:52 a.m. There shouldn't be many people on the train, except for those heading to work or coming back from a night out, I thought. A couple of people boarded, but that was it. Once the train started moving, I looked out the window and watched as everything passed by in a blur. So, I really did it. I really ran away, I muttered with an amused smile on my face. I'm really going back home. By the time the train stopped at my stop in Mizudafu, it was 4 in the morning. I quickly made my way off the train and out of the station. As I took my last step down the stairs, I removed my hood and stared in awe at the view I had almost forgotten from my childhood. Even though I hadn't seen this place in over 7 years, I still remembered where everything was as if I had been there yesterday. After taking in the view, I quickly made myself scarce, not wanting to draw attention to myself. As I walked around, the sun began to rise and I found myself in a familiar place. Everything was the same as when I last visited. In front of me was the park Kaken and I always went to as kids. I approached the playset and crouched under the stairs to see the engraving of our names still there. I chuckled at the memories. Kaken had to convince me to engrave my name because I was worried about getting in trouble. I emerged from under the stairs and looked at the park one more time, reminiscing about the memories that surfaced. I quickly looked away, not wanting to dwell on those thoughts after spending so many years building walls to block them. I walked away, not looking back at that place full of memories better forgotten, and headed to the more rundown part of town. By the time I reached the rundown area, it was around 6 in the morning, so I had to hurry before school kids started coming out. You might wonder why I wasn't going to school. Well, I already knew everything they taught, and it wasn't challenging anymore. That's why I picked up hacking, for the challenge, of course. I wandered around the rundown part of town, searching for an abandoned warehouse or something similar. After about 20 minutes of walking, I found the perfect place. It wasn't anything fancy, just a rundown, abandoned warehouse that didn't stand out much. I approached the door to open it, but it was stuck. Looking around for something to help, I sighed in frustration. I took a few steps back and ran at the door. My shoulder hit it hard enough to hurt, but the good news was that it opened. I stumbled forward, not expecting it to give way so easily, and started coughing violently from the dust that lifted up. The warehouse didn't have much in it. A couch with some blankets, a coffee table, and a punching bag in the corner. The walls were plain metal with windows at the very top, and the floors were concrete, all covered in an inch of dust. I closed the door behind me and tossed my bags next to it. Rolling up my sleeves, I got ready to work and clean up this place. Home sweet home, I thought, feeling a sense of relief. A year later, Izuku's POV. It's been a year since I ran away, and I've made significant improvements to my life. Over the year, I transformed the warehouse. Now it doesn't look neglected. All the dust has been cleaned up, the couch has been pushed back against the wall, and 3 blankets lay on it. I've patched up the holes in the walls with wood and steel to keep the rain out. In one corner of the warehouse, there are mats and a punching bag with a dummy beside it. Next to my workout corner is the kitchen, equipped with all the basic necessities, and surprisingly, there was a bathroom in the warehouse that I've fixed up over the past year. On the other side of my space is all my electronics for hacking, featuring 3 monitors with incredible speed. Next to the monitors is the only picture I own of my mom. Not only have I improved my hacking skills, but I've also been piecing together my vigilante suit. I despise villains and have lost faith in most heroes, so I decided to be that gray line in between. I designed my suit to be protective yet flexible. It's an all-black, tight long-sleeve shirt with padding on the shoulders, forearms, and chest. The briefs are black and military style, complete with a utility belt. The belt has 2 knife holders on one side and a med kit on the other, along with multiple pockets for various gadgets. On the back of the belt is a retractable bow staff. There are also black fingerless gloves and black steel-toe combat boots with a hidden pocket knife in them. Last but not least is the helmet that I made the most improvements to. My helmet is one of a kind, an all-black biker's helmet with green lightning streaks. It completely hides my identity and my green hair. The visor is tinted black, so no one can make out my facial expressions, and I installed a voice modifier so that when I talk, I sound like I'm in my 20s. I've also gotten a job this past year at a small cafe. I work full-time since I don't go to school anymore, and in my free time, I'm either hacking for information about my mom's killers or working out, so I've built some muscle. Right now, I'm training. I crouch down and dodge to the left, followed by a right hook to the punching bag. I send a series of different punch combinations at my target and back up to do a few kicks. Standing up from my crouched position, I wipe the sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand. I stride over to the edge of the mat and down half a bottle of water in seconds. Wiping my mouth, I pick up my bow staff and walk over to the dummy to start training again. I get into a fighting stance and practice combinations for about an hour. After taking a minute to catch my breath, I pull out my phone to check the time, only to realize I'm going to be late for work. Shoot, I breathe out. I quickly put my staff away and wash up. Not even 5 minutes go by, and I'm already running out the door to my job. I twist and turn my way around streets and alleyways as fast as I can. I have 10 minutes to get to work before I'm late again. I swing around the corner and see the shop in view, with my manager standing outside, looking displeased. I slow down my pace when I'm 2 shops down and come to a halt in front of him. Izuku, you're late again. How many times do I have to warn you before you'll actually be on time? He says sternly. I know, I'm sorry. I lost track of time again, Hunter. Hunter has a people person type quirk. He's pretty much a social butterfly, making him the perfect manager. Just don't get on his bad side. Whatever, don't let it happen again. Get inside, it's going to be rush hour soon, and I need all hands on deck, he says with a small smile. I give Hunter a quick smile before heading into the cafe to get ready. It's a simple cafe. When you walk in, you're greeted by the lounge/dining area. There are normal tables and chairs, but also beanbag chairs and cushions everywhere. To the right of the door is where you order drinks or food and pay. It's also where we make drinks and display pastries. Behind the counter are 2 doors. One leads to the kitchen, and the other is the employee-only door. I quickly make my way to the employee-only door, only to find Haley on her phone at the table. Haley has a baking-type quirk, so working in a cafe is perfect for her. Hey Izuku, did Hunter chew you out again for being late? She asks, not even looking up from her phone, like it's an everyday occurrence. I walk over to my locker to establish my jacket for my apron. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be late, I just lose track of time. You should lose that habit soon before Hunter fires you, she says, finally looking up. Yeah, I'll try to, but you know the saying, old habits die hard, I reply as I finish putting on my apron and hat. Well, don't get fired, I actually like working with you, she says with amusement in her voice as she walks over to the door. Anyway, we should head out, it's almost time for rush hour to start. I nod in agreement, shut my locker, and follow her out the door with a smile on my face. When we leave the room, there's already a line forming, and Hunter is taking orders. Haley and I get right into the flow of things and start our own system. I take care of the drinks since I can make them the fastest, Haley handles the food since she's good at cooking, and Hunter takes orders because he enjoys interacting with customers. I take the orders as quickly as they come, making 3 at once sometimes and once. I'm done. I call out the name associated with the order and set the drink down on the counter for the customer to pick up. This process continues for about an hour before things start to calm down and rush hour ends. After rush hour, things usually stay calm for the rest of the day. Hey Izuku, can I ask you something? Haley says curiously. I hum in response as I finish up an order. I've noticed for some time now, but I've never seen you in a school uniform. What high school do you go to? I stumble while putting on the toppings when she asks me that question, but I quickly cover up my mistake and call out the name on the order. I turn around with a smile on my face and say cheerfully, "Oh, I don't have a uniform because I do school online." Why do you ask? I was just curious since you always seem to be working during the week, Hunter replies. Okay, well, I'm going to take my break now. If you need me, I'll be in the back room. I hear an okay from both Hunter and Haley as I close the door to the employees-only room. Once the door closes, I take a seat at the table and remove my hat. I rake my fingers through my hair and pull out my phone. After unraveling my earbuds, I put them in my ears, unlock my phone, and start blasting music. I lean back to relax, letting my thoughts drift. I wonder what I would be doing back at the orphanage right now if I hadn't run away. Probably dealing with Larkin and his gang. Since I left, my life has improved a bit, though not by much. I still struggle with my emotions every night. Maybe I'll cut again tonight? I already wear long sleeves to hide the bandages and scars. What's a little more? That reminds me, I'm going on my first patrol tonight. Maybe gathering information will help me blow off some steam. Plus, I can test my gear to see if it works or if I need to make improvements. I lose track of time until Hunter yanks one of my earbuds out and yells, "Time's up. Get back to work." I jump out of my seat with a yelp, hitting the ground with a groan. I look up to see both Haley and Hunter laughing uncontrollably. I sit up on my knees and glare at them. I hate you too. After a minute, their laughter subsides, and I remember my phone is still blasting music, so I turn it off. Love you too, Aizu, but that was hilarious. Haley, did you record that? Please tell me you got that? Hunter asks hopefully. OMG, that was priceless. And yes, I got it on film. Haley replies. You what? I exclaim, shocked. They both stop laughing, realizing what they said, and Haley quickly stands up and runs out of the room. I try to follow her, but Hunter blocks my way. I attempt to move around him, but he stops me every time. Move out of the way, Hunter, I say, trying to sound threatening. No can do, eyes. You have to get back to work if you don't want to be fired, he says with an innocent smile. I irritably put my hat on and shove past him, muttering, "That's so unfair, playing the manager card on me when you guys started it." I hear Hunter's laughter fade away as I start making drinks again. Before I know it, we're back in the zone, taking orders and preparing drinks and food. Time flies, and soon it's closing time. I have the job of cleaning the tables and mopping the floors. After 10 minutes, everyone finishes cleaning, and we gather our things to head out. I say goodbye and receive a chorus of goodbyes and goodnights before I start walking home. By the time I arrive, it's around 9 p.m., so I make a simple dinner of chicken and rice. Once I finish, I clean my dishes and prepare for patrol. I put on my shirt, briefs, and boots, followed by my gloves. I check my utility belt to ensure I have everything before sheathing my daggers and bow staff. I tuck my pocket knife into my boot and grab my phone, placing it in a secret pocket in my briefs in case of emergencies. I also take a sheet of paper with names on it and store it in one of the pockets on my belt. Once I'm sure I have everything I need, I put on my helmet and head out. As I run down alleyways, I pull out my phone and check Google Maps. I see that I'm heading the right way toward my first target, James Miller. James Miller is a notorious villain known as Imprint. Not many heroes know about him, but those who do understand the danger of crossing him. He's known for having information about everyone and everything, which is unsettling if you want to stay off the radar. His quirk is believed to involve stealth, as no one has managed to catch him yet. I've been trying to find Imprint for a while, and finally, I've located him. He's scheduled to meet a client in an alleyway 20 minutes away from me at 11 tonight. I'm going there early to make a plan to catch him. What are the chances of him being in town when I start my night job? Maybe I'm finally getting some of that luck that never came when I was a kid. I reach the destination where Imprint is going to be and see that I have a little over 45 minutes to hatch a plan. I look around and spot a fire escape going up the building, and a smile creeps onto my face. I start to climb the stairs until I reach the roof and crouch down to conceal myself. From the roof, I survey the alleyway and rooftops. The alleyway is at a crossroad, offering many escape routes if I don't pull this off correctly. There are pipes on the walls of the other buildings, and the ground is littered with trash, busted wood, and metal pipes pushed to the sides. Across from me are 2 garbage bins. The rooftops look normal with heating vents scattered about. With a running start, the buildings seem to be within jumping distance. I consider my options. 1. I know that when meeting a client, the client always arrives first before the dealer, in this case, Imprint. Depending on who the client is and what quirks they have, I can attack them both or scare the client away and confront Imprint. My other option is to wait for the deal to go down, then follow Imprint to another location to attack and interrogate him. The second option sounds much safer than the first. Suddenly, I hear a crash and WHP my head around to see a skittish man come into view. He looks to be in his early 20s, wearing blue jeans and a black hoodie with the hood pulled up, concealing his face. I notice he's trembling, and there's no indication of his quirk, so he likely doesn't have a mutation type. What an idiot. He has no idea what he's getting into, I think, making a mental note to add night vision to my helmet. I'm pulled from my thoughts by voices below. I look down to see a man in his late 20s, dressed in all black with red accents, approach the trembling man. That must be Imprint, I think. I quietly readjust my position and prepare to execute my second plan since I don't know the other person's quirk yet. Are you Imprint? The trembling man asks. Why, yes, I am. You must be Noah. I am at your service, Imprint replies in an overly dramatic voice, followed by a theatrical bow. I stifle a laugh. Is this dude serious? Yeah, that's me. I was told you had information about a classmate of mine in college named Emily Grand, Noah stutters. Yes, I do have information about her. But I must warn you, my information can be pricey, Imprint states, twirling his hand in front of himself. Money is not an issue, Noah says, fumbling to open a bag and pulling out a large sum of cash. Will $5,000 be enough? Depends on what information you ask for. I want to know her weaknesses. Oh goody! My favorite type of information for blackmail, Imprint exclaims, jumping up and down in excitement. Once he calms down, he adds, that will be enough, and takes the money from Noah's hands. This guy literally meets a villain and gives him $5,000 just to blackmail a classmate. What an idiot, I mentally facepalm. Okay, so Emily's one and only weakness is, he pauses for dramatic effect. She doesn't have one. What? Noah says, bewildered. Even I take a second to process what Imprint just said. Like I said, she does not have a weakness. Well, if that is all, I'll be on my way now. Imprint turns to leave. Wait. I want my money back or what I asked you for. Noah shouts. Sorry, no refunds. I already told you what I know, Imprint replies, still walking away and waving back at him. The next thing I know, Noah charges at him with a knife in hand. Well, that's my cue to interfere, I think dryly. I stand up from my crouched position and jump off the building, grabbing my staff in the process. I land in front of Noah in a crouch to dampen the impact of the jump, then quickly stand up to deflect his attack before he can stab me. My staff hits his wrist, knocking the blade aside and successfully stopping him. How about you stop wasting money on villains, grow a pair, and stop using underhanded tricks to get what you want? I say in a sickly sweet voice, sounding like a 20-year-old. I'm pretty sure I just traumatized that poor guy, because his eyes got huge and he ran away at light speed. Oops. I turned around to my target to see that he had stopped walking and was watching the encounter. Why hello there, and who may I have the pleasure of speaking with? Imprint said, acting overly enthusiastic as if he wasn't just about to be threatened. I almost gagged. I heard you are one of the best at gathering information, and I need some. But there's just one thing. I'm not paying. I said, my tone deadly calm. Imprint laughed and wiped away a fake tear. You must be joking. If you want any information, you have to pay, and I never did get a name. I slowly started to walk up to him, saying, it's the Wanderer, and I drawled out until I was only feet away, I don't take no for an answer. I quickly lunged at him, grabbing his shirt with my left hand and bringing my staff up to his throat, slamming him into the wall a second later. Now let's try this again. I need information and you might have it, I said with venom next to his ear. I pulled my head back to get a better view of his face and saw him smiling back at me. Seeing as I have places to be and people to see, I'll answer your questions. Just make it quick, he said, amusement in his voice. Who is Kurogiri and where can I find him? I asked, my voice laced with venom. As soon as the name Kurogiri passed my lips, Imprint lost his smile and turned pale, his eyes wide. I have no information about him, he stuttered. You see, now I think you're lying to me, so please don't make me say it again or you'll regret it. I wanted to punch him so badly, but he still had information I needed. I won't tell you, sorry, but I like living and I still have business to do. If you don't answer my question, you'll be doing your business from jail, and jail isn't so nice to people like you. Ah, but you underestimate me because I will not be going to jail today, Imprint said with his usual smile, recovering from the shock of my question. Before I knew it, my hand and staff collided with the wall. I quickly whipped my head around, trying to find Imprint after his little disappearing act, only to see him bolting down the alleyway. Great time to give chase now, I muttered irritably. I quickly bolted after him, putting my staff back into its holster on my belt. He kept making turns left and right, trying to lose me. Once he saw it wasn't working, he resorted to knocking things over into my path. The obstacles he created slowed me down a bit. I saw him turn a corner to the left and gave chase, expecting to finally catch him. What I found was completely different from what I expected. As I turned the corner, I dropped to the ground as fast as I could to dodge a flying object aimed right at me. I watched as the scarf-like material retracted back to its owner, and I quickly got into a fighting stance, only to be greeted by none other than Eraserhead himself, who had my target knocked out and bound at his side. Ah, great, I muttered to myself in annoyance. Aizawa's POV, 30 minutes ago. Aga, that was the 7th one tonight, my tired voice muttered. I don't get paid enough for this. I took out my phone from my pocket and turned it on to see what time it was, 11:12 p.m. I've only been working for 2 hours and I still have another 3 to go. Great, I thought sarcastically. I put my phone back in my pocket and crouched down on the roof I was on to scout my surroundings. The sky was a dark blue, almost black. The sun had been down for hours, and the streetlights were on, giving that spooky effect like in movies. At this hour, nobody was walking the streets unless they were in bars, partying, or at home. But there was just one thing that was bugging me. It was quiet. Too quiet. And in my line of work, when things are quiet, it's a bad sign. A muffled sound brought me back to reality, and I quickly looked where it came from, only to hear it again, this time a little louder. Help, he's crazy, someone help. The next thing I knew, a disheveled guy in blue jeans and a hoodie came running out of an alleyway, screaming. Without a second thought, I jumped down off the building and confronted him. What happened? I asked sternly, successfully making him stop screaming for a few seconds. He was breathing, his eyes wide with fear. This guy attacked me, help, he's insane. He rushed out, begging me. Where was this? I demanded, getting ready to sprint in any direction he told me. Down the alleyway, he said, still hysterical but calming down a bit. Be careful, he has a weapon, he added, pointing to the alleyway he just came out of. I didn't respond to him and just started running down the alleyway he directed me to. I kept running for a minute or two and came to a halt when I hit a crossroad. I make my way onto the roof of the building next to me to get a better view of the area. Once I reach the roof, I listen carefully to my surroundings and instantly pick up on the sound of things being thrown around. I WHP my head around and see movement to my left. I start sprinting in that direction, hoping to cut this person off. I come to another halt on top of the building and see that the mystery person is coming my way. I jump off the building near the corner of the wall, waiting for this person to turn the corner. I hear him closing in on my location, and before he even has the chance to register what happened, I strike him in the face and successfully knock him out. I quickly bind him with my scarf. I send a quick message to Tsukachi about my location and that I caught another person. As I make my way out of the alleyway to make it easier for the police to find me, I hear shuffling coming from the direction he just came. I stop a few meters away from where I just stood, with the knocked out guy next to me. I hear the footsteps getting louder and get into a fighting stance, ready to use my scarf on anyone who turns that corner. Not a second later, I see an all-black figure swing around the corner, and I shoot my scarf at him. He quickly dodges my scarf, leaving me shocked at his agility. I yank my scarf back and watch as the figure gets into a fighting stance. I hear him mumble something under his breath, but it's too muffled for me to catch. I know this is going to end badly, and I prepare for the fight ahead of me. Izuku's POV. How did I not plan for this? Of course, there would be heroes out at this time. How could I be so careless? I mentally scream. Standing before me is a sleep-deprived hero known as Eraserhead, or Shota Aizawa, a teacher at the prestigious UA and one of the few heroes I respect. Just my luck. I glance next to him and see that he has my victim knocked out and bound. Can this night get any worse? I stand up from my fighting stance and replace it with a casual posture, one hand on my hip. Why hello there, Eraserhead. How's your night been? I say with feigned amusement. If I'm being honest, I'm furious right now. This was supposed to be a simple job, and now there's a hero involved. Eraserhead's eyes widen slightly with shock before he covers it up. If you weren't observant like me, you wouldn't even have noticed. Who are you, and how do you know who I am? He demands. What's with everyone being so demanding today? I shrug. I'm known as the Wanderer. I point at myself, then at Eraserhead. And you are the underground hero Eraserhead. I've done a fair share of research to know a thing or two about you. Well, Wanderer, why were you chasing this man? He asks, tilting his head toward the still unconscious imprint. Oh, you mean imprint, I say, realization dawning on me before I turn serious. He has information I need. Eraserhead looks between me and imprint, disbelief etched on his face. That's imprint, the info broker for the underworld, he states. Yeah, and I need him. He still hasn't given me the information I've asked for. What did you ask him? Does he really think I'm just going to tell him what I asked an info broker for? Like I would tell you that, I reply with a smirk. Well, I can't give you imprint. He's a villain and needs to be taken into custody, same with you. Now we can do this the hard way or the easy way. Which way do you want to do this? He says with authority. I tilt my head up, hand on my chin in a thoughtful manner while my other hand slowly moves to my staff. Yeah, no, we're doing this my way. Without hesitation, I lunge at him with my staff already in hand. I swing to hit his side, but he quickly jumps to dodge my strike. My staff hits nothing but air, and he retaliates by whipping his scarf at me. I roll to the side just in time to avoid it, quickly getting back on my feet and lunging at him again. This time, I give him no time to react and kick him in the gut, sending him back a few feet. He regains his footing faster than I would have liked and WHPs his scarf at me again. I'm too slow this time, and he knocks my staff out of my hand. As I back away to get out of reach, I hear a groan coming from my right and we both look over to see that Imprint is slowly regaining consciousness. A smirk starts to form on my lips until I hear distant police sirens approaching. My smirk vanishes, replaced by a frown. I turn to Eraserhead and ask, "Did you really have to get the police involved in this too? This is so annoying." Eraserhead just grunts in response. "You should just give up. I took your weapon, the police are on their way, and I won't let a villain escape me." I raise my brow in shock, even though he can't see it, and say, hand on my chest as if offended, "You got that all wrong, Eraserhead. I'm not a villain. I'm just your friendly vigilante with my own agenda, so don't confuse me with that group." "And what would that be?" he asks, trying to stall me. I hear the sirens getting closer, realizing it's my cue to leave. I have no intention of being caught on my first day. That's for me to know, and you to find out. Maybe next time I'll tell you, but I have places to be, I say, feigning disappointment. Before he can process my words, I burst into a sprint, grabbing my staff on the way out. I glance back to see a shocked Eraserhead and shout, "Hope to see you soon." With that, I dash down the alleyway, confident he won't follow me since he has to deal with Imprint and the police, who should be arriving any moment now. I don't stop running until I'm sure no one is behind me, taking the scenic routes to avoid being seen. I get home a little after 1 in the morning, remove my helmet and weapons, and collapse onto the couch, greeted by a dreamless night, a rare and welcome blessing. Aizawa's POV. I watch as the Wanderer escapes. I would have pursued him, but I need to handle Imprint, who is now conscious. The police have just arrived, so I throw Imprint over my shoulder and head toward the street to meet them. As I reach the street, I hand Imprint off to a random officer and make my way to Detective Tsukachi. "What happened? You look terrible," Tsukachi asks when I find him. "It's a long story I'll tell you at the station, but I need coffee first." With that, I climb into his car. This is only his first time meeting Izuku in his vigilante getup, and I'm already done with him. Time skip to the station. Once we arrive at the station, I instruct my team to take Imprint into an interrogation room and grab Aizawa a cup of coffee. Now we're back in my office, starting from square one. "So, Aizawa, what happened out there?" I ask again. "Where should I start?" he replies tiredly. "The beginning, preferably." How bad could this night be that he doesn't know where to start? Aizawa takes a long drink of his coffee and explains, "I was on my patrol when a guy came running out of the alleyway, screaming. I confronted him, and he said someone attacked him in the alley and that the attacker was insane, so I went to check it out. I found someone running down the alley and cut them off. That's the suspect you have in custody right now." "That sounds like a normal night for you, so why do you look worse than usual?" I ask, confused. "Oh no, it gets better," he says wearily. "I was about to head to the street so you could find me easily, but then I heard another person running the same way the suspect had come from. I got ready to attack when they turned the corner, and the person dodged my attack." "Wait, this guy dodged your attack without even knowing you were there?" I interrupt. "Yeah, and that's not even the best part. He knew who I was and was after the suspect we have. Oh, and the suspect is the info broker Imprint. To top it off, the guy who dodged my attack is a new vigilante named the Wanderer. You don't want to take him lightly, he can pack a punch." He finishes and takes another sip of his coffee. I run my hands through my hair, trying to process everything I just heard. "So let me get this straight. We have the info broker Imprint in custody, and there's a new vigilante in town named the Wanderer who found Imprint and escaped you?" I summarize, dumbfounded. "Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. We should probably ask Imprint what this new vigilante wanted, if he wanted anything at all, and I'll need you to give a description of him later." I say, jotting down questions for Imprint. I look up and see Aizawa frowning at his coffee. "Are you all right?" I ask, concerned. "Yeah, I just ran out of coffee, that's all." Aizawa's POV. I walk toward the detective, now satisfied with a steaming cup of coffee in my hands, and enter the interrogation room with him. Imprint is sitting on the other side of the table, waiting patiently with a frown on his face. The detective and I take a seat at the table, closest to the door, and sit in silence. Imprint breaks the silence first. "Hello, what can I do for you?" "I was hoping you would answer a couple of questions for me," the detective says, looking up from his notepad. "Sure, why not?" Not like I can do anything anyway, he says, holding up the quirk-suppressing cuffs around his wrist. He's being awfully cooperative, I think. What's your name? Imprint, he replies with a smirk. Your real name? James Miller. This continues for a while, with Tsukachi asking all the basic questions like name, quirk, age, etc. I was starting to doze off since it was probably almost 3 in the morning when I hear a question that piques my interest. What did the Wanderer want with you? The detective asks, keeping a straight face. Now that's a different story. What do I get in return for telling you that? His smirk grows bigger. So now he wants to be difficult. Just great, I think sarcastically. The detective thinks for a moment before replying, I'll take a year or 2 off your sentence. Because you are a villain, you are going to jail. Maybe 5 to 10 years. Make it 5 years and you have a deal. 5 years with patrol, and you've got yourself a deal, the detective replies, writing something in his notepad. Imprint nods, looking almost relieved when the detective agrees to his terms. He relaxes a bit too, which is strange. What was he tense about? He wanted to know who Kurogiri was, and I wouldn't tell him. Why? I'm more scared of Kurogiri than I am of anyone else. All the small-time villains are, Imprint answers, his face emotionless. And I'm guessing you won't tell us anything either, am I right? I voice, startling him. Guess he forgot I was here, I muse. That's correct. Okay, that will be all, the detective says. He stands up and I follow suit. As we leave the villain in the room, the detective motions for someone to take Imprint to one of the holding cells since it's too late to ship him to prison. I walk over to the mini kitchen in the back room and throw away my empty coffee cup. Tsukachi follows me to the back room and finally relaxes. Well, now we know that the Vigilante wants information on the villain Kurogiri, I say out loud. Yeah, I'll see if I can find any more information about the Wanderer, but I don't think I'll get anything new, he sighs. You should go back home and get some sleep, you have to teach in a couple of hours. Yeah, you're right, I reply sleepily. After I say goodbye to Tsukachi, I don't wait another minute to get out of there and to my bed. Sleep sounds so good right about now, I think longingly. I make it to my apartment shortly after leaving the station and see that Mike, my roommate, is already asleep. Mike and I are best friends, or that's how Mike sees it, and we got an apartment together when we graduated high school since we both have hero work and teach at UA. When I get to my room down the hall, I'm greeted by my cat, Snow. I pick up Snow and carry her to my bed. I lay down and snuggle with her, and not long after, I feel my eyelids close, and I'm soon greeted by the darkness I call sleep. Izuku's POV. Morning. Beep beep beep. I slam my hand down on my phone to turn off my alarm clock, waking in a cold sweat from my recurring nightmares, and look at the time. 7 a.m., it's too early, I internally groan. You see, ever since that night all those years ago, my sleep has been plagued by nightmares. Well, the sleep that I do get is plagued by nightmares, because not only do I have nightmares almost every night, but I also have an extreme case of insomnia. Anyway, I get up off the couch, grab a pair of clothes, and sulk my way over to the bathroom for a much-needed shower. As I'm getting ready, last night's events replay in my head. I can't believe I failed on my first night out, and now the heroes are involved, I think, annoyed. I get the shower ready and hop in. I wash my hair with strawberry-scented shampoo and conditioner, then wash my body. I turn off the shower and hop out, put on my clothes, and try to run a brush through my hair, only to fail a minute later. I roll up my sleeves and grab my blade. Haven't had time to do this in a while. I place my arm over the sink and press the blade against my skin. The cold metal bites before I press down, and it's replaced by pain. I watch as dark red liquid streams down my arm and into the sink. I keep repeating the process until I have several cuts on my arm. I was about to do the other arm when my alarm for work goes off, signaling I have 30 minutes until I need to be at work for my shift. I turn on the faucet and wash all the blood away. After that, I grab my medikit to disinfect and wrap my arm. Once I'm done, I roll down my sleeves and exit the bathroom. I quickly grab my jacket, phone, and shoes before heading out the door. I make sure to lock my front door before I leave. As I'm making my way down the street, I hear people talking about something on the news. Curious, I pull out my phone to read the news. I don't even need to read the whole article to know what people are talking about, because in big bold letters on the front page reads, "The Wanderer, hero or villain?" I stop in my tracks and facepalm. This is going to be a long day, I say with a sigh. I put my phone away and started walking to the cafe again. The media found out about him because when Aizawa and the detective were discussing him, someone in the station overheard and tipped off a reporter for some cash. 3 years later. Izuku's POV. It's been 3 years since I started my vigilante work, and I'm now 15 years old. Over the years, my name has spread rapidly. Now the police and pro-heroes are after me, specifically Detective Tsukachi and Eraserhead. I don't only work at night anymore. I also occasionally work in the mornings when I need to release anger or stress. The downside of working during the day is having to watch out for all the pro-heroes. I've also expanded my focus beyond just the names on my list. I help civilians in trouble on the streets. I started doing that in the first month of my work. I guess my hero side still lives on. The only thing I'm not happy about is that after all this time, I still have barely any information on the men who killed my mom. Other than that, my life has remained mostly the same. I officially recognize Hunter and Haley as my friends, and the cafe has been gaining a lot more business lately. This morning, I woke up to my alarm clock going off at 6, in a cold sweat as usual. I swear this has become my new norm, waking up to nightmares. I went through my normal routine, worked out, ate, and since it's my day off, I plan to hack all day. A few hours later, I slammed my computer shut in frustration after failing to find any new information on Kurogiri and got my suit on. Once I was ready, I headed out, careful not to be seen. As soon as I knew I was in the clear, I bolted down the alleyways in search of people that needed my help. Usually, at this time of day, there isn't much trouble because of all the heroes on the streets, so I only stay out for a couple of hours to avoid getting caught. As I was running down the alleyways, I heard frantic movement to my right and picked up my pace in that direction. When I arrived at the scene, I saw a woman being harassed by a man twice her size. I wasted no time taking out my staff and rushing the man. I swept in behind him and struck him in the back of the head. He was out cold in seconds. I quickly tied him up and turned to the woman. "Are you all right?" "Why, you're the Wanderer," she said in disbelief before regaining her composure. "Oh, yes, I'm all right. Well, I have people to save, so see you later." "You might want to call the police before he wakes up," I said before she could say anything else. Over the past 3 years, no one has been able to get a picture or video of me, and I plan on keeping it that way. I'm not doing this for the press. I'm doing this for myself and anyone who might need saving along the way. After some time of running, I started to get lost in my thoughts, my body going on autopilot. Maybe I can mess with the detective and Eraserhead again tonight, I thought as I brainstormed ideas to annoy them. I was knocked out of my thoughts when I heard an explosion and came to a halt to pinpoint where it came from. Not a second later, I heard more explosions coming from the downtown area. I swiftly made my way there, using the back alley systems of the town. When I reached the scene, what I saw shocked me so much that I almost fell. Before my eyes was a shopping district. Burning. Pro-heroes were rushing around, trying to get all the civilians to safety and stop the fire. After they finished evacuating the civilians, they just stood around, not doing anything about the villain. How can they call themselves heroes when they just stand around and do nothing? I growled in my head. I looked away from the heroes to take a closer look at the villain in the center of all the chaos. The villain appeared to be made of a green, gooey liquid, moving everywhere like ribbons in the wind. He seemed to be yelling incoherently. Everything about the villain looked liquid except for his eyes and mouth. I looked closer at his mouth and realized. He had a civilian. At this realization, I rushed in. How can the heroes just stand around and watch when the villain has a hostage? I muttered under my breath in anger. As I ran toward the villain, I took out my staff and stayed low to avoid drawing attention to myself. Once I was close enough, I lifted my staff and swung high, aiming for where his head should be to avoid hitting the civilian. My staff was about to make contact with the oblivious villain when an explosion sent me flying back into a street lamp. Upon impact, I lost my grip on my staff, sending it flying away, and alerted the villain to my presence. Ouch, I groan as I struggle to breathe. Ah, look who we have here. A hero wannabe and another meat suit, the villain laughs, turning my way. I hear the hero shouting at me to get away and that I'm being reckless, but I ignore them. I was still struggling to breathe when the slime villain launched his attack. Without a second to lose, I roll out of the way just in time and jump to my feet in a fighting stance. I look around frantically for my staff when I glance back at the villain. I do a double take, focusing on the hostage. He was already mostly submerged in slime, struggling to free himself while setting off explosions from his hands. Well, I know where the explosions are coming from now, I think dryly. The victim has spiky blonde hair and his eyes are closed, with slime covering his mouth and nose. Just as I'm about to search for my staff again, the hostage opens his eyes, revealing red ruby eyes filled with fear. "Kaken," I whisper almost inaudibly. With newfound determination, I look around and find my staff. I start running toward it when the villain attacks again. I slide under the attack and reach my staff. I lift it up and jump right at the villain, swinging horizontally. While doing so, I say just loud enough for him to hear, "Oh, and I'm no hero wannabe," before striking him on the side of the head. The villain gasps in pain, releasing his hold on Kaken just enough for him to take a breath. I land back on my feet, ready to strike again, when I see All Might jumping into the scene, declaring, "Fear not, citizens, for I am here." The villain looks away from me, giving me the chance to sneak away, knowing All Might will save the day even if I don't like him. As I make my way down the alleyway, I look back to see All Might blow away the villain and save Kaken. Satisfied that I got to see my childhood best friend one last time and that he's safe, I head home undetected. Best to keep my distance so when I complete my goal I don't hurt him, not that he would care anyway, I think. When I get through the door of my home, the adrenaline starts to wear off, and I begin to feel the pain in my back from hitting that pole. I take off my helmet and put it on the table as I head to the bathroom mirror. I see that my eye bags have gotten darker and my hair messier than usual. I grab the med kit from the shelf and take off my shirt to examine my back. I cringe at the sight of my bruising skin. I quickly wrap my torso and put the med kit back. I consider using my blade before leaving but decide against it, making my way over to the couch and easing myself onto it. Choosing sleep, which I rarely get, over cutting this evening short, I grab a blanket from the back of the couch and curl into it like a burrito. Not long after, exhaustion and nightmares consume me. Aizawa's POV. I'm making my rounds at midnight when I see a lone figure clad in black lying on the ledge of a building. I huff out a tired breath and make my way over, already knowing who it is. I land silently on the building and hear the figure say with amusement, "Hello, Eraserhead." "Hello, Wanderer. I heard you had an eventful morning," I reply, feeling both annoyed and concerned. I watch as he moves to a sitting position with the slightest flinch, barely noticeable unless you know him well. If you think getting blasted into a pole is eventful, then yeah, I had an eventful morning. That's why you should stop and turn yourself in so you don't get hurt anymore, I say sternly. I've been on this case for 3 years, and in all that time, I've never caught him. That's how good he is, and each time I see him, he always has a wound or is being reckless. "Well, Eraserhead," he says as he stands up, "you know I won't stop. Let the chase continue." With that, the Wanderer jumps off the building, using the side to dampen his fall. "This guy," I mutter, thinking that one day he's going to be the death of me. And with that, I give chase, trying to catch him before he does something dangerous. Izuku's POV the next morning. "Bang, Izuku, are you okay?" Haley questions, concerned. I huff out a frustrated breath before opening my eyes and turning to face her with a half smile. What just happened was me hitting my head against the wall because now there's a video of me everywhere, more accurately, a video about the Wanderer circulating on every social media network. Yeah, I'm okay. I just remembered something I was supposed to do. Apparently, during the sludge villain attack, someone recorded the whole incident. Now, the Wanderer is the hot topic on every media and news network, trying to determine if I'm a hero or a menace. Why did I let this happen? After 3 years of hard work, it feels like everything is falling apart. Now all the heroes definitely know about me and will be trying to capture me. That's great, I thought dejectedly. Haley's concern was evident as she asked, "Are you sure? You just banged your head against the wall. Do I need to get Hunter?" "Yeah, I'm sure. You don't need to get Hunter. I just forgot to take a test for school, that's all," I replied sheepishly, rubbing the back of my neck. How could a video of a villain attack remind you of a test? The test was on explosions. I stated, almost sounding like a question. "Yeah, okay, I'm going to go get Hunter so he can tell you to go home and get some rest," she said, walking out and ignoring my protests. Not even 5 minutes later, Hunter came through the door. "Haley just said you banged your head on the wall. Are you okay? Do you need to go home?" he asked, concern etched on his face. God, I hate it when people worry about me. For the millionth time, I'm fine, and I don't need to go home. I can still work. "Okay, but if I see you acting weird, I will send you home." I nodded in agreement, and we both headed back out to get to work. The shop was pretty slow today, but to be fair, it's also the morning on a weekend when everyone is working. It's only been an hour since the shop opened, and I was already bored out of my mind. I got up from leaning on the counter and started to make my usual cup of coffee, a large black coffee with no sugar or creamer. Just as I was about to take a sip, the door opened, interrupting me. I sighed in annoyance but quickly replaced it with a smile to greet the customer. "How can I stopped mid-sentence when I saw who just walked through the door. It was a disheveled man who looked like he hadn't slept in days. I quickly composed myself and finished, "Help you, sir?" "He looks like he could take a nap standing up. I guess I'm sort of at fault for that part, oops," I thought amusingly. Yeah, I'll take a large black coffee. Creamer or sugar?" "No." "Huh, he drinks his coffee just like me. I can tease him about that later," I thought, smiling as I made his coffee. Aizawa's POV, I was not in a good mood this morning. Not only did I spend a good portion of my night chasing the Wanderer, but Nezu wanted to meet with me today in the morning. On my day off. To top it off, when I woke up, I found out my coffee machine was broken. So now, here I was on my way to a cafe to get coffee. I walked into a local cafe to see a green-haired teen behind the counter. The cafe was mostly empty, with just a few customers scattered around, but it looked nice. It had a lounging area with cushions and beanbags everywhere. I approached the counter and got a closer look at the kid. He had green fluffy hair peeking out from under his hat and wore the cafe's apron. He had dull green eyes and looked amused. "How can I help you, sir?" he stuttered. Yeah, I'll take a large black coffee. Creamer or sugar?" "No." As I said no, I could have sworn his smile grew before he went to make my order. When he handed me my coffee, I thanked him and left, but the whole way to UA, I kept thinking I knew him. When I arrived at UA, I took the fastest route to Nezu's office to get this over with. I knocked on his door and a second later I heard, "Come in." When I opened the door, I was greeted by Nezu, the principal of UA, and someone I was all too familiar with, Detective Tsukachi. I sat down and gave them a confused look. "Why did you need to meet with me, and why is Detective Tsukachi here?" "You're both here because I want to discuss the rising topic of the Wanderer," Nezu replied with his usual smile. "Great, him again," I thought tiredly. "Where do you want us to begin?" Tsukachi sighed. "From the beginning, please," Nezu prompted. I answered, "Well, he showed up around 3 years ago when I was tipped off that there was a dangerous individual on the loose. I went to check it out, captured imprint, and was greeted by a guy in all black, who later revealed himself as the Wanderer. In the end, he escaped my grasp. After we questioned imprint, it was revealed that he wanted information on the villain known as Kurogyri, but never got it." I finished my explanation, and Tsukachi continued. "We discovered that he is around 5 feet 5 inches, highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and proficient with a bow staff and knives, though he prefers his staff. Initially, he targeted villains, but about a month after his arrival, he began helping civilians in trouble at night. We suspect he uses a voice modifier, leading us to believe he might still be a kid." Once Tsukachi finishes speaking, I add, "He made it clear during our first meeting that he is a vigilante, and in his 3 years of work, yesterday was the first footage of him ever taken. He usually leaves the scene before anyone has a chance to catch him. I've been pursuing him ever since our first encounter. The principal hums thoughtfully as he processes the information. While he considers, I take another sip of my coffee, only to find my cup empty. So you're telling me this vigilante has been on the loose for 3 years, and no one has captured him yet, but he's helping people and is still a kid? He asks. Yes, I reply swiftly. And what is his quirk? We don't know the specifics, but we think it has something to do with analysis or agility, Tsukachi answers. Nezu intertwines his fingers and rests his chin on his hands, deep in thought. After a few moments of silence, he breaks it. I've got it. Got what, sir? I ask. He places his hands down and says with a laid-back smile, I want the Wanderer to be a student in the hero course. If you capture him, detective, and if he is of age, of course. Silence fills the room as Tsukachi and I process the principal's words. You want to do what, sir? The detective asks, still in shock. I want to place the Wanderer in the hero course at my school. I'm sure he won't give up his work, so why not make him a hero instead? That way, we can keep an eye on him too. But we haven't even captured him yet, I protest, knowing this is a risky idea. Then I guess you have your work cut out for you, Eraserhead. That will be all. You are dismissed. With that, Tsukachi and I leave, not wanting to argue with Nezu, knowing it would be futile. So, I guess you won't be getting any sleep soon, Tsukachi remarks. Don't remind me, I groan as I head home. I take the long way, stopping at the cafe for another coffee, this time made by a girl. Once I get home, I pick up my cat and settle on the couch, turning on the TV. The first thing I see is footage of the Vigilante, which promptly turns off my TV. Not wanting to do much, I play with my cat in my lap while finishing my coffee. Once my cup is empty, I gently place my cat on the ground and throw the cup away. With the loud yellow cockatoo not home, I finally have a chance to get some sleep. With that thought in mind, I make my way to my room and slide beneath the blankets, letting sleep consume me before I have to chase down the Wanderer so Nezu doesn't get on my case about it. Izuku's POV, the day before the UA entrance exams. It's been 10 months since my video went public, and this experience has been more amusing than I anticipated. I should have done this ages ago, but I've always had a distaste for the media. Everyone has been speculating about my quirk and age, with some even thinking I'm in my 30s and that my quirk relates to agility or something mental. I honestly found it quite funny. So here I am, hacking into the UA database out of boredom. For a school that trains the next generation of heroes and boasts top-notch security, it was surprisingly easy to get in. I'm a bit disappointed it wasn't more challenging. With a click of my mouse, I gain access to a desktop filled with files that seem endless. Let's see what you're hiding, I mumble to myself. I crack my knuckles and dive in. The first few files I open are the first semester lesson plans for all courses. The general studies will cover typical high school subjects: math, science, English, and the basics. They will also learn about hero rules and laws. The support course has a more flexible learning plan, allowing students to explore their creativity with some class assignments. Honestly, I wouldn't mind being in that course if I were in high school. Next, the business course focuses on everything related to starting and running a successful business. Finally, the hero course has the most eventful schedule for the first semester. They plan to take the students to the USJ in the first month of their time there, focusing on learning how to control their quirks and understanding the basic hero laws. On top of that, they still have to keep up with their regular studies. It's a demanding schedule, but I suppose that's why they are among the top 5 schools in the country. The next couple of files catch my attention, one on All Might and another on the entrance exams. I click on All Might's file, and what I find is quite shocking. Apparently, he was in a fight 5 years ago that left him with a life-threatening injury, and he can only do hero work for a few hours a day. I stop scrolling when I skim through a particular sentence. All Might will be a teacher for the hero course students starting this year. He's going to be a what now? I think, dumbfounded. Why is he teaching a group of students? Isn't he supposed to be doing hero work, even if it's only for a limited time? If he can't do hero work, shouldn't he retire and let someone else be the symbol of peace? I sigh in frustration at All Might's choices and exit the file to click on the entrance exam file. The written portion of the exam looks fairly easy, but it gets harder in the math and English sections. Then there's the physical part of the exam for the hero course candidates, which has only a 10% passing rate. I continue scrolling until I see what they will be fighting: robots. How does the school accurately assess the students' potential by having them fight robots? That's great for physical quirks, but not so much for mental ones, as many can't work on robots. The system seems flawed. But I think slyly, it would be fun to watch. Oh, maybe I'll be able to see Kaken there. That'll be fun. With my decision made, I shut off my computer, leaving the rest of the files for later, and make my way to the bathroom. I turn on the shower and strip off my clothes, putting them in the laundry basket. Once the water is hot enough, I step in, feeling the heat against my skin. I pick up the razor on the corner of the tub and start making lines on my arms. Each cut represents a name I've been called, every insult shouted at me, my failure to save my mom, and my inability to face Kaken again after all this time. By the time I put the razor down, I have around 40 cuts on both arms. The blood slides down until it mingles with the hot water. At first, the heat makes the cut sting, but the sensation fades quickly. After letting my arms soak, I go through my usual routine of shampooing and conditioning my hair, then washing my body. I turn off the water and step out to dry off before wrapping my arms. I change into some comfy sweats before leaving the bathroom. I make myself a light dinner of steak and potatoes, then head to my bed to continue reading a novel I started the other day, knowing I won't get any sleep because insomnia loves me. The next morning, I finally got some sleep, and you want to know what happened? Rinning and that's right, my alarm went off. I slam my hand down on it and glare at the cursed thing. I literally only got 30 minutes of rare nightmare-free sleep. Why must life do this to me? I scream in my head out of frustration. I lift myself off the couch, wincing in pain from the previous night, and start getting ready for the day. The first thing I do is re-wrap all my wounds, then make myself a smoothie for breakfast. After my quick meal, I put on my suit and make my way to the door. By the time I leave the warehouse, it's roughly 8 in the morning, and the exam starts at 9, so I have about an hour to get there undetected. I take the back alleys as usual and make it to UA in about 25 minutes. There are already students when I arrive, so I have to take the long way to the hero course exam site, which is annoying but my fault for not getting there earlier. I reach the outer wall of the site in 15 minutes. Before I jump over, I hack the security cameras to play on loop until I make my way in. I jump on top of the wall and start moving from building to building, avoiding cameras and any places where people can see me. I reach one of the medium-sized buildings on the side of the area and stop the looping code I set on the cameras. How does UA have the money for all this? It's ridiculous. As I take in the view of the fake city, I hear, creak, start. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run. Run. A loud present mic yells, followed by the sound of multiple stomping feet. I guess the exam started, I think, trying to get a better view while staying out of sight. I guess Kaken got this city number, this should be good. I poke my head up with a smile creeping on my face in search of Kaken. He was a little ways away, but I still had a clear view of him blowing up robots, shouting in excitement. Nothing has changed since the last time I saw him, all those years ago. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the ground, and a robot larger than most buildings appears, destroying everything in its path. Not wanting to stick around and risk getting caught, I get up and leave. Back at the warehouse, I go about the rest of my day like normal. Aizawa's POV. Some of these students might actually have potential, I muse. Currently, I'm in the monitor room with Nezu and some other teachers who will help judge if needed. The exam was already halfway done, and some kids were performing better than others. I'm watching an ash-blonde kid who is exploding robots left and right. Nezu, I think it's time for the zero-pointer to come out, Cemento says, gaining everyone's attention. I think you're right, Nezu replies, leaning forward to press a big red button. The ground lets out a low rumble as a gigantic robot comes into view. Out of the corner of my eye, I see movement to the right of the monitor. I WHP my head around to get a closer look, squinting at the monitor, but nothing is there. Must have been my imagination. I need more coffee, I think, returning to observe the students who might end up in my class if I don't expel them first. Izuku's POV, 2 weeks later. You ever seen those commercials where people mess up the simplest tasks in the most ridiculous ways? Yeah, that's basically what happened here. Time skip, 2 days ago. It's been 2 weeks since I hacked into UA, and let me tell you, they have a lot of files in their system. Every day off I've had, and countless nights without sleep, have been spent going over these files. I'm starting to think they don't have any secrets worth reading anymore. I push away from my desk to take a break and make another cup of coffee. I make my way to the kitchen, pour another cup from the almost empty pot, dump the little bit left into the sink, and start brewing a fresh pot for later. After finishing, I return to my desk and start reading the last few files. One file catches my attention, villains. Now this is interesting. They might have information on Kurogiri, I mutter. I click on the file, only to have my hopes dashed. The page states, information cannot be accessed, please go to UA for a hard copy. Frustrated, I slam my hands down on the desk. But finally got a potential lead and I can't access it, I yell at the screen. Taking a few deep breaths to calm down, I think, if I can't access the file online, then I have to get the hard copy. And that file is at UA, one of the most secure places in the country. I can infiltrate it. If I can hack it, I can infiltrate it. I shut down all my systems and prepare for my last-minute mission. Not 10 minutes later, I'm out the door and heading toward UA. It's 5 in the evening, so I won't have to deal with students, and the teachers should be heading home soon. I reach UA in record time, pause in an alleyway, and pull out my phone to get a map of the building. Once I find the file room, I come up with the quickest route there and back. With a half-formed plan in my head, I put my phone away and make my way into the building. I sneak to the side of the school and peer over the window to check for anyone in the room. Once the coast is clear, I gently ease the window open wide enough to slip through without making a sound. Landing in a crouched position with a soft thud, I look around and realize I'm in a classroom. I turn around and shut the window quietly to avoid raising suspicion. I poke my head out the door leading to the hallway to get my bearings. Retreating back inside the room, I hack into the security camera to have it play on loop. Once that's done, I check if the hallways are clear and make a right from the door. I follow that hallway halfway down before making a left. I'm about to reach my next turn when I hear voices coming my way. I'm telling you, your students have potential. So why did you already expel a student? Because he came last on the test, and that was the punishment I warned them about. Deciding not to eavesdrop any longer, I quickly find a place to hide to avoid getting caught. I ducked into a random room to avoid the crowd, relieved to find it empty. I waited for the voices to fade before sneaking back into the hallway, quickening my pace. After navigating a few twists and turns, I finally reached the hallway I needed. Checking my phone for the room number, I continued down the hall until I arrived at the 4th door on the left. I tried the knob, but it was locked. Reaching into my pocket for my lock-picking tools, I crouched down and, after about 10 seconds, heard the satisfying click of the lock. I slipped inside to gather the information I had come for. Aizawa's POV. I was grading papers in my classroom when I heard my boyfriend's loud voice. Shida! Time to go home, he yelled from the doorway. I'm still filling out forms, Mike. I can't go home just yet, I sighed. Mike and I had known each other since high school and had been living together since graduation to save on expenses. About 2 years ago, we started dating, and it was the best decision I ever made. But come on, it's only the first week of school. You can do it at home, he said, giving me his puppy dog eyes, which I could never resist. I sighed, giving in. Fine. Why? He cheered, and I thought, I swear I'm going to lose my hearing because of him. I used my quirk on him while packing up my things. Soon, we were walking through the halls when Mike asked, So, what paperwork did you need to do? I expelled a student the other day, I replied blandly, stifling a yawn. Your students have potential. Why did you already expel someone? He asked, incredulous. Because he came in last on the test, and that was the punishment I warned them about. You can't go around expelling people all the time, Shoyuta. Yes, I can. Until Nezu tells me to stop, I'm not going to. Let's just go home and cuddle, he said, fatigue evident in his voice. I was about to agree when we were interrupted by a loud buzzing. Mike and I exchanged shocked looks and pulled out our phones to see a security breach in the file room. We shared a knowing glance and sprinted down the hall. Who could have broken into the school? I shouted as we turned a corner. I don't know, but we have to get them before they access the information in that room, he shouted back. When we rounded the last corner, I was met with an unexpected sight. A familiar figure clad in black emerged from the room, holding a file case. Wanderer, I breathed. Izuku's POV. I made it into the file room, and it was a mess. At least it's organized by letter, I muttered to myself. I approached the cabinet labeled V, and began flipping through the files. After about 40 seconds, I found the one labeled Villains. I took it out, confirming the papers were inside, then closed the cabinet as I prepared to leave. Just then I heard a voice. Wanderer. I turned to see my favorite person, Eraserhead, along with present Mike. Leaning on my left leg, I waved with my free hand and said with as much amusement as I could muster, Hi Eraserhead, oh, and you brought a friend this time. How nice. They both tensed, ready for a confrontation. Eraserhead asked, What are you doing here? Why do you have a file? I shrugged, replying, It had something I wanted, so I came and got it. And what exactly did UA have that you wanted? Present Mike asked, preparing to attack. Haven't we been here before, Eraserhead? That's for me to know and you to find out. With that, I turned and ran in the opposite direction, eager to read the file rather than engage in a fight. Of course, the two heroes gave chase. I was about to make a turn when I heard a scream from behind me, forcing me to change direction. I halted at a dead end, realizing my only escape route was through the windows, which I preferred to avoid since we were on the 3rd floor. As I turned, I heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Ah, nice one, Mike, you got me there with directions, I said, trying to sound cocky despite the panic rising within me. My response came in the form of a scarf flying toward me. I easily dodged by jumping to the right. Give up now and come quietly, before we have to use force, Eraserhead states, as he always does when we face off. You already know the answer to that. I grab my staff and lunge at them, aiming for a quick knockout. They both dodge and retaliate. Eraserhead erases my non-existent quirk and throws his scarf at me, missing by a millimeter. Mike uses a yell attack that hits me square in the side, sending me crashing into the wall and leaving a mini crater. I yelp as I hit the wall, quickly getting back into a fighting stance while holding my side in pain. I lost my staff during the attack, so I pull out my dagger as a last resort. Reaching for my pocket to grab a smoke bomb, I realize in my haste to get here I didn't restock. No smoke bombs. Eraserhead successfully hits me with his scarf this time, sending me flying back into the wall, but I manage to keep my grip on the dagger. Despite the pain, I get up, determined to escape. I hear Mike take a deep breath, preparing to attack again, but before he can, I throw my dagger his way. It comes close enough to scare him but not to cause any damage. Mike dodges the dagger by leaning to the side, almost hitting Eraserhead in the process. My vision starts to blur from the impact of hitting the walls, so I know I have to end this soon. I begin to circle them, trying to find an opening to run. Mike catches on and attacks. I attempt to dodge, but the sudden movement makes me dizzy, and I fail. The attack hits me square in the chest. The next thing I know, I see the sky above me, feeling like I'm falling. The last thing I remember is a scarf shooting towards me and something wrapping around my waist before I black out. Aizawa's POV. He starts falling out the window, so I do the only reasonable thing and run forward, shooting my scarf to catch him. I lean over the windowsill, watching my scarf wrap around his torso, catching him before he hits the ground. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding as I pull him up. I glare at Mike. Did you have to knock him out a window? I didn't know he would go out the window. I thought he would dodge it. He panics. Well, I caught him, so calm down and call the police and Nezu. He'll want to know about this. I order him to stop his panic. He pulls out his phone and starts calling the necessary people. Meanwhile, I pull the guy up with a few heaving pulls until he's finally within reach. I grab him under his arms and pull him inside the building. By the time I get him in, Mike finishes his calls. I unravel my scarf from around his waist and adjust my grip to hold him bridal style. What did they say? I ask, turning to Mike. The police will be here in 15 minutes, and Nezu will meet us after his meeting. Where are we taking him? I'll take him to the infirmary, but did you see where that file went? I scan around the hall. Here it is, Mike replies, pointing to the file scattered across the floor. We make our way over, and Mike picks up the file case, reading the label. What did he want with our villain file case? We'll have to ask him when he wakes up, but let's take him to Recovery Girl. Mike hums in agreement, and we head to Recovery Girl's office with the Vigilante and file in hand. Time skipped to Recovery Girl's office. What did you do to the poor guy? He looks like he got hit by a truck, Recovery Girl yells after hitting us upside the head. We didn't mean to, but he wouldn't come peacefully, so we had to fight, and he may or may not have been thrown into a wall twice and knocked out of a window, Mike quickly explains, sounding guilty. Why did I get hit? I wasn't the one who knocked him out the window, I protest. Because you didn't stop him. Now place Wanderer on the bed and get out of my way, she orders. I comply, not wanting to get hit again, and gently place him on the bed. Now out. Out, she shooed us away. We try to protest, but in the end, we lose that battle and wait outside the infirmary for Tsukachi and Nezu. Time skip. Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business, Nezu inquires. Tio defeat the Huns, Mike sings. Ao mine, Mike mutters. Back on track, we stand outside the infirmary waiting for Recovery Girl to let us in to see Wanderer. So, what exactly happened? Tsukachi demands tiredly. I'm on my third cup of coffee, so Mike replies for both of us. To sum it up, the Wanderer snuck into the school and tried to steal this file. Mike holds up the file for everyone to see. Do you know why he wanted the file? Tsukachi questions, looking confused. No, we didn't do creak. You can come in now. I patched him up but he's still unconscious, Recovery Girl interrupted. We all turned around to find Recovery Girl in the doorway looking frustrated. We followed her back into the room, and inside, the bed where I had placed the Vigilante was now covered by a curtain. Recovery Girl made her way over to the curtain and pulled it back, revealing the Vigilante. He looked better than before, but his shirt was replaced with white bandages covering his entire torso and both arms. What puzzled me was that his helmet was still on. He has 3 broken ribs and bruises everywhere, along with some cuts from the window shattering, Recovery Girl informed us. Why is his helmet still on? I asked, bewildered. I thought you guys would want to unmask him yourselves, Recovery Girl shrugged. Who should unmask him? I wondered aloud. I'll do it, Tsukachi answered. He slowly made his way over to the side of the bed, looking up at us with a determined expression. He muttered, "Time to see who you are." Gently, he placed his hands on both sides of the helmet and slowly lifted it up to reveal. Green hair? He's a kid. Mike yelled in shock, accidentally amplifying his voice. Right before me was a kid the same age as my students, with green fluffy hair, freckles scattered across his cheeks, dark circles under his eyes, and a bandage on his right cheek. He looked so peaceful, nothing like I had imagined him without his mask. I know we suspected it, but I didn't think I was right, Tsukachi huffed in shock. I was too stunned to do anything. My thoughts were racing. He's a kid. Oh my gosh, he's a kid. I've been chasing a kid for over 3 years. He's been doing this for 3 years. Didn't he serve me coffee a couple of months back? How? My thoughts were interrupted by a soft groan. Izuku's PV, Ughaghai groaned, waking up to an unbearable noise. What is that sound? I hissed in annoyance. I turned to my side, covering my ears with the pillow in one hand, while with the other I searched for my alarm clock. As I tried to find it, I froze as the past events rushed back. I bolted up in bed, my eyes wide with realization. In front of me were a shocked Eraserhead, present Mike, and a small mouse bear creature. To my side was a stunned detective and who I assumed was Recovery Girl. I reached up and touched my face. My face. That meant I didn't have my helmet on, and they now knew my identity. I fell back onto the bed in defeat, laying one arm across my eyes, waiting for them to recover from their shock. After a minute or two, they finally started to snap out of it. "How old are you?" An all-too-familiar voice, belonging to Eraserhead, asked. A smirk appeared on my face as I replied, 15. The detective cleared his throat before asking, "Can we ask you some questions?" "Sure, why not?" "It's not like I can escape anyway," I muttered, sitting up to face everyone. "Okay, what's your name?" "Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya." "The kid that went missing 4 years ago?" "The one and only," I replied, gesturing to myself. "Why are that kid I found all those years ago in that closet?" Eraserhead stated, looking paler than usual. I glared at him in response. "What's your quirk?" the detective asked, getting back on track. I looked him dead in the eye with a smile and replied without blinking, "I'm quirkless." Their reactions were the same, shock. Is that true?" Mike asked, bewildered. "He wasn't lying, I've been using my quirk on him the whole time," the detective informed them. "Why did you try stealing files from UA?" the detective continued. "Because I wanted them, they were a potential lead," I declared. "Who are you trying to track down that would be in the villain case file?" "You're the detective, that's your job to find out," I replied rudely. "I'm not answering any more of your questions." I wondered if hitting one of them upside the head would get me into more trouble than I was already in. "Well, since he won't answer any more of my questions, you're up, Nezu sir," the detective sighed as he moved to stand next to Eraserhead, who wore a blank expression. Next, the little bear mouse creature, who I guessed was Nezu, walked up to the front of my bed. He wore a casual smile, his hands behind his back in a suit. "Hello, Midoriya. My name is Nezu, and I'm the principal of UA. I have an offer for you," he stated. "What does the principal of the school I just broke into want with me? Maybe to press charges?" "I'll hear you out," I replied curiously. "Right now, you have many charges against you for being a vigilante, which could lead to years in prison. However, there's another option. You have demonstrated extraordinary skill for being quirkless and have proven you can hold your own against villains and heroes. I would like to offer you the chance to become a student at my school and join the hero course class of 1A. He stated confidently. "He wants me to do what now?" I stared at him in disbelief before snapping out of my shock and considering the offer that had just been presented to me. It's not that bad of an offer if you think about it. I can't complete my goal from jail, so that's out of the question. If I take the other offer, I'll probably be watched, but I could still get the information I need if I plan carefully. Plus, I would have access to the school since I would be a student, giving me more information in the long run. But who would want the job of watching me of all people? "Problem child, you're mumbling and it's creepy." "Cut it out," Eraserhead said, successfully stopping my mumbling. "Sorry, habit." "And problem child? Really?" I replied, incredulous. I received a glare in response. I let out a tired sigh and faced my soon-to-be principal. "I'll be a student at your school." "Oh goody, I was hoping you would say that," he said while clapping before turning to the detective. "Oh, and detective, I'll take care of all the paperwork and give it to you tomorrow." The detective nodded in agreement before bidding farewell and leaving to take care of other matters. "Oh, I almost forgot. To answer your question of who will be watching over you, you will be living with Eraserhead," the principal said cheerfully. "What? Really?" Izuku's POV. The next day, UA has done the impossible. I'm officially bored out of my mind. Let's recap the last 24 hours. Last night, I snuck into UA to get some files and got captured. They did all the normal questioning, and then they kept me overnight in the infirmary because of my injuries. It's early in the morning when Eraserhead comes to get me, and I'm already awake when he enters. Not like I was sleeping anyway. Here I am, just lying in bed staring at the ceiling, when Eraserhead makes his presence known. I looked up and had to hold back my laughter when I saw him. His expression was priceless. He looked like he had been through a lot, which isn't surprising considering he has to watch me. "Time to leave, problem child." Mick's waiting in the car outside. I huffed out a sigh, got out of bed, and wordlessly walked over to him, not putting up much of a fight. He raised an eyebrow in question but didn't say anything and just started walking to the front door. I obediently followed him. Not long after that, I could hear someone blasting Disney songs and someone singing, or was it yelling? Eraserhead and I made it out of the building, and we started making our way to the car that was blasting Disney music. I stopped abruptly and just stared at Eraserhead's back as he kept walking. "You have got to be kidding me?" I uttered in disbelief. He just kept walking as he shouted, "And he speaks." Knowing that was the best answer I was going to get, I quickened my pace to catch up with him. The walk to the car wasn't that far, and before I knew it, I was being ushered inside. I hadn't been in a moving vehicle since I was about 10, so naturally, I instantly buckled my seatbelt as tight as it could go. I looked up to see both pro heroes staring at me like I was crazy. "What?" I questioned. "Nothing," Eraserhead exclaimed, starting to drive down the road and finally turning down the music. "We should probably tell you our real names, so you don't have to call us by our hero names anymore, little listener. Hisashi Yamada, also known as Zashi to friends, and Eraserhead is Shoyuta Aizawa," I interrupted, blankly staring out the window. "How did you know that?" Yamada exclaimed in shock. "Like how I get all my information, I informed them." I turned to look at them and replied matter-of-factly, "Actually, tell the principal that he really needs to update the school's security system because it literally took me less than a minute to hack and get access to all the files." "You did what now?" Aizawa exclaimed, almost hitting a lamp-post in the process. "Keep your eyes on the road." I yelled at him, gripping the door for dear life. "How else did you think I knew about those files?" "It does make sense, Yamada mused. After that little ordeal, I looked back out the window and watched as the buildings blurred by, letting my mind wander. This reminds me of the time when the detective drove me to the orphanage. How ironic. Why was I so stupid and got caught? I bet this will be just like when I was at the orphanage. I could just gain their trust and then escape. Then realization hit me. My warehouse, I thought in disappointment, mentally face-palming. I turned back to the front to get their attention, already knowing I was going to regret this in the future, and asked, "Can we stop somewhere before we get to your place?" "Depends why," Eraserhead said, looking at me through the rearview mirror. "It's my place, and I don't think you want to buy unnecessary things for me," I replied with a hint of sass. "Fine, where is it?" he sighed. Time skipped to the base. When he parked the car, I quickly got out and made my way to the door. I heard footsteps behind me but paid them no mind as I opened the doors. "Home, sweet home," I said fondly. I went over to my dresser and started packing my clothes into my old duffel bag. "How long have you been living here, little listener?" Yamada asked, amazed. "Well, I ran away when I was 11, so about 4 or 5 years, I replied as I finished packing. I moved to the bathroom to gather my hygiene items. While packing my toothbrush, I noticed some blades to the right. In a hasty decision, I packed those as well in a side pocket. After zipping up my bag, I headed to the main room. I placed my bag by the front door and looked up to see where my babysitters were. What I saw horrified me. "Don't touch that!" I shouted. They jumped back in fright. Yamada's hand was about to grab a picture of my mom and Aizawa. I stormed over, gently picked up the picture, and turned to them. "You do not get to touch anything on this desk without my permission, or you'll deeply regret it," I hissed in anger. I didn't give them a chance to respond and returned to packing. After about 20 minutes, I had my clothes, bathroom supplies, electronics, suit, weapons, and the picture of my mom all packed and ready to go. Shortly after, we were back in the car heading to my new home. Time skipped to Aizawa's apartment. Standing before me was a nice-looking apartment complex. I had expected something more luxurious, considering Aizawa's pro-hero salary. I grabbed all my bags and followed them to Aizawa's room. We took the elevator to the 6th floor, turned right, and Aizawa stopped in front of door number. He opened the door and gestured for me to go in. I awkwardly stepped inside and set my bags down by the door, and they followed. Just as I was about to turn around, a fluffy white ball jumped onto my face, obscuring my vision. With a yelp, I tried to pull it off, but it held on tighter, digging its claws in deeper. "What the heck?" I screamed, muffled by the fluff. Finally, I managed to yank it off, and I got a good look at the creature that had startled me. It was a cat. I noticed Yamada laughing while Aizawa tried to hide his giggles. My face flushed with embarrassment, so I glared at them. "What is this thing?" I growled, only making Yamada laugh harder. Aizawa walked over, took the cat from my hands, and began to pet it like it was his child. "This troublemaker is my pet cat, Snow," he chuckled. Yamada was rolling on the ground in laughter. "You should have warned me you had a cat here," I exclaimed. "It slipped my mind, not a big deal," he shrugged, heading down the hall. "Anyway, where's the room I'm going to be staying in?" I asked, picking up my things to follow Aizawa. "This way, problem child," he said, gesturing for me to follow him. As I walked down the hall, I noticed many pictures of him and Yamada together. Is my theory about them dating true? I thought mischievously. Aizawa stopped in front of a door to our right and walked in, and I followed. Inside, I saw a bare room with a bed, dresser, desk, and a door that I assumed led to the bathroom. "This will be your room for as long as you are staying here," he mumbled before leaving me alone. I closed the door and began unpacking. I approached the dresser first with my duffel bag. The dresser had 3 drawers. I placed my pajamas, socks, and underwear in the top drawer, hiding one of my daggers on the side. The second drawer was for my long-sleeved shirts, and the last drawer was for my briefs, where I placed another hidden dagger. Once I finished with my clothes, I moved to the desk and set up my monitors and systems. I lined up 3 screens in a row, placing my keyboard and mouse in front. I gently set my mom's photo beside the keyboard and smiled at it before getting back to work. I went to the already made bed and tucked my weapons and vigilante suit underneath. I need to remember to ask Aizawa what happened to my helmet, I thought. Not giving that my attention anymore, I make my way over to the bathroom and start to put the last of my things away. I place my shampoo, conditioner, and body wash on the ledge of the bathtub. Next, I set my toothbrush and toothpaste on the counter along with my med kit. Last but not least, I hide my razor under the sink, securing it with a little tape. After I'm done unpacking, Yamada calls me down for dinner. I walk out of my room to head to the kitchen, where I find Yamada at the dinner table while Aizawa finishes up dinner. I sit down at the table across from Yamada and start a conversation. "So, Yamada, are you and Aizawa together?" I ask, catching him off guard. The only response I get is him spitting out his drink before he manages to reply. "You can call me Mike or Zashi, no need to be so formal, but what would give you that idea?" he asks, a hint of worry in his voice. "Oh, I don't know, maybe because you two live together, or maybe the fact that you go everywhere together, or maybe it's because of all the pictures hanging up in the hallway," I say blankly. "Is it really that obvious?" Mike asks, blushing. "Yeah," I say, amused, watching the flustered man in front of me. "Okay, enough with that. And yes, we're dating," Aizawa replies as he sets down all the plates for dinner. He takes a seat next to Mike, and after we say thanks, we start eating. About halfway through the meal, I remember what I was going to ask Aizawa. "Oh yeah, when will I get my helmet and staff back?" I say curiously. He looks up from his meal and answers, "You'll get it back on Monday when you go to class." "Also, what am I supposed to do about my job at the cafe?" I question. "You'll have to quit now that you're going to UA. You won't have time to work anymore," Aizawa answers. I hum in response, satisfied that I will get my gear back but not thrilled about going to school again and quitting my job. After that, we don't talk much, just some questions here and there. Once dinner is over, I say my goodnights and head to my room, not wanting to socialize anymore, and I spend the rest of the night researching my future classmates. They didn't check on me through the night, so I was undisturbed until the next morning. Here I am standing in my bathroom, staring at a UA uniform. "I'm so going to regret this," I mumble. It's currently 5 in the morning on a Monday, and I'm getting ready for school. I strip off my pajamas and start the shower before stepping in. I let the water rain down on my body, soaking up the warmth. Why did things have to go so wrong? I'm going to school again, after 4 or 5 years. Not only that, but now I live with 2 pro heroes. Great, just great. I can't even run away properly, I think bitterly. I let out a sigh and start to wash my hair with strawberry-scented shampoo and conditioner. Once I rinse all the product out, I wash my body. After I'm done, I turn off the water and step out, wrapping a towel around my waist. I avoid looking in the mirror, not wanting to see the disappointment and scars on my body. I run my hand underneath the sink, trying to find the blade I taped there. My fingers brush over it, and I grab it gently. I place my arm over the sink and press the blade down on my skin, letting it glide across. I watch as the red liquid slides down my arm. I make several more cuts before switching to the other arm, marking my failures. I clean off the blade and dry it before taping it back under the sink. I run my arms under cold water and clean my wounds with disinfectant spray, patting them dry with a towel before wrapping them tightly with clean bandages. Once I know the bandages are secure, I start to get dressed in my uniform. I pull on the breathes and button up the white shirt. I see a red tie and spend a good 5 minutes trying to tie it before finally getting it right. I throw on the blazer and walk out of the bathroom toward my desk to check my phone. It's a little over 6 in the morning. I grab my bag and head out to the living room, where I find Mike drinking coffee with too much creamer at the table and Aizawa making breakfast while sipping his own coffee. I walk over to the counter and pour myself a cup of coffee. No sugar, no cream, just the way I like it. How can you and Sho drink that stuff? Mike asks, disgust evident in his voice. Because it's bitter, like our souls, I reply, taking a sip. Mike shivers in response before taking a drink of his milk-flavored coffee. I take a seat across from him at the table, already feeling done with the day, and it just started. Do I have to go to school? I whine. Yes, that was the deal, problem child, Aizawa muttered. But I don't even remember what it's like to be at school. Wait, when was the last time you went to school? Mike asked curiously. I don't know, maybe 4 or was it 5 years ago, I admitted. What? Mike yelled, knocking over his chair and startling me. You're telling me you haven't been to school since you were 11? Yeah, pretty much. Once I ran away, people could have found me in the school system if I went, and I just never liked school in the first place. So I just never went after that, I replied casually as I finished off my coffee. Mike continued to stare at me in disbelief, only stopping when Aizawa placed food down on the table. We can't change what happened in the past, but we can try to fix it, starting with you going to school again. Now eat, we have to leave soon. There are some things I have to do before my class starts, Aizawa stated before sitting down next to Mike to eat. By the time we left, I had barely eaten anything and was dreading my life even more. Instead of taking the car to school, we were walking since the place was only 10 minutes away. While we walked, Mike was talking Aizawa's ear off while I walked in front of them with my head down, dreading the idea of going back to the place I called hell. I didn't have much of a choice in the matter, though. Time skipped to UA, Aizawa's POV. I still couldn't get over the fact that Wanderer was a 15-year-old boy who hadn't been to school in 5 years. Over the years that I've been chasing him, I've started to care for the boy. Right now, Mike went to his class to teach, and I was in the teacher's lounge with the problem child. When we first got here, we received many questions about him, but we all agreed to keep his past on the down low. So we ignored them. Class was going to start soon, so I had to make my way down there any minute now. I got out of my bright yellow sleeping bag and motioned for the problem child to follow. Come on, kid, it's time for you to meet your new classmates, I said, my voice laced with tardiness. He got up off the sofa and followed me, looking around. This place doesn't look half bad now that I get a good look at it and not trying to steal something, he mused. Hey, don't say that stuff here, especially in the classroom. We agreed to keep your night job a secret, I reminded him. Yeah, I know. I could already hear my classroom, and I was still a hall down. I turned left at the corner and saw that the only door open was my classroom. I stopped short and turned around to look at the kid. Izuku was looking around the halls with a bored expression, as if he could be doing better things at the moment. He stopped when he realized I had halted. Okay, so this is how it's going to go. I'm going to enter the classroom first to explain that we have a new transfer student. Then I'll call you in and have you answer any questions the students might have. Don't forget, don't tell anyone about your vigilantism, I said sternly, not wanting the kid to get into any more trouble than he already had. Got it, Chief, he replied with a salute. I shook my head at his ridiculousness and headed to my class. The class quieted down when they saw I had entered the room. I stood in front of my desk and grabbed the students' attention. Okay class, today is going to be a bit different. Today we are getting a transfer student. What are they like? They must be powerful if they're transferring into this class. Who are they? Quiet down, I demanded, using my quirk. They instantly stopped the chatter. Now stop asking me questions about them, and just ask him yourself. Get in here, problem child. Izuku's POV. I was looking around the hall, taking in all the details and planning escape routes, the usual. This place wasn't half bad actually, there were security cameras everywhere, and the halls had an amazing view of the city. The doors were also all the way up to the ceiling. I guess the school was prepared for everything. I was knocked out of my thoughts when I heard Aizawa call me into the class. I stuffed my hands inside my pockets and casually strolled into the classroom with my head down, dreading the interaction that was about to come. I walked over to stand next to Aizawa before looking up to greet the class. Hi, my name's Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. I got cut off when I heard a chair get knocked over and someone say a name I thought I would never hear again. Deku. I turned my head to the right and saw Kaken, with his chair knocked over and hope written all over his face. Hi, Kaken, I said with a grim smile. Before I could say anything more, I was engulfed in a bone-crushing hug. With the sudden touch of someone else, my mind went haywire, and I did the only reasonable thing I could think of. I twirled out of his grasp, gripping one of his arms, and with all my strength, I flipped him over my shoulder. I looked down at him, and he was completely dazed by the sudden movement. I let go of his wrist and said with a sheepish smile, "Sorry about that, I don't do hugs and you caught me off guard." "Bakugo, please take your seat, and problem child, don't do that again," Aizawa said, already done with my antics. Kaken stood up in a daze and headed over to sit down at his desk, while I remained at the front of the room, unsure of what to do. With all that out of the way, how about the students ask some questions now? Aizawa suggested. All my new classmates raised their hands in sync, which kind of freaked me out, though I wouldn't admit it out loud. I pointed to a guy with yellow hair and a lightning bolt through it, known as Denki Kaminari, whose quirk was electricity. I had done my fair share of research on my classmates before coming here. "What's your quirk?" he asked excitedly. "Pass," I shrugged, already bored. "What do you mean pass?" he asked, confused. "It means I don't want to answer the question, you'll have to find out my quirk on your own." I pointed to the next person, a girl with pink hair, Mina Ashido, whose quirk was acid. "How do you know Bakugo?" she asked with curiosity. "Childhood friends," I replied vaguely. I then pointed to a very stiff guy, Tenya Ida, whose quirk was engine. "Why did you attack a classmate? That is very disrespectful of you." These types always got on my nerves, acting all high and mighty. "Technically, I didn't attack him, it was self-defense because he came at me without warning," I said as calmly as possible before moving on to the next question. "Okay class, enough questions for now. You can ask more in your free time, but I have to start class." "Izuku, you can sit behind Bakugo," Aizawa said tiredly. I took my seat and listened to the lesson for about 30 seconds before I started thinking about where I would be having lunch and wondering how much freedom I would have under the watchful eyes of my teachers. Bakugo's POV. This can't be real. I have to be dreaming. There is no way that Deku is here, but he is. Sitting behind me is a small green-haired boy with big emerald eyes, just how I remember him from all those years ago. But there's something wrong with him. Why did he react like that when I tried to give him a hug, and why does he seem so distant? What happened to him when he disappeared for all those years, and how did he get into UA? All these thoughts raced through my head as Aizawa was teaching. I didn't even notice the bell rang until Kaminari snapped me out of my thoughts. "Bakugo, come on, it's time for lunch." "And why would I eat lunch with you extras?" I snapped at him and the people waiting for us behind him. "Come on. Let's go before all the tables are taken, and maybe we can invite Midoriya too," Kaminari suggested. I got up with a grunt, knowing he wouldn't give up, and followed them to the cafeteria. "I hope Midoriya is in the cafeteria." As soon as the bell rang, he was out of the classroom in a flash, Mina said to the group. "Yeah, oh Bakugo, What was up with you when that new kid came into the room, and why did he react like that? Kaminari asked without a care in the world. It was nothing. I knew him when we were younger, and I don't know why he reacted that way. But I'm sure as hell going to get answers, I muttered, mostly to myself. We made it to the cafeteria, but Deku wasn't anywhere to be found. Ah, he's not here. I was looking forward to being friends with him, Mina whined. I sighed in annoyance and made my way over to our usual table. We ate like any normal day and talked about the usual, but I wasn't paying attention. I was still thinking about Deku, but one thing was clear. I was going to find out what happened to him these past 11 years, and he wasn't going to avoid talking to me easily. Izuku's POV. The bell for lunch finally rang, releasing me from my boredom. I was about to leave to eat lunch. On the roof when a scarf wrapped around my torso, stopping me from walking any farther. I heard footsteps from behind me, and the scarf loosened as they got closer, only to be replaced by a hand on my shoulder. Not so fast, problem child, you're coming with me, my sleep-deprived teacher said. Not wanting to cause a scene, I followed him without complaint. We were following the crowd to the cafeteria when Aizawa opened the door to our right and dragged me in with him. Inside, I saw a bunch of pro-heroes lounging around, either eating, talking, or grading papers. Why am I here? I asked skeptically. I don't trust you enough to let you roam around without supervision, so by bringing you here, I know you won't try anything. Now sit down and don't cause trouble, he sternly replied, already done with my antics. I walked over to the couch in the corner of the room and jumped on it, landing belly first. It wasn't the softest, but it was still comfortable. As I'm face down on the couch, I can feel all the eyes and unspoken questions in the room. Are you going to keep staring, or are you going to ask your questions already? I mumble, already getting tired of the stares. They were startled when they heard my statement, not expecting me to notice their poor attempts at being stealthy. Who are you? A female voice chimes in, and I recognize it as the hero Midnight. None of your business, I reply, feeling weary. If I'm being honest, I really don't want to talk to anyone right now, especially knowing that I'll probably be asked more questions from my classmates. I hear a tired sigh from behind me before Aizawa answers her question. His name is Izuku Midoriya, and he's the new transfer student in my class. I thought that was a joke when I heard the rumor. I didn't think they were serious, she replies, her voice laced with shock. Yup, and he's even more of a problem child than my other students, Aizawa sighs. So, Midoriya, how did you get into the hero course through transfer? You must be happy to have the chance to become a hero, she asks curiously. That gets on my nerves a little. Why does every person automatically think I want to be a hero? Not every kid wants to, some just want to live a normal life. I lift myself into a sitting position and turn my head to look at Midnight. Everyone stops what they're doing, sensing a menacing aura, only to realize it's coming from me. I glare at Midnight. You don't need to know why I'm here, just that I am and I don't want to be. Don't assume that I want to be a hero because I'd rather not be one, but I still have unfinished business to do, and this was the best option I had. I keep glaring at her until I feel a sharp pain in my head, realizing Aizawa has tapped me. Stop that, problem child. Just like that, the tension dissipates. Before anyone can comment on what just happened, the door flies open to reveal a yelling Mike. I got food. Mike hands Aizawa and me food, not reading the room whatsoever, and begins eating. Everyone else starts to get back to what they were doing before my little scene. Before I know it, the bell rings for lunch to end, and I've barely eaten anything. I head back to the classroom before Aizawa, hoping to avoid more questions, and when I get there, everyone just stares at me as I sit at my desk. I can tell they have unasked questions, but they don't get a chance to act on them because our teacher comes in to start the lesson. To my surprise, our teacher is Present Mike, who's teaching English. Great, both of my babysitters are my teachers. It can't get any worse than this, I think grimly. I pull out a notebook labeled Quirk Analysis and start writing down all my classmates' quirks, including their strengths, weaknesses, and areas for improvement. My thoughts are interrupted when Mike asks me a question. Midoriya, what sentence has correct punctuation in it? I look up from my journal to find every pair of eyes on me. I glance at the board, which has 3 different examples, People used to call me Mr. Popularity in high school, but they were being ironic. Another name for secondary school is high school, and he was a real nerd in high school. I can't believe he's so handsome now. After reading the sentences over in my head, I go back to writing in my journal and reply, it's a trick question, none of them are wrong. That's absurd, the third example is wrong. You should use a semicolon instead of a dash, Ida argues. I'll let Mike explain why I'm right, Ida, I say half-heartedly while still writing. After that, Mike explains why I was correct, while I tune out his lesson and everyone again. Not long after, the bell dismisses us, finally ending school. I quickly pack up my belongings and make a beeline for the teacher's lounge, knowing I'll find a sleeping caterpillar there. I'm almost there when a hand grabs my shoulder. Not knowing who it is, I quickly grab the person's wrist and put them in an arm lock. Would you stop doing that, Deku? An angry voice shouts. I let go of the person, now known as Kaken, and he spins around to face me. Now that I get a good look at him, he doesn't look that bad. He still looks like he did when we were kids, but he's matured quite a bit. He has a sharp jawline, and his muscles are defined enough that I can see them through his clothes. All in all, he's more handsome now. But time to get back on task. What do you want, Kaken? I want to know what happened to you all those years ago. After your birthday, you just vanished. Now tell me what happened, he says forcefully, the kind of tone that tells you he won't stop until he gets answers. I let out a heavy sigh. I moved away, I simply say. If you moved away, then Aunt Inko would have stayed in contact with Mom, so what happened? And when did you start cursing? I knew he wouldn't give up until he had the full answer. Look, a lot of terrible things happened that day that I'd rather not talk about, and my life has only gotten worse since then. So if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. Tell the class I'm not here to make friends, they'll only be disappointed when I leave after I get what I want. I informed him as I continued to make my way to the teacher's lounge to get out of there. It's been a couple of days since I've been at you, and let me tell you, it's been absolutely hell. Not only do I have my two guardians breathing down my neck, but also the students. They keep trying to be friends with me even though I make it very obvious that I don't like them. It was a typical school day when we were informed that we had hero training in the afternoon with a new teacher. I was just minding my own business, writing plans in my journal, when I heard pounding coming from the hallway. I closed my notebook and peered at the door, thinking of everything that could go wrong. Slam. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person, a very enthusiastic All Might yelled. You have got to be kidding me, All Might, seriously, I thought disappointingly. As he went over what we'll be doing in class today, I just stared at him blankly. Okay class, today you will be doing hero training at one of the fake cities. I'll explain more when we get there, so suit up and meet me at City B, he finished, glancing my way as he spoke. Out of nowhere, suitcases emerged from the wall, each marked with numbers up to I grabbed my numbered suitcase and made my way to the locker rooms to change. I walked over to a random locker as the other students started walking in. I opened the case and grinned at what I saw inside, an all-black, long-sleeve, close-fitting shirt with black breathes and my staff with some smoke bombs. How they got my uniform, I had no idea, but at least I knew how to use it. I stripped off my shirt and grabbed my long sleeve when I heard a gasp. Whoa, what happened, Midoriya? Kirishima exclaimed, grabbing a few people's attention in the process. I looked down and realized he was talking about the scars on my body and the bandages on my arms and torso. I threw on my shirt and breathes before replying, none of your business. With that said, I strapped on my belt with my weapons and headed out of the changing room to the fake city. It was another 5 minutes before the rest of the class arrived, and All Might explain the exercise in more detail. Now that you're all here, the training exercise is a hero versus villain assignment, where you'll be paired in teams of 2. 2 teams of 2 will face off against each other, one being the hero team and the other the villain team. The hero's objective is to either secure the villains or the weapon before time runs out, while the villains have to capture the heroes or protect the weapon until time runs out, he explained to the class. Shortly after, we were all grouped into our teams, and I was paired with a girl named Uraraka in Team D. She had short brown hair and pink cheeks, and her hero costume was a skin-tight pink and black suit. Her quirk was gravity. She could make things float by touching them and release them by pressing her fingers together. All Might grabbed our attention and randomly chose matches from boxes, and my team was up against Team G, Kaken's team. Kaken and Ida, his teammate, went into the building first because they were the villains and needed to set up base, so Uraraka and I waited outside the doors. "My name is Uraraka, by the way, so what's the plan?" she asked determinedly. "You already know me, and the plan is to stick together and make our way to the bomb. It'll probably be on the top floor, and Kaken will most likely go after me first and ignore his teammate." After I said the plan, we got the go-ahead to start, and we headed into the building. I put my finger to my lips as a sign for Uraraka to be quiet and silently walked through the halls. I peered around each corner to make sure the coast was clear before advancing. It went on like this for a while before we heard talking around a corner, Kaken. I looked back at Uraraka and motioned for her to keep going and find the bomb, only to realize she had no idea what I was saying. "I'll distract Kaken, you go find the bomb," I whispered. She nodded and did as I said, leaving me to deal with Kaken. I continued toward the sound of his voice until I was just one turn away from him. I could hear that he was arguing with his partner about sticking together before taking out his earpiece. "Where are you? I want answers, and you're going to give them to me," he shouted. Not wanting to deal with his shouting for more than I had to, I reached for my staff and rounded the corner to come face to face with him. "There you are," he said. "Hi Kaken, how have you been?" I replied back while spinning my staff around. "Tell me what happened to you. This is the last time I'm going to ask nicely. What happened on the night of your birthday? Why didn't you ever call? I thought you were gone, so what happened?" he says, frustration evident in his voice. "Then I guess you're going to have to get aggressive with me because I'm not telling you anything," I reply, taking a fighting stance. In an instant, everything I've been through over the past 4 years floods back to me. Kaken lunges at me with a right hook, and I grab his arm, using his momentum to flip him onto his back. Almost immediately, he's back on his feet, this time more cautious in his attacks. I decide to strike first, staying low to the ground as I charge at him with my staff ready. He counters my attack with an explosion that knocks me back a few feet. He then propels himself upward with another explosion, flinging himself behind me. He's faster than I anticipated and sends an explosion toward my back, slamming me into the wall. What is it with Kaken and explosions? I think, getting back into my fighting stance. I pull a smoke bomb from my pocket and throw it down, creating a smoke screen. Seizing the opportunity, I quietly maneuver around him. When I'm behind him, I strike him on the head hard enough to make him stumble. I quickly pull out the capture tape and wrap it around his wrist and up his arms until his elbows. He tries to move but realizes he's restrained and turns to see the tape. He growls at me as I wave before making my escape to find Uraraka. I locate her on the 5th floor, peering through a door, where I think I hear someone talking. I approach from behind and accidentally startle her, placing my hand over her mouth to keep her quiet. Inside the room, I see Ida talking to himself while guarding the bomb. He's well prepared. From what I can see, there's nothing Uraraka can use with her quirk. I glance back at Uraraka and mouth, "On my signal, we go together." She nods in agreement. I turn back to the door, grab another smoke bomb, and throw it into the room, startling Ida. We rush in, staying on the outskirts as the smoke begins to dissipate faster than I'd like. We've only made it halfway across the room when Ida spots us. "Go for the bomb." "I've got him." I yell at Uraraka. I charge toward Ida, swinging my staff, but he evades it and kicks me in the back. I recover quickly and rush at him again. Anticipating his next move, I swing my staff to the right, hitting my mark on Ida's side. Just as I push him back, I hear the buzzer go off announcing, "Hero team wins." I holster my staff and make my way out of the building. As I enter the viewing room, students surround me with questions. "How did you do that?" "You defeated Bakugo, that's so impressive." "Did you even use your quirk?" I ignore their inquiries and head to a chair to watch the rest of the matches, jotting down notes on what I think will be useful in the future. The class isn't bad with their quirks. The ones to watch out for are Todoroki, Momo, and Tokoyami. Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero, has excellent control over his ice quirk but doesn't use his fire side. I suspect he also knows how to fight well. Momo can create anything she understands the components of, and while I think she might be good at hand-to-hand combat, I don't have enough evidence to confirm that. Lastly, Tokoyami has a strong dark shadow but is vulnerable to light, and I doubt he excels in hand-to-hand combat. Aside from those three, the rest are manageable, except for Kaken, who is a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. After the matches conclude, the day ends, and we prepare to go home. I have to wait for Aizawa to finish his work before I can head to the apartment and dive into my projects. As I step outside, I'm met with a sea of reporters blocking the school entrance. I've been observing them with Aizawa, who is dealing with students being stopped and questioned about All Might and the rumors circulating. I am not dealing with them, I mutter, turning to walk in the other direction. Hey, where are you going? Aizawa calls after me. If you want to handle the press, be my guest, but I'm not. I'm going in through the side, I reply over my shoulder. I sense him hesitate for a moment before following closely behind me. It doesn't take long to reach the side of the gate closest to the teacher's lounge. I abruptly stop when I get to my destination, causing Aizawa to almost run into me, but he steps to the side just in time. I look back at him to see confusion on his face. If you use your scarf, we can scale the wall and get to the other side, I clarify. Since we have our IDs, the alarms shouldn't sound when we cross over. He nods in understanding before throwing his scarf over the wall and onto a branch. After giving it a quick tug, he deems it safe to start climbing. He gestures for me to go first, and he follows after me. How did you learn to do this? Aizawa curiously inquires. We reach the top of the wall and jump down to the other side, landing in a crouch. In one swift motion, Aizawa has his scarf around his neck again. From trying to escape my tormentors, I reply with a grim smile, walking away toward the classroom and leaving him to ponder my words. When I enter the classroom, everyone is talking about the reporters blocking the gate and how long it took them to get past. I ignore them and head to my seat, but I'm interrupted by Kirishima. Hey Midoriya, how did you get past the reporters? I didn't, I went around. What do you mean? Uraraka interjects. I glance over at the group, seeing their curious expressions. It means I avoided them and jumped over the wall to get in. You did what? Ida exclaims, hands chopping in the air. That is not how a student and future hero should act. You should have faced the press head-on like the rest of us did. Whoever said I wanted to be a hero? Just because you feel obligated to deal with the press doesn't mean I do. There's also a thing called an underground hero, like Aizawa-sensei, who doesn't have to deal with the press. I interrupt him. What do you mean? Don't you want to be a hero? Isn't that why you're in the hero course? Kaminari asks. You don't need to understand, but you might want to quiet down. Aizawa is coming. After I say that, everyone rushes to their seats, and not a second later, Aizawa walks into the room. Alright class, today we need to pick a class president and vice president. I don't care how you pick, just do it. Wake me up after. With that, Aizawa goes to the corner of the room and falls asleep in his sleeping bag. The classroom erupts into chatter as people express their longing to be class president. This continues for a while before Ida interrupts. Fellow students, we should decide this in a civil and calm way, he says, raising his hand. Why don't we vote? Whoever gets the most votes will be president, Mina suggests. Everyone agrees, and we each receive a slip of paper to write down our choice and turn it in at the front of the class. In the end, when everything is counted, Ida is president and Momo is vice president, which I think fits perfectly. Once we finish voting, Aizawa wakes up from his nap and starts teaching the lesson. I can feel the questions my classmates want to ask from before class, and a certain pair of ruby-red eyes glances at me every so often. Aizawa's POV. I've got to admit, the kid is smart, I say to Mike as he hands me a cup of coffee. Problem child, he helped me avoid the press at the front gate by jumping the wall on the side, I explain. He looks up at me in surprise. Really? It's that bad out there? Yeah, but after we made it over the wall, he said something that's been bothering me. What's that? Well, I asked him how he learned to scale a wall, and he said it was from trying to escape his tormentors. Worry crosses my face. What does he mean by that? And as much as I don't want to admit it, I care about the kid. I don't know, we'll have to ask him about it when we get home, Mike says, hugging me. We're interrupted by the bell ringing for the first PRD, and we gather our things for class. Mike kisses my forehead before we part ways, and I enter my classroom with a tired expression to teach the kids. Izuku's POV. Here I am, in the lunchroom surrounded by my classmates at a table. Just 5 minutes ago, the lunch bell rang, and my classmates ambushed me. They were discussing the reporters outside. How do heroes deal with them all the time? Uraraka asks, looking flustered. Yeah, I know what you mean. It took me forever just to get past them, Mina adds. I wonder how the Wanderer has been able to evade them for so many years, Kaminari muses, and everyone agrees. My head shoots up at the sudden topic change. Why are they talking about me? I think shucked. Isn't he so cool? He saved my friend once, a couple of months back, Kaminari adds. Why are you praising him? Ida says. He is a menace to hero society. He's a downright villain if you ask me. He goes out and about helping people and using his quirk as he pleases, despite the law. But he saves people, Uraraka argues. He breaks the law though. If he wants to save people, then he can come to UA just like the rest of us and become a hero, Ida counters. Ida is starting to get on my nerves now. I may not be a hero, but I'm certainly not a villain. Okay, you have valid reasoning, but he is not a villain, I get interrupted. Level 3 security breach. Level 3 security breach. What's going on? Uraraka asks a third-year student. Someone's broken into the school. You need to evacuate, he yells as he runs to the doors. Panic erupts around me as everyone rushes toward the exit. I try to make my way through the crowd to the window, but I'm swept away in the chaos. Everyone is pushing and shoving, trying to get out as quickly as possible. My vision starts to blur, and it feels like my heart is racing. No, not now, I tell myself between breaths. Focus. Suddenly, I hit something solid when someone shoves me aside. I slide down the wall, wrapping my arms around my knees in an attempt to find some solace from the crowd. It feels like I'm being suffocated. No matter how much I breathe in, it still feels like I'm not getting enough air. Memories I've tried to forget resurface. Useless. Murder. You should just give up. All of a sudden, I feel someone wrap their arms around me. Instinctively, I try to fight my way out of their grasp, but they only tighten their hold. Stop fighting, Izuku, just breathe, they say soothingly. I stop struggling and look up to see a blurry figure with blonde hair and red eyes looking down at me. Without thinking, I throw myself at him and wrap my arms around him. Follow my breathing. In and out, he instructs gently in my ear. I focus on his breathing and try to copy him. Gradually, my breathing returns to normal and my vision clears. I look around and see that everyone has calmed down and is starting to disperse into their groups. I untangle myself from Kaken and mutter a small thank you before heading to class. Bakugo POV. How could there be a security breach at UA? Before I know it, I'm being pushed through the crowd by other students. I scan the area, hoping to find someone from my class, and spot a tuft of green hair being pulled along. I push my way through the crowd to reach Deku. When I find him, my heart sinks. He's huddled into a ball, struggling to breathe. I crouch down in front of him, unsure of what to do, and attempt to hug him. He struggles at first but then stops when he realizes it's me. I whisper calming words into his ear until he begins to relax. I faintly hear someone from my class shout something before the chaos subsides. Deku shakily stands up and thanks me before walking away. Later, I find out he went back to class. Izuku's POV. Later that day, we learn that it was reporters who broke in, but I don't believe it. How could a bunch of reporters break into UA, the most secure place in Japan? It just doesn't make sense. It also doesn't help that I had a panic attack during the break-in, and Kaken saw me in such a vulnerable state. If it weren't for him, I don't want to think about what could have happened. Because of the break-in, all the students got to leave early, except for me, as the teachers had to stay for a meeting. It wasn't until almost sundown that we were allowed to go home. I told Mike I wasn't hungry and headed to my room. I locked the door behind me and buried myself in research and hacking, desperately trying to rebuild my mental walls. Izuku's POV, it's finally Friday. I just have to deal with people for one more day before I can lock myself in my room for the next 48 hours. Right now, Class 1A is just hanging out in the classroom, chatting about who knows what, while I sit at my desk lost in thought. Everyone else has already forgotten about the security breach earlier this week, but I haven't. It still doesn't make sense to me. How could a group of reporters break into the most secure school? I looked at the breach site later that night, and it was disintegrated. How could reporters do that? I researched all the reporters near the school, but none of them have a quirk that could cause that kind of damage. So who broke into the school, and what did they want? From what I gathered, they didn't steal anything. I'm pulled from my thoughts when the classroom door slides open. All the students quickly return to their desks as Aizawa crawls to the front of the room in his sleeping bag. He unzips himself and steps out with papers in hand. Okay, class. Today we're going on a trip to an off-campus training facility known as the USJ, where you'll be doing rescue training. Please change into your hero costumes and meet me in front of the buses at the school in 10 minutes. After that, he clicks a button, and our suitcases holding our costumes slide out of the wall. He then walks out, presumably to the buses. I quickly make my way to the locker rooms and change my clothes before anyone arrives, not wanting to get questioned again. By the time everyone else arrives, I am holstering all my weapons. Not a minute later, I walk out of the locker room and head to the buses. When I get there, I am the first to arrive. I nod to Aizawa before boarding the bus and taking a window seat in the middle. People start to show up shortly after, and before I know it, everyone is on the bus and we are on the road. Not long after we start driving, the class begins to talk about their quirks. If I had to guess who was the strongest, it would either have to be Todoroki or Bakugo, though Bakugo does have a temper. Tsuyu adds her finger on her chin in thought. I don't have a temper. Kaken yells at her. I think you just proved her point, Kaminari remarks, only for Kaken to respond with a sharp retort. Man, they're going to have an easy time becoming pro-heroes with their flashy quirks. All I have is my hardening, Kirishima groans, activating his quirk as an example. Just because people have flashy quirks doesn't mean they'll be good pros, I mutter under my breath. Why would that be? Jiro questions, having heard me, which I should have guessed since her quirk has to do with sound. Now everyone is staring at me, confused because they didn't hear my earlier remark. With a sigh, I decide to speak up. I said just because people have flashy quirks doesn't mean they'll be good pros. To answer your question, Jiro, there are pros out there with flashy quirks, but that doesn't make them good or even likable. Take Endeavor, for example. He has a flashy quirk and defeats opponents, but he can take it too far and doesn't care about the collateral damage. People don't really like him either. On the other hand, Aizawa doesn't have a flashy quirk, but he gets the job done without causing much damage, and those who know him respect him as a hero. Yeah, I guess you're right, Kirishima agrees. But you didn't have to use Todoroki's dad as an example, that was kinda unmanly. Facts are just facts, I say with a shrug, glancing at Todoroki, who looks surprised by my comment. With that, everyone breaks into their own groups and chats for the remainder of the bus ride. While everyone is talking, I enjoy the scenery passing by. It's a normal day with warm weather and a slight breeze, as the bus drives past green trees in a blur of colors. When the bus stops at our destination, excitement buzzes through the class. We are ushered out by Ida, and now we stand in our little groups outside a domed building. I am about to head inside when a scarf wraps around my wrist, stopping me. I look to see Aizawa approaching, placing his scarf back around his neck. Promise me you'll behave during this exercise, problem child. When have I ever not behaved? I reply innocently, giving him a puppy face. Oh, stop that, he exclaims, playfully pushing my head aside. But I'm serious, don't cause trouble. Yeah, I know. With that, we follow the rest of the class inside the building. Once inside, the sight is impressive. 75% of the exterior is made of glass, letting in natural light. Upon entering, we find ourselves on a platform that leads down a staircase to the main floor. Surrounding the building are different zones for various situations, ranging from wildfires to landslides, with a water fountain in the center. Standing before us, ready to greet us, is the rescue hero 13. "Hello everyone, I've been waiting for you," 13 announces. Gasps ripple through the group as they realize who will be teaching us. "Wow, 13 is one of my favorite heroes," Uraraka exclaims. "I can't wait to show you what's inside," our instructor says. "So cool," everyone exclaims in unison, which is a bit overwhelming. "It looks like an amusement park," Kirishima points out. "A shipwreck, landslide, a fire, etc. I've created this facility to prepare you for different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you can call it the USJ," she exclaims, spreading her arms in joy to display her creation. I see Aizawa walk up to 13, and I barely catch their conversation, but I hear snippets. "All Might, here. Hero Lounge." 13 holds up 3 fingers as she says this, and I can sense Aizawa's disappointment. If I had to take a guess, it has something to do with All Might being here, but I can't dwell on that for long because our 2 teachers are trying to get everyone's attention. "Before we begin, let me tell you one thing, or maybe 2, or 3, or 4, she says, more as a question than a statement before getting serious again. "Listen carefully, I'm pretty sure you're all aware that I have a powerful quirk called Black Hole. I can use it to absorb anything and turn it into dust." "That's right, you've used Black Hole to save multiple people from disasters before," Uraraka excitedly interrupts. "That's true, but my quirk can very easily be used to harm," she continues, and the excitement fades at the realization of her quirk's potential danger. "Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and strictly regulated, so we sometimes overlook how dangerous they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make a wrong move, your quirks can be very deadly, even when you try to do something righteous like rescue someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness test, you know your quirk's potential, and with All Might's combat training, you understand how dangerous they can be. Carry those lessons over to this class. Today, you are going to learn how to use those quirks to save people's lives. You won't be using your quirks to attack but to help. After all, that's what being a hero is all about, ensuring the safety of others. Thank you, that's all I have to say." She concludes with a bow, and everyone starts cheering before getting cut off by Aizawa. That's right, now that that's over, but Aizawa is interrupted by the lights and fountain going haywire before a portal appears, and a hand comes out. "Stay together and don't move. 13, protect the kids," he says in a strict but panicked voice while pulling up his goggles. "What is that thing?" Kirishima asks from beside me. "Has the training already begun? I thought we were rescuing people?" I don't even need to hear Aizawa to know what's happening. I've seen too many situations like this over the years as a vigilante to not recognize it. Instead of rescuing people, we'll be fighting a swarm of villains that have managed to break into the USJ. Izuku's POV. All I could see around me was black and purple before I was submerged in water. 5 minutes earlier, I watched as Aizawa jumped into the fray of villains, not letting any of the students or 13 help him. Beyond the chaos, I could see 2 figures standing out from the rest, a portal-looking guy and a strange hand-covered one. Before I could get a closer look, the portal-looking villain disappeared, only for me to hear a voice from behind. "Ah, Class 1A, how are you? I can see that All Might's not here, so why not have some fun?" this mysterious person said with a sinister tone. Before anyone had the chance to react, I saw a red and blonde blur rush past me, one of them screaming, "Die!" as they jumped into attack. Just as they were about to strike, the villain engulfed everyone in black and purple. Present time, I open my eyes only to be greeted by a fish-like villain coming my way. I get ready to defend myself when I feel something slide around my waist, yanking me out of the water and onto a boat. I cough up water I didn't realize I had swallowed before looking around at my surroundings. The boat is medium-sized and made of wood. Surrounding us are about 100 water quirk villains, ready to attack at any moment. Not only are there villains surrounding me, but I have 2 classmates I need to protect. We're going to die. Mineta screams, tears streaming down his face as he looks over the edge. I quickly pull the still screaming Mineta away from the edge and turn to face my teammates. Okay, we need a plan if we're going to get out of this alive. And I swear, Mineta, if you don't calm down, I'll throw you overboard, I say, my annoyance clear. I agree, Tsu says, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I take another look at the villains surrounding us and see that they haven't moved closer. Oh my gosh, I say as it finally clicks, my eyes widening. I interrupt Tsu, who is trying to calm down a panicking Mineta, to get both of their attention. Guys, listen, I don't think they know what our quirks are because if they did, they would already be closing in on us. Speaking of quirks, how are we supposed to make a plan if we don't know each other's quirks and how they work? Why don't you guys go first? I suggest, not ready to reveal that I already know their quirks from my late-night hacking hobby. Well, my quirk is like a frog. It's pretty self-explanatory. I have every ability a frog can have, Tsu informs us. We both look at Mineta, signaling for him to go. I have sticky ball that I can pull from my head. They can stick to anything except me, and depending on my mood, they can last for a while, he says, demonstrating. We both look at him, expecting more, but he tears up again and shouts, "There's nothing more to it." Taking in their quirks, I realize there are limited options for everyone to make it out alive. Tsu's water-based quirk is useful, but against this many villains she won't stand a chance alone. Mineta might not be much help, but he could throw his ball into the water to confuse the villains since they'll be foreign objects to them. What about you, Midoriya? What's your quirk? Tsu asks, pulling me from my thoughts. That's not important right now, I reply, trying to think of ways to get us out of this situation alive. How is that not important right now? Mineta shrieks. Sadly, I have to agree with Mineta, Tsu adds. They both look at me expectantly, but before I can respond, a villain uses their quirk and splits the boat in half, causing it to start sinking. We don't have time for this. Tsu, I need you to jump from the boat with your tongue wrapped around my waist and holding Mineta. Mineta, when I give the signal, start chucking the ball into the water to distract the villains while I throw in some low-grade bombs to create an explosion, I demand sternly. Without questioning further, Tsu wraps her tongue around my waist and picks up Mineta. I open my pouch of bombs and grab a handful. Just as the villains gain enough confidence to advance on the boat, I yell, "Now!" I throw in the bombs and see purple ball make their way into the water. As expected, the villains steer clear of them, but they don't get a chance to escape before explosions go off, creating a whirlpool that traps them all. As the villains are escaped to the center, we land safely on shore, relieved that no one died. Tsu and Mineta quickly head back to the entrance, while I turn away and head toward the center where Aizawa jumped down. Midoriya, where are you going? The entrance is this way, Tsu says, concerned. You guys can go to the entrance, I recommend it. But I'm going to the center to help Aizawa. There's no way he can fight those guys alone, I reply over my shoulder as I sneak away. I hear footsteps following me, and a few seconds later, Tsu and Mineta are behind me. As I approach where I last saw Aizawa, I take in the surroundings. Boulders are everywhere, and from where we were teleported, we ended up at the shipwreck zone at the edge of the arena, with a channel of water leading to the center of the building. As I get closer, I see a muscular bird-like creature standing over Aizawa, bashing his face into the ground. Look who we have here. If it isn't the underground hero Eraserhead, a scratchy voice says to my left. Turning, I see a young man with blue shaggy hair and hands covering his body. It's Shigaraki Tamura, the leader of the League of Villains. I've heard a lot about this group over the years, feared in the underworld. Where's All Might? I heard he was going to be here, but I don't see him, he says, irritation lacing his voice. The creature holding Aizawa down raises his arm, and Aizawa glares at Shigaraki before getting his head slammed into the ground again. Well, if you don't want to answer me, I guess I'll have to give All Might some motivation to come out of hiding, Shigaraki muses, scanning the area and skimming right over our hiding spot. Maybe killing one of his students will be motivation enough. Before I can process his words, Shigaraki charges at us, hand stretched out, quirk activated, ready to strike. Everything is in slow motion as I turn my body towards Tsu, reaching for my staff, when Shigaraki touches Tsu's face but nothing happens. Confused, I stare at Shigaraki's hand on Tsu's face, when I hear a low chuckle. "You really are amazing, aren't you?" Shigaraki says, letting his hand drop back to his side. I look over and see Aizawa struggling against the weight of the creature pushing him down, using his quirk to protect us from this villain's attack, before he gets overwhelmed and passes out. Not wasting any time, I extend my staff to its full length and knock Shigaraki back, creating space for us to move. I stand in a protective stance in front of Mineta and Tsu, ready to confront the villains. "Tsu, Mineta, get Aizawa and take him to the entrance where he'll be safe. I'll make sure they don't follow you," I order. "What about you?" Tsu questions, worry lacing her voice. "It doesn't matter what happens to me, so take Aizawa and get out of here," I yell. After a moment's hesitation, they do as I ask, leaving me with just Shigaraki and the creature. "That hurt, you brat!" Shigaraki yells at me, holding his side in pain. "Well, that was kinda the point," I scoff. I can feel the hate radiating off him. "I don't have time to deal with you." "Nomu," he shouts. The creature, now known as Nomu, is easily 7 feet tall, with the body of a man and the face of a bird. Shigaraki lifts his arm and points at me with a sinister smile, saying 2 dreadful words I've heard too many times: "Kill him." And so, the Nomu charges. Bakugo's POV, just as Kirishima and I get ready to punch this mist guy, we get teleported right into the middle of the villains. I look around and see that it's just me and Kirishima, along with a horde of villains. "Where is Deku?" I panic. I can't lose him again. "Bakubro, get your head in the game. We have to get back to the others and make sure they are okay," Kirishima states. "You don't have to tell me things I already know. Now let's hurry up and take out these extras," I yell angrily. Without saying anything more, we start our attack. As I blast these villains away, the only thing coursing through my mind is Deku and if he's okay. I let out a yell of frustration while blasting a villain in the face, only to turn around and do it again. "I'm coming, Deku. You just have to wait a little longer. I won't let anything happen to you ever again, so just wait for me." With that in mind, I start blasting and punching faster. Izuku's POV, I barely jump out of the way in time. This Nomu creature is surprisingly fast for its size. Maybe it's their quirk? The Nomu quickly recovers and comes at me again. The only option I have is to dodge its attacks. I jump to the right, rolling to lessen the impact, but as I stand up, the Nomu is already in front of me. This time, I anticipate its attack. I pull out my staff and extend it just in time to block the punch. The impact sends me flying back a good 50 feet, but I'm lucky that my staff took the hit instead of me. I look at my staff and see cracks snaking out from where it blocked the punch. I have to end this quickly if I want everyone to make it out alive, I think desperately. I take out my throwing daggers and aim for the Nomu's chest. Sadly, it lifts its arm to block the attack, shaking off the daggers like they were nothing. Moments later, the Nomu starts to heal on its own. "Did you really think that would work?" I hear Shigaraki laugh. "My Nomu won't be bested by the likes of you. It was made to take All Might down. Not only does it have a regeneration quirk, but it also has speed and strength. You'll never win. It has 3 quirks." I get so distracted by Shigaraki's taunts that I don't see the punch aimed at my chest until it's too late. I'm sent flying across the arena, crashing into what feels like a rock. I fall to the ground, gasping for air. My ribs ache from the blow, but I stumble into a fighting position, trying to ignore the pain. My vision blurs as I see what I think is Shigaraki walking towards me. I throw a weak punch at him, but he easily dodges and grabs my forearm with all 5 fingers. I let out a cry of pain, before hearing the words I cherished so much before everything changed in my life: "Have no fear, for I am here." Shigaraki lets go of my arm, and I crumple to the ground, holding my wounded arm gingerly. I feel a gust of wind rush past me, forcing me to close my eyes. When I open them again, the 2 villains that were there a second ago were replaced by All Might shielding me. "Rest now, young Midoriya. You don't have to fight anymore," he said over his shoulder to me, but there was one thing that I noticed most: he wasn't smiling. I propped myself into a sitting position, being careful of my arm and chest, and nodded to indicate I understood. Some fighters know when to stand down and let someone else take over, and I understood when I needed to step back and gather my thoughts, even if that meant getting help from All Might himself. I still felt a mix of emotions toward him. All Might didn't waste any time and got to attacking the Nomu, punching left and right without making a dent. It has regeneration as a quirk. I called out over the chaos. Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to go beyond my limits to defeat it, he replied, increasing the speed of his punches. While he fought, I took out a first aid kit from one of my pouches and started to carefully wrap my injured arm. In the middle of this, I heard a familiar voice yell my name. Deku. I turned my head and saw a worried Kaken running toward me. He slid to a halt, inspecting my injuries. What happened to you? He asked, concern etched on his face. I finished wrapping my arm before replying, a hint of frustration in my voice. What do you think happened? We need to get you out of here. You're injured, he insisted, trying to help me up. I pulled away and stood up on my own, using a rock for support. I can still fight, so I'm not going anywhere, I said firmly. He was about to protest, but a shattering sound pulled our attention back to the fight. All Might had somehow defeated the Nomu and was about to face off against Shigaraki. How did you defeat my enemy? He was made to defeat you. Did I get false information? How are you still standing? Shigaraki yelled in anger, scratching at his neck until it started to bleed. Heroes always find a way to win, even if they have to go beyond their limits to do so, All Might stated victoriously. I was wrong. I need Kurogyri, Shigaraki muttered, and I heard every word. Everything went silent around me as I whipped my head around to face him, the color draining from my face. Kaken was shouting something at me, but his words didn't reach my ears. The only thing that mattered in that moment was the one name that came out of Shigaraki's mouth. Kurogyri. Not a second after he said that, Kurogyri appeared at his side, like a loyal companion. One of the men who had ruined my life, who had taken my mother from me, was within sight. I had been too scared to confront him back then, but I was not the same little boy I had been all those years ago. I was determined to show him what he had made me into. The sound returned to me, and I heard Kaken calling my name, but it didn't matter at that moment. My vision turned red around the edges, and my feet began to move on their own. Kaken tried to stop me, but I sidestepped him easily. Before I knew it, I had my staff in one hand and a dagger in the other, running at Kurogyri at full speed. With only one thing on my mind, I shouted, "It's the end for you, Kurogyri." Everyone in the vicinity stopped to watch as I attacked the villain. Using the momentum from my run, I jumped into the air with my staff raised and dagger ready, seconds away from striking, when something crossed my field of vision, distracting me just long enough for Kurogyri to teleport away to the other side of Shigaraki. I landed in a roll, twisting around to get back into a fighting stance, ready to attack Kurogyri again. But before I could, a volley of bullets was fired. At the entrance of the USJ building stood Snipe with his gun raised, smoke trailing from it, surrounded by more pro-heroes ready to take over the fight for the students. Before anyone could react, Kurogyri used his quirk to teleport himself and an injured Shigaraki, who had been hit by Snipe's bullets, back to their hideout. I had been so close. I saw him. And he escaped. I thought I had gotten stronger over the years, but I felt just as weak as I had when I was 4. My vision starts to blur as I stare at the last spot Kurogyri was before he teleported away. Everything around me begins to swirl, and then there is nothing. I remember someone trying to talk to me and something warm wrapping around me. Bakugo's POV, he's just staring at that one spot, looking as if he witnessed something terrible. A moment later, I see him start to sway on his feet. Deku! I yell, rushing towards him. I reach him just in time and catch him before he falls. I hold him in my arms, shaking him gently to wake him up, but he doesn't respond, and that worries me. Deku, come on, stay with me. Open your eyes just a little bit, please. I plead, trying to remain calm and not think of the worst-case scenarios. No matter how hard I try, he isn't waking up. I adjust my grip and feel my hands become slick. Looking down, I see they're covered in blood. I place him down and scramble to find the source of the blood. He's already lost too much. In my panic, I find the wound on his side and quickly apply pressure to stop any further bleeding. He groans in pain, and I glance at his face, twisted in discomfort. I need help over here. Someone, anyone, I need help. I shout as loudly as I can. It feels like hours before anyone arrives, but it must only be seconds. A medic rushes to my side, pulling out gauze to temporarily stop the bleeding. He looks me in the eyes and nods for me to remove my hands. As soon as I do, he starts to pack the wound with gauze. I feel someone place a hand on my shoulder, and I instinctively fight back, not wanting to leave Deku's side again. Stop, I have to be there for him. I need to help him, I say to the person pulling me away. The person turns me around, and I come face to face with Present Mike, who pins my arms to my side to stop my struggling. You can't help him right now, you'll only get in the way. Leave it to the people who can actually help, he says firmly but gently. I watch from the corner of my eye as they rush Deku to the hospital on a gurney. I stop resisting and let Present Mike guide me to the entrance, barely processing his words. He leads me to another medic to ensure I didn't get hurt in the battles. I only have a few cuts and bruises, nothing serious. After getting patched up and giving my statement to the officers, I have to wait for my parents to pick me up. It's going to be a long wait. They won't be off work until 8, which feels like hours away. My classmates try to talk to me, but I ignore them, too worried about Deku. Time skip. The only sounds I hear are soft whispers and movements in the hospital waiting room. After an hour of pestering Present Mike to let me go to the hospital, he finally relents and drives me there, mentioning he needs to check on Aizawa too. I've been in this waiting room since 3 p.m., and it's already 6 p.m. They still won't let me see Deku. After we arrived, Present Mike went to check on someone, and I haven't seen him since. I get up from my seat and approach the counter, waiting as patiently as I can for the receptionist to notice me. "How can I help you, young man?" she asks politely. "Do you have any news on Izuku Midoriya? He came in a few hours ago," I ask, trying to keep my worry in check. "Just give me a moment to check," she replies, typing his name into the database. A few minutes later, she gives me the answer I've been waiting for. "Izuku Midoriya just got out of surgery 10 minutes ago and is en route. You should be able to see him if you like." That's all I need to hear before I sprint to the 3rd floor. I hear the receptionist call out, "No running in the halls," but I ignore it and keep going. I skip the elevator and take the stairs 2 at a time until I reach the 3rd floor. I push open the door and look at the signs on the walls to find room 304 faster. 300, 301, 302, 303, aha, 304, I mutter under my breath. I stop in front of the door and quietly push it open. Inside, I find Deku lying in a medical bed with wires around his arms and Present Mike by his side. He turns and nods at me. "I was wondering when you would make your way up here," he says. I get straight to the point and ask, "How is he? Is he okay?" The doctor said he sustained serious injuries in the battles he was involved in. Part of his arm was damaged, he has internal bleeding, cracked ribs, and a bullet wound in his side. The fortunate part is that they repaired all the serious injuries, and he should be waking up any time from tonight or tomorrow morning, he informs me. "Well, I have to check on someone else. I'll come back to get you before visiting hours are over." With that, he left the room. Once he was gone, I made my way to the side of his bed and pulled up a chair to sit beside him. He had a mask over his face and wires going into his arm. He looked so fragile. I took his hand in mine and stayed like that for a while, just to reassure myself that he wasn't going anywhere again. After some time, I finally built up the courage to speak to him. "Hey, nerd, that was a really stupid thing you did back there. You had me worried. What do you think Aunt Inko would say about what you did?" I paused, then added, "Please just wake up and be okay." Aizawa's POV. I wake up to the sound of beeping to my right and someone holding my hand. I try to sit up but hiss in pain. A hand gently helps me sit up, and I see that it's Mike, looking worried. "Hey, take it easy. You got seriously injured in the fight," he says. "They said you had a broken arm and cuts everywhere. Luckily, you didn't have any serious damage to your eyes, just that you might experience dry eyes a bit more than usual. I don't care about that right now. How are the students? I asked, praying they were all right. They all had only minor injuries, like cuts or bruises, but Mike trails off. What is it? I asked sternly, wanting to know what happened. It's Izuku. He was badly hurt in the fight. He had internal bleeding, a damaged arm, cracked ribs, and a bullet wound, he says sadly. They said they fixed everything serious, and he should be waking up either tonight or tomorrow. Other than that, everyone is fine. That stupid problem child, I whisper. Mike gently pulls me into a well-needed hug and strokes my back. I let him comfort me until he speaks again. I thought I lost you. When I saw your unconscious body, all the worst possible scenarios came to mind, he says, barely above a whisper, sounding like he was about to cry. I realize what it must have been like for Mike to see me like that, bloodied and unconscious during a fight. I'm sorry, but I'm fine, I swear. No need to worry anymore. I'm okay, I promise, I reassure him. After some time, Mike had to leave because visiting hours had ended, and he needed to make sure Bakugo got home safely. I was left in my room, stuck in my thoughts about the day's events and how I could have done better. Izuku POV. It's dark. I can't see anything. I look around, trying to find something familiar. Behind me, I see light outlining a door that I recognize. Subconsciously, I cower back, afraid of the man on the other side. I look down and see that I'm back in my body from when I was 4. I lift my small hands to my mouth to muffle my whimpers as I back up against the wall. Just outside the door is the villain known as Kurogiri, tearing my room apart to find me. He slowly approaches the closet door where I'm hiding. His hand reaches for the doorknob, twisting it open, and my eyes widen with each passing second. Once he opens the door, I open my mouth to scream, but no sound comes out. Looks like I found you at last, he says, reaching out his hand to grab my fragile body. I bolt up in a cold sweat, wincing in pain as a shooting sensation ricochets through my body. I look down and see my body covered in bandages again. I lift my uninjured arm to my face and feel an oxygen mask strapped there. I gently take it off, careful not to aggravate my wounds, and place it on the counter next to my bed. I look around and see that I'm in a sterile hospital room. Great. I glance out the window and see that it's early morning, probably around 6. Sighing, I look back down at my body to assess my wounds. It looks like that villain damaged my arm pretty badly. Luckily, it should only leave a scar across my forearm, but I won't be able to use it for a while without pain, I think in annoyance. I also have bandages across my torso, probably from that Nomu. Frustrated with my injuries and the fact that I'm in the one place I hate, I start to remove all the needles and wires attached to my body. After that, I turned off the machines showing my vitals to avoid alerting anyone. Once the wires and machines were off, I folded the blankets and adjusted my body so my legs dangled off the side of the bed. I stood up slowly, groaning as pain flared in my side. Wrapping my injured arm around my waist, I used my uninjured arm for balance to avoid collapsing. Carefully, I made my way to the closet on the other side of the room and opened it to find my bloodied and torn hero suit in a bag, along with a robe hanging for patients. I took out my clothes and assessed the damage. My shirt was a wreck, but my breaths were salvageable, and there was no sign of my weapons, which I assumed the school had taken back. I slowly sucked out of my breaths and shoes, and by the time I finished, 45 minutes had passed since I woke up. I made my way to the door, cracked it open, and peered out to check if the coast was clear. Once I confirmed it was safe, I walked down the hall, trying to appear as normal as possible and making sure not to make a sound. As I sneaked through the building, I came across the lost and found room and an idea formed in my head. I peeked inside and saw no one was there, so I quickly entered and grabbed a jacket and hat to conceal my appearance. After ensuring the hall was clear again, I tucked my hands into the pockets of my jacket and made my way to the stairs. Dreading the long trek ahead, I slowly descended to the first floor, praying my wounds could handle the journey. About an hour later, I reached the first floor and paused to catch my breath. Once I regained my composure, I straightened my appearance and opened the door. As I walked out, I tipped my head down slightly to hide my face with the hat. Visiting hours had just started, so I hoped I wouldn't be questioned when I left the building. Luckily, no one said a word as I walked through the front doors. Once I was a block away from the hospital, I discarded the jacket and hat into a garbage bin and took in my surroundings. I realized it was the same hospital I had visited when I was little. The past just loves to come back to haunt me, doesn't it? I muttered under my breath. Just down the street, I spotted a bus station and staggered my way to it. After reaching the bus station, I gently took a seat and relaxed for a moment. I searched my breathes and was relieved to find my phone still in my pocket. I took it out and sighed in relief that it hadn't cracked during my ordeal. Turning it on, I checked my location and was slightly relieved to see I wasn't far from Aizawa's apartment. I checked the bus schedule. The next bus would arrive in 10 minutes, followed by a 25-minute ride to the apartment. If my wounds didn't flare up, I should arrive around 10:00-10. I dropped my hand into my lap and leaned back to relieve some pressure from my wounds, staying that way until the bus arrived. Time skipped to Aizawa's apartment. It took longer than I expected to get back to the apartment, and by the time I arrived, it was almost noon. I stepped through the door and took a moment to catch my breath, my wounds screaming in agony. Closing the door behind me, I stumbled toward my room. I didn't encounter anyone except for the cat, which suggested no one else was home, making sense given the time. Once in my room, I headed straight for the bathroom, knowing I needed to change my bandages to prevent infection. If that happened, it would only create more trouble, and Aizawa would likely send me back to that dreadful place I had just escaped. I retrieved the first aid kit and sat down on the toilet, sighing in relief as some tension released from my torso. Broken ribs shouldn't hurt this much, I thought. Did I get even more damaged without realizing it? I didn't waste any time and began the process of cleaning my wounds. I unwrapped my arm and grimaced at the sight of what Shigaraki's quirk had done. I was fortunate he hadn't disintegrated my entire arm, it was just the layer of skin. Not wanting to dwell on what was to come, I grabbed a cotton swab, poured some disinfecting solution on it, and started cleaning the wound. I bit the inside of my cheek to suppress a scream of pain, grateful that no one was home to witness my struggle. I cleaned it as fast as possible and wrapped it back up with gauze and bandages. Once I was done with the worst part, I took a moment to gather myself, trying to shake off the pain. After I was sure I wouldn't pass out, I started to unwrap the bandages across my chest. As I peeled them away, I noticed the discoloration of my skin from the broken ribs. To my surprise, I found gauze on both the front and back of my torso. Carefully, I removed the gauze to reveal stitches that were about 4 inches long. What happened, and how did I not pull my stitches? I wondered, puzzled. Knowing I had to repeat the process, I retrieved the disinfecting solution and tended to my side again. After that ordeal, I wrapped up my entire torso and sat there, not wanting to do anything. 30 minutes passed before I found the will to move again. Groaning in pain, I made my way to my bed and lay down. The relief from releasing all the tension in my body was soothing. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, grateful to be out of that dreadful place they call a hospital. Just as I was settling into a blissful state, the front door slammed open. I jumped, startled by the sudden noise, which disturbed my wounds and made me groan in pain. Then I heard someone yelling my name, Izuku. I woke up to Mike sitting in a chair next to my bed, still dozing off. I lifted my head and looked around the room. Nothing had changed since yesterday evening. I lay back down, trying to relax, but my mind wouldn't quiet. I kept thinking about that problem child. Why would he fight those people? He knew they were dangerous. So what? He's too young to be in that situation, all of my students are. Mike said he would be all right, but I need to see for myself. I thought, worried and puzzled by his actions. Then it hit me, I'm going soft, I mumbled. What was that, Sho? Mick's voice startled me. I had almost forgotten he was in the room. I turned my head and gave him a small smile. Oh, it was nothing, babe. A thought occurred to me. Hey, when am I getting out of here? Well, your body has been recovering well, so I would say any day now. Even though I wish you would stay longer, I know that after 3 days, you're out of here no matter what, he replied, leaning down to rest his arms on the side of the bed. You know me so well, I mused. Hey, have you seen Izuku at all today? No, not yet. I've been here with you since visiting hours opened, he confessed. I was about to say something else when a nurse entered the room. Hello, my name is Yuki. I will be your nurse for the rest of your stay here. We both looked over to see a young woman with sun-kissed skin and long dark brown hair tied in a bun, wearing scrubs and holding a clipboard. She approached my bed and began checking the machines attached to me. Do you feel any pain or discomfort? She asked. No, I'm feeling fine, except for the fact I'm wrapped like a mummy, I replied. Well, if that's the case, you should be out of here by lunch, she said cheerfully before heading toward the door. She barely made it when the door was pushed open, revealing a young man breathing, trying to catch his breath. The nurse hurried over to him, concerned. Mike and I tensed, worried it was another villain attack. Once he caught his breath, he said, It's one of your patients. Did you release him from the hospital? No, none of my patients were supposed to be released, except for Mr. Aizawa. What happened? She asked, her voice rushed. Then we have a code purple on patient number 304, he said, his worry evident. Mike stood up so quickly that he knocked over his chair. That's Izuku's room. What happened to him? What is a code purple? He demanded. The nurses turned to us, as if they had forgotten we were there. The nurse's face twisted as she debated whether to tell us. What is your relationship to a kid named Izuku? She asked. We are his guardians, I replied, sitting up. It seems that when a nurse went to check on him this morning, he wasn't in his room. No one seems to be able to find him, she says carefully. That was all I needed, and I was up out of bed in a matter of seconds, heading to the closet to grab a set of clothes Mike brought me last night. Sho, what are you doing? You're still injured. There's no way your body can handle the strain of looking for him. Let me look for him while you rest, Mike protested, trying to stop me. I dodged his attempts to get me back in bed, grabbed my clothes, and rushed to the bathroom to change. When I came out, everyone was still in the room, and Mike gave me a worried but disappointed look. Well, let's get a move on. The problem child is missing. We need to find him. He's injured, I demanded. That seemed to get everyone into action, as the two nurses rushed out of the room, calling a code purple over their walkie-talkies. The only people left in the room were Mike and me. Mike walked up to me and took my shoulders into his hands, careful of my still injured body. Please, Sho, let me look for him while you rest, he pleaded. Mike, you know I can't do that. I can't just sit around and do nothing when he's missing, I replied gently. Mike lightly kissed me with so much love and passion before saying with determination, Fine, but I'm coming with you, and if you so much as wince, I'm tying you to a bed, and you're not moving until I say so. I gave him a genuine smile. Deal, let's go find him, I said, giving him a quick peck on the lips before we rushed out of the room. Time skip. We had been searching for hours, and there was still no sign of Izuku anywhere. Mike and I had called other pros, but they hadn't seen him either. We searched all over the hospital, the cafe he worked at, and his old base. The last place we could think to look was his apartment. Izuku had been missing for at least 4 hours, and if he wasn't at the apartment, I didn't know where he could be. Could some villain have him? Was he in pain right now? Was he even conscious? These thoughts raced through my mind as Mike and I ran up the stairs to our place. Mike took out his keys and opened the door as fast as he could. When the door was open, we rushed in, and I called out his name, Izuku. We heard a groan from the hall to our left that sounded a lot like his voice. We exchanged glances, thinking the same thing, and rushed toward the sound. We barged through the door to see Izuku half standing, half leaning on his bed frame with a dagger in his hand and a pained expression on his face. When he saw it was just us, he lowered his dagger and slumped fully onto the bed frame. Not paying us any mind, he slowly made his way back onto his bed, wincing here and there. The worry from not knowing where he was eased but was instantly replaced with concern for his health, 10 times worse than before. What were you thinking? You're injured. You were in the hospital. Why did you leave? Are you okay? I exclaimed, rushing over to him. He looked over at me and gave me a weak smile through the pain. I wasn't staying in that hospital, and I'll be fine once I get a nap for an hour or two. How can he say that he'll be fine? He is not fine. His skin is ghost white, and he looks like he's going to faint at any minute, I thought in horror. I glanced to my side and saw Mike right behind me, also taking in Izuku's pale face. Mike, can you please make some soup and tea for Izuku? I asked. Mike looked at me and nodded hesitantly before getting up and heading to the kitchen. When he was gone, I turned my attention back to Izuku. Izuku's POV. I just wanted to sleep. That was all I wanted to do, but no. I had to deal with Aizawa and Mike fretting over me. Mike had just left the room to make food, so now it was just me and Aizawa. I could feel the worry rolling off him in waves. You know, if you keep worrying, you'll get wrinkles, I stated, trying to lighten the tension in the room. What I don't understand is, why is he worrying about me? I'm just a pest, a weak, quirkless pest. So what? I don't deserve him worrying over me, I thought in confusion. Izuku. Hey, are you okay? You weren't responding when I was calling your name, he questioned. I squinted my eyes a bit to see him more clearly. He looked even more worried now. I shook my head to say I was okay but winced when a shooting pain went through my head. Aizawa noticed and raised his hand toward me, but before I could stop myself, I flinched away from him. He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening at my reaction. Not wanting to explain myself, I mumbled, I'm fine. I'm gonna take a nap, before gently laying down, my back facing him. I heard him leave my room with a reluctant okay, and now I was just lying here, praying for a dreamless sleep to forget about my injuries. Aizawa's POV. I leave the door cracked behind me and make my way to Mike in the kitchen. The tea kettle is whistling, and he's just finishing up the soup when I enter the room. He must have heard me because he soon asks, how is he? I don't really know how to respond, so I say truthfully, I don't know. Mike turns off the stove and finally looks at me. I must look like a mess because he instantly leaves what he's doing and embraces me in a comforting hug. Mike is the only person who knows what I'm thinking or when I'm lying. He can see the real me and understand my feelings, even when I don't. Not knowing what else to do, I bury my head into the crook of his neck and hug him back. We stay like that for a bit before he asks, "What's wrong, Sho?" At that moment, I can't keep my thoughts in any longer. I need to tell him, to have someone reassure me that I'm wrong, that I'm jumping to conclusions. He flinched. He flinched when I tried to touch him. I can feel Mike stiffen at my words. It's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. We'll help him, we'll be there for him, we'll find out the truth. He whispers with a mix of sadness and determination. Izuku's POV, my peaceful weekend got ruined. Not only did I not get to improve my hacking skills, but I had to deal with Aizawa and Mike fussing over me. Like, hello, this isn't my first rodeo. I've been a vigilante for years now. Injury is part of the job. One thing I learned this weekend is that I am not staying in this room for one more minute. With that in mind, I gently get out of bed and move toward my dresser to get my UA uniform. With the uniform in hand, I head to the bathroom to take a shower. I never would have guessed that taking a shower would be so hard with only one working arm. After the shower, I dry off with a towel and sadly disinfect my injuries again, which hurts. Why did I have to be an idiot and get hit so many times? I mumble to myself as I carefully put on my uniform. By the time I'm ready for school, it's a little past 5 a.m., and I head toward the kitchen. I turn on the coffee pot, grab a sticky note, write a quick message, stick it to the coffee pot, and leave the building, hoping the coffee will make up for my absence. Since school doesn't start for a couple of hours and a certain cafe is on the way, I decide to get some coffee. Time skipped to the cafe. It took me longer than I thought to get to the cafe. I may or may not still be in excruciating pain, but I made it, and it opens in 5 minutes. If I remember correctly, Haley and Hunter should be opening today. Without a second thought, I walk in. "Sorry, sir, but we aren't open yet," a familiar voice says from the back. Shaking my head in amusement, I walk over to the counter and ring the service bell. I hear a sigh of frustration followed by footsteps. Like I said just moments ago, we are not up. Her words cut off as she walks through the door to confront the rude customer. I give her a soft smile and ask, "Not even for an old friend?" An excited scream erupts from her as she runs over and hugs me tightly. My eyes widen from the noise, and I try not to wince in pain. Haley, what's wrong? Where's the intruder? A worried Hunter yells as he rushes into the room. Hunter and I make eye contact. Nice to see you again, Hunter, I say, my voice betraying a hint of pain. It takes him about 2 seconds before he joins in with another hug. We stay like that for a couple of minutes before they release me, allowing my wounds a moment of relief. If someone were to walk into the cafe at that moment, they would see 3 people grinning like fools. Dude, long time no see. Where have you been all this time? Hunter asks, taking in my appearance before his expression turns to concern. And what happened to you? I rub the back of my neck with my good hand and give them a sheepish smile. Can I get a cup of coffee first? All 3 of us are now sitting at a table, and I finally have my coffee. Once I took a sip of my heavenly drink, Hunter demanded, now talk. What happened to you these past few weeks? Why did you suddenly quit with a phone call that didn't even last a minute? Why do you have bandages covering your arms? As Hunter listed off 100 questions, Haley shook her head in agreement. I could tell they were worried and I felt a pang of guilt. Did I really worry them that much? I set down my coffee and cleared my throat, getting serious. Well, a couple of months ago, I got scouted to attend UA, specifically to be part of the Hero Course 1A. That's why I'm in this school uniform. I couldn't face you guys to tell you that I had to quit, so I did it through a phone call. I had to quit because the school doesn't allow you to have jobs, especially in the Hero Course, and I wouldn't be able to keep up with hero training and work. As for my injuries, my class was attacked at the USJ, and I was right in the middle of the fighting, hence the bandages. After I finished explaining, I had an hour before school would start. Throughout my explanation, Hunter and Haley listened intently, absorbing everything I had to say. There was a long stretch of silence after I stopped talking, as they processed the information. Finally, Haley spoke up, so all this time, you were just going to UA? You were mostly safe. Yeah, pretty much, I confirmed, taking another sip of my coffee. Well, we can't do anything about the past. Just promise you will stay in touch with us instead of going on hiatus again, Hunter said sternly. I thought they would want nothing to do with me, but hearing that from Hunter made me smile. They returned my smile with soft but sweet expressions. Now that that's out of the way, Hunter said, getting up from his chair, how about we actually open up shop before we open later than we already are? Do we have to open up? Izuku just got here, Haley protested as she stretched, preparing for work. Yes, we do, he replied, smirking at us before walking to the counters. And Izuku is going to help since he is the reason we're opening late after all. I groaned at his mischievous tone. Ugh, hi. Haha, come on Izuku, we have to open before you leave for school. The faster we start, the sooner we can open, and you can be off to school, he said, grabbing fresh ingredients. I got up from the table, threw my coffee cup away, and walked over to the fridge to help Hunter. You know I don't even work here anymore, so technically I don't have to help, I stated, though I helped anyway. He looked over with an amused smirk and hummed in response. Before long, the whole cafe was ready to open, and I had to leave for school soon. I forgot how fast the 3 of us could open up the cafe, Haley remarked at our progress. Hunter and I agreed. Hey, can I make another cup of coffee before I head to school? I asked. Hunter nodded, and I headed to the coffee maker, grabbing 2 cups on the way. I made 2 large black coffees just the way we liked them. As I tried to pick them up with both hands, I winced in pain when I moved my injured arm. I must have pushed my limits while helping out my friends, as I now realized how much pain I was in. I grabbed a drink carrier and placed both drinks in it before saying my goodbyes and heading out to school. I was grateful I left when I did, as I used that time to get to school. My side ached from all the movement, and lifting my arm was painful. By the time I reached class 1A, I was sweating. I quickly composed myself and entered the classroom. The class was as rowdy as ever, and my appearance didn't change that. Yo Izuku, why are you late? A red-haired student known as Kirishima asked, gaining the attention of some nearby students. I lifted the drink carrier as if to answer and said, running a few errands and I'm not late. Class doesn't start for another 2 minutes. He shrugged and returned to his group, while I headed over to Aizawa's desk. I set down the drink carrier, pulled out both coffees, and threw away the carrier. I grabbed my coffee and headed to my desk, almost making it on my own, but Ida had different plans for me. Izuku, as class president, I cannot allow you to have an open drink in class. It's against the rules, he informs me, making his usual hand gestures. I looked him straight in the eyes, took a sip of my coffee and replied, "Take it to the teacher." I almost smiled at his annoyed and slightly bewildered expression, but I maintained my serious demeanor. The classroom door slid open abruptly, and in walked a tired, frustrated Aizawa. I couldn't help but smirk. "Shut up and get to your seats." "Now," he demanded, his anger evident as he wasn't even carrying his sleeping bag. I realized he was angrier than I expected, and I felt like I was in trouble. He approached his desk and halted, his gaze landing on my coffee. He glared at it for a long moment before slowly turning his glare toward me. "Yup, I'm dead," I thought. His expression clearly said I was going to regret this. The tension in the room was palpable, and everyone was confused by the standoff. Knowing it would end badly for me, I decided to make a break for it. I set my coffee down and jumped out of my seat, sprinting for the door. But before I could escape, a familiar cloth wrapped around me tightly, preventing any movement. Izuku's POV. Finally, I had everything wrapped for tomorrow. All I needed to do was place the presents under the tree. I can't wait for Kaken to open these, he's going to be so surprised, I muttered to myself, admiring my hard work. Kaken and I had been dating for almost a month, and nobody in the dorms knew. We agreed to reveal our relationship through our Christmas gifts to each other. The whole class decided to celebrate Christmas together as a bonding experience after everything we had been through this year. I thought it was a great idea, but Kaken needed some convincing, and I was the one who managed to persuade him. When I glanced at the clock, it read almost 10 p.m. How had time passed so quickly? I quickly gathered all the gifts from my classmates and hurried to the common room to place them under the tree. No one was there, so I could keep my wrapping paper a secret. I placed everything carefully and rushed back to my room, ensuring I didn't alert anyone. Once in my room, I jumped onto my bed and snuggled into my blankets, wrapping myself up comfortably. I closed my eyes and fell asleep almost instantly. The next morning, I woke up to the smell of bacon and felt a surge of excitement for the day. It was roughly 8 a.m. I hopped out of bed and made my way downstairs. In the kitchen, I found Kaken cooking breakfast for the class. It seemed we were the only ones awake, so I quietly approached him and wrapped my arms around his waist in a hug. He relaxed at my touch and leaned back against me. "Morning, Aizu," he greeted softly, a tone only a few people got to hear. I hummed in response, savoring the moment and wishing time would stand still. "If you're just going to stand there, you can help me make breakfast for everyone. I need to start on the pancakes soon or I won't finish before everyone wakes up," he said, amusement in his voice. I let go and moved to the already prepared batter, heating a pan on the stove and adding oil to prevent sticking. Once the pan was hot enough, I poured in 3 circles of batter, waiting for bubbles to appear. "Looks like something stuck in that head of yours when I taught you how to cook," Kaken teased, looking at me with sparkling eyes and a soft smile. I returned his smile, bright enough to rival the sun. "I mean, without those lessons, I would have probably burned down the kitchen by now." "You've got that right. I don't know how you've survived this long without cooking skills." I hummed in agreement, even though it pained me to admit I had been terrible at cooking before Kaken taught me the basics. I looked back at the pancakes and saw tiny bubbles forming on top. I grabbed the spatula and flipped them over. While waiting for the other side to turn golden brown, I started preparing a tea kettle and coffee pot. Kaken and I worked together until everything was ready. We set the table with plates, forks, knives, and napkins, then brought out all the food and drinks, pancakes, bacon, hot water for tea, coffee, creamer, and even biscuits that I didn't know were baking. By the time we finished setting everything down, it was around 9 a.m., and everyone in the dorm was starting to come down the stairs, blurry-eyed and yawning. "Breakfast is done, come and get it," Kaken announced. I took my usual seat next to Uraraka and Ida, and everyone settled into their spots, starting up random conversations and devouring the food, just like every morning. After breakfast, Mina exclaimed, "Presents time!" once all the dishes were washed and put away. Class 1A made themselves comfortable around the Christmas tree we had convinced Aizawa-sensei to set up. I sat next to Kaken, maintaining a comfortable distance, and watched as Ida passed around the gifts. After about 30 minutes of everyone tearing open their presents and expressing gratitude, only one gift remained. Looks like I forgot to hand this one out. It's addressed to Bakugo and Midoriya, Ida said, surprised. He handed the bag to us. We looked at the tag, which read, to Bakugo and Midoriya, open in private. I glanced around with a mock-questioning look before getting up with Kaken and heading to the kitchen. Once we were out of sight, we tried to stifle our laughter. Our classmates' reactions had been priceless. You ready to do this? Once we do, there's no going back, Kaken asked. Yeah, I'm ready. We've kept it a secret long enough. It would be nice to hug you in public without people worrying for my safety, I replied with a reassuring smile. That reminds me, what did you get to tell the class that we're together? He questioned, tilting his head curiously. Why don't you open it and see? I suggested with a smirk. He raised an eyebrow and looked back at the bag, pulling out tissue paper to reveal a black hoodie. The words, owner of B, were emblazoned across it, and he looked even more confused. I then pulled out another black hoodie that said, he, and it clicked for him. He grinned widely, and I couldn't help but smile back. You think you're funny, don't you? He playfully asked. Maybe, I shrugged, pulling the hoodie over my head. I flipped the hood back to see Kaken straightening his, making sure the words were visible. You guys almost done in there? Kaminari shouted from the other room. I made eye contact with Kaken. That's our cue. You ready? He gave me a quick kiss before nodding. Taking my hand, we headed out to the common room. Our classmates looked at us expectantly, then at our smiles. Yes, Kaken was genuinely smiling, and finally at our joined hands and hoodies. Suddenly, Mina screamed in shock and joy, pointing at us with a huge smile. I nodded in confirmation. Do you guys not get it? She exclaimed. They're dating. Everyone turned to us in disbelief before shouting, What? Later that night, after explaining how we got together and that it was a mutual relationship, everyone was supportive and happy for us. Well, except for Mineta, but Kaken took care of that. We spent the rest of the day together, some of us even playing in the snow. I may have hit Kaken in the face with a snowball and he got his revenge later by pouring snow down my back. Now, we were cuddling in his bed, enjoying each other's company while wearing our new hoodies. I had my arms wrapped around his torso, my head tucked into his chest, our legs tangled together. He had one arm over my torso and the other as a pillow, resting his chin on my head. Breathing in his comforting scent, I murmured, Today was a good day. Yeah, today was. I enjoyed it. He breathes out into my hair. Kaken shifts beside me and gently lifts my chin to look at him. He gazes into my eyes and slowly leans down to give me a long, loving kiss. I move my lips in sync with his, savoring every second. Eventually, we pull away and share a soft smile before I tuck my head back into his chest, craving that warmth. My eyes start to get heavy and I faintly hear, Good night, nerd. I love you, before sleep overtakes me, and I drift into a world of hope and wonders. Izuku's POV, wake up. Training. Repeat. Those were the rules I had to follow until the sports festival. Who would have known that being grounded would be so boring? Earlier that morning, why did he have to wrap me up so tightly in his capture gear? I protested in my head. I know he's upset, but come on, this hurts. I'm still injured, you know. Everyone in the class was watching the scene unfold, which probably looked a little concerning. Aizawa walked in, clearly annoyed, looked at me, and I bolted. Now, I was wrapped up in his capture gear, being dragged to the front of the room. The class was silent, watching in disbelief, and before I knew it, I was face to face with Aizawa. Oh God, he looked even more upset up close. I gave him a sheepish smile and said, Good morning, Aizawa. I brought coffee. He shot me a look that clearly said I was still in trouble. Maybe I shouldn't have just left a note, but what's done is done. He tightened my restraints in response to my comment and looked over to the class behind me. Behave until I get back. Midnight will take over while I'm gone. he said sternly, leaving no room for argument. Before anyone knew it, Aizawa was dragging me out of the room, more irritated than when he was at the USA. The tension was palpable, and I didn't dare speak. In less than 5 minutes, we were in the teacher's lounge, where a worried Mike was waiting. I was placed in a spinning chair before the capture gear was released, allowing my injuries to breathe again. Why do my injuries keep getting aggravated today? I thought, annoyed. Where were you all morning? Aizawa yelled from his position next to Mike. I was out doing things, I replied blandly. Plus, I left a note and got you coffee. They both looked at me in disbelief. Leaving a note that says, I'll meet you at school, is not allowed. When we woke up this morning and didn't see you, we thought something happened. We didn't know where you were. Need I remind you that you are technically on house arrest with us and you're injured? Mike insisted, throwing his arms up in exasperation. I managed to hide my flinch from the sudden movement. You say I'm on house arrest, which to me is hero arrest, but I was able to leave with no problem, I pointed out. Plus, I was just visiting some old friends. Nothing to get upset about. That was apparently not the right thing to say. Well, guess what? You're grounded now. No hacking, no leaving the house, and at least one of us has to be within sight of you at all times, Aizawa said, his voice suggesting that if I broke any of those rules, I would deeply regret it. I stared at them in disbelief. But that's not fair. I did nothing wrong. The only thing I did was visit some friends. I even left a note to tell you that I would still be at school. Why were they punishing me for this? At least I gave them a heads up. How long am I grounded for? I questioned. Until the end of the sports festival, Mike stated. But that's 2 weeks away. I can't survive that long without hacking. Hacking is my life. I exclaimed, dumbfounded. They both glared at me, clearly indicating there was no room for debate. Back to present time, same day after lunch. I wish this day would be over already, but no, we still have class. Maybe I can skip. I mean, I'm already in trouble. What's getting in more trouble going to do? As if he can read my thoughts, Aizawa looks directly at me. Well, that's out of the question now. Quiet down and take your seats. As you all know, the sports festival is coming up in 2 weeks, and with the sports festival, you will be scouted for internships. That being said, you'll need to pick out hero names. Seeing as I'm terrible in this subject, another pro hero will be helping, Aizawa informed us, his expression as tired as ever. Aizawa was about to say something else when the door to the classroom swung open. Let's pick some hero names, shouted the very excited pro hero Midnight. You could feel the atmosphere change at that moment. The room was now light and cheerful. Everyone was talking to their neighbors, bouncing ideas for hero names off each other. While this was happening, Midnight started to pass around whiteboards for us to write down our desired names and present them. About 5 minutes later, someone was brave enough to present their hero name, and that someone was Tsu. I am the rainy season hero, Froppy, Tsu announced, flipping her whiteboard around to proudly display her hero name. Everyone clapped and expressed their agreement with her choice, and that seemed to encourage more people to announce their hero names. Next was Kirishima, known as Red Riot, followed by Kaminari, the stun gun hero, Chargebolt, and Uraraka, known as Uravity. One by one, they announced their names until only Bakugo and I were left. Okay, we only have Bakugo and Izuku left. Who wants to go first? Midnight asked, hinting that we needed to hurry. Wordlessly, Bakugo slid out of his chair and walked up to the podium with his board. The explosion hero, Ground Zero, Bakugo announced with conviction. I chuckled to myself, amused that he chose that name from our childhood. After the applause, Bakugo returned to his seat, leaving everyone looking at me with expectations for my hero name. I glanced down at my blank board, hesitating. What should I call myself? I can't use my Vigilante name. No one knows that it's me. Does it even matter? It's not like I'm going to be a hero anyway. Once I take down the LV, my life is done, I thought. I wrote down my name, Izuku, but quickly erased it. Without giving it much thought, I wrote down a different name and made my way to the podium. Everyone fell silent as I stood behind the podium, anticipation hanging in the air. I took a deep breath and flipped my board over while saying, The fighter. Midnight considered my name before adding, I like the name Sly, but what about the first part? Fighter isn't really a heroic term, and you forgot to add hero after fighter. The class murmured their agreement with Midnight. I placed my board down and looked over to her. I'm not changing it. Fighter is a good description for my alias, and I don't care if it's heroic or not. Like I said before, I'm not attending this school because I want to be a hero, so I'm not going to give people false hope by adding hero to my name, I stated firmly. My words silenced the room. Not wanting to continue the conversation, I walked to my seat in the back. I could feel everyone's eyes on me as I went. Just as I sat down, the bell rang, signaling the start of the next class, which was English. School. The bell had rung 20 minutes ago, and I was still sitting in the classroom, bored out of my mind. I had to wait for either Mike or Aizawa to leave, a rule established while I was grounded, and I was determined that it was going to be the death of me. Finally, Aizawa walked in to fetch me. Come on, problem child, we need to stop somewhere before going home. I picked up my bag, being careful of my still injured arm inside, and followed Aizawa to who knows where. Before I knew it, he led me to the infirmary. He pushed open the door and held it for me. I walked in, greeted by Recovery Girl's gaze. Aizawa pointed to one of the beds, and I took a seat while he stood next to me. Recovery Girl approached Aizawa and asked, What can I do for you? And what did you do to this poor child? Why wasn't he here to see me immediately? Aizawa sighed, I didn't do anything to him, he did it all himself. Can you heal him or not? Recovery Girl hobbled over to me and began to examine my wounds. I yelped in surprise and pain. Hey, that hurts. Stop squirming and let me do my job, she scolded. Yeah, I can heal him, but I wonder what happened to cause so many injuries. He was reckless, that's what he did, Aizawa answered for me. Recovery Girl gave my injuries a gentle kiss, using her quirk to speed up the healing process. I felt a tingling sensation spread through my wounds, slowly stitching the damaged skin together. As she started to unwrap my bandages, I felt myself getting tired, but I willed my body to stay awake. Aren't you going to get healed too, Aizawa? I asked, examining my now healed wounds. It's like I didn't get injured at all, save for a few new scars and my body being slightly stiff in the once injured areas. My injuries have to be done over a PRD of time, not all in one go, he answers. Well, if you can walk, it's time to go home. Mike is waiting for us. I nod to confirm that I can walk, and just as Aizawa and I are about to leave, Recovery Girl hands me some gummies to eat on my way out. As I eat my gummies, I silently follow Aizawa to get Mike and head home, lost in my thoughts. Happy New Year. Let's hope that 2021 gets better. Bakugo's POV, how in the world is Deku at school? Just 3 days ago he was in a hospital bed. From the moment Deku walked through the classroom doors this morning, that was the only thing going through my head. Well, other than when Aizawa came into the room and took him. After the events this morning, I didn't see Deku or Aizawa until after lunch. Even then, I didn't get to talk to him because he looked upset, and we were also picking hero names. I didn't want to be on the receiving end of that. I'll just visit him after school, then we can sort through everything that's been going on. The only hard part is getting one of the teachers to tell me where he lives now. That shouldn't be too hard, right? After school. Okay, now time to find out where you live, Deku. I leave the classroom and head to the teacher's lounge. The halls were mostly empty, with only a few stray students and teachers around, none of whom approached me when they saw my scowling face. Soon, I stand before the door to the teacher's lounge. I take a deep breath to get my emotions in check before knocking a couple of times. A faint female voice says, "Come in," and I walk in. This is my first time in the teacher's lounge, and it's not what I expected. There are desks, a mini kitchen, and a couch with a coffee table in front. At one of the desks sits the pro hero Midnight. "Whatcha need, kid?" she asks, looking up from her papers. I try to be polite. "Where does Izuku live?" She stops what she's doing and gives me her full attention. "And why would I give that information to another student?" she asks, suspicion lacing her voice. I try to explain as clearly as possible, because we were childhood friends, and I want to talk to him, but he moved, so I don't know where he lives anymore. She thinks over what I said for a moment before waving me over. Okay, but just this once, and I'm telling Aizawa that I did this for you, she says, adding, don't give this information to anyone and don't tell anyone. After that, she starts searching for Deku's address. The only sound in the room is the typing of the keyboard and the clicking of her mouse. Finally, she speaks up. Well, that's weird, she mutters. What's weird? I ask, concerned. The address listed in Izuku's files is Shuda's apartment, she says, confused. Only one way to find out the truth, so let's go, she adds, packing up her things. Whoa, why are you coming with me? I don't need a babysitter, I state, taken aback. Well, I want to know why Izuku is at Shuda's place, and I'm the only one who knows where that is. If you want to talk to your friend, then you have to take me, she states matter-of-factly. Also, I need to drop off some papers to Mike, she adds. After a moment, I finally give in. Fine, only because I want to talk to him. Good, then let's go, she says cheerfully as she walks out of the room, leaving me to rush after her. Time skip, an apartment? I thought Auntie Inko hated apartments. Are you messing with me? I yell to Midnight, who is almost to the door. I quicken my pace to catch up to her. No, I'm not messing with you. He's in room 623 if you really want to know that badly, she says, clearly annoyed that I doubted her. Well, that was the end of that conversation. We silently made our way over to the front desk to check in. Midnight was the one checking in while I stood in the background, growing impatient with all the pleasantries being exchanged. Finally, after what felt like forever, we made our way to the elevator, and Midnight pressed the button for the 6th floor. We listened to the elevator music until we heard a ding and the doors opened. In front of the elevator was a sign listing apartment numbers and their corresponding halls. I quickly found the number 623 and started to follow the arrows, but Midnight was already a step ahead of me. How do you know where we are going? I asked, impatience and curiosity lacing my voice. Like I said before, Shoyuta lives here, and he's a friend of mine. I don't need to look at a map, I've been here enough times, she replied over her shoulder as she stopped at a door and pulled out a key. Just as the door opened, she yelled, Shuda, Mike, I'm coming in. Izuku's POV. 30 minutes earlier, I had just gotten home and headed straight to my room. I threw my bag next to my desk and went to the bathroom, stripping off my clothes as I went. Once I was in my boxers, I closed and locked the bathroom door. Looking at myself in the mirror, I hated what I saw. Scars littered my body, bruises along my ribs, and dark circles under my eyes. I realized Recovery Girl couldn't heal everything. Without thinking, my hands searched for an old friend taped under the sink. When my fingers felt metal, I pulled the blade free and lifted it into view. I turned on the sink and placed one arm over it, gripping the blade with my other hand. I recalled everything that had happened recently and made a cut for each failure. 1 for not protecting my classmates better, 1 for getting injured, 2 for finding my mom's killer and letting them escape, and 1 for ending up in the hospital. This went on, making a cut for every single failure, savoring the feeling of pain and blood running down my arm, dripping into the sink. My fingers were slippery from the blood, and before I knew it, my arm was covered in cuts, some overlapping. Cleaned up the blade, dried it, and taped it back under the sink, making sure there was no trace left of what I had done. After cleaning up, I turned on the shower to the hottest setting and stepped in, letting the hot water burn my wounds. The feeling of pain subsided as I washed my body, hair, and eventually my wounds. Once I felt semi-clean, I turned off the shower and stepped out, grabbing a towel and wrapping it around my waist. I took the first aid kit and bandaged my wounds, making sure they wouldn't get infected. It took me no more than 5 minutes to complete. I stepped out of the bathroom, steam flowing out after me, and made my way to my dresser, changing into boxers, sweatpants, and a long-sleeve shirt. Not long after I got changed, I heard a loud yell from the living room. Not taking any chances, I grabbed a dagger and stuffed it into my briefs pocket before heading to the living room. I wished I was facing intruders, but instead I found Kaken and Midnight, the last people I wanted to see right now. I let go of the dagger concealed in my breathes and tried to appear relaxed, though inside I was freaking out. They hadn't noticed me yet. Midnight was busy talking to Aizawa and Mike, while Kaken was too shocked to react. Why are they here? I asked, confused. I thought no one was supposed to know I lived with them. My voice caught their attention, especially Kaken's, and they all looked at me with mixed emotions. The tension broke when Midnight screeched, "You got a kid?" at my two babysitters. A small smile crept onto my face as I watched them get yelled at. I could get used to this. Sensing my smile, Aizawa looked at me and said, "If you don't wipe that smile off your face, I'll ground you even longer." My expression dropped into a scowl, and I sighed in annoyance, making my way toward the kitchen. I was too tired for this. Bakugo's POV. I followed Midnight into the room, still processing the shock of her actions, and came face to face with Aizawa and present Mike. Confusion washed over me. I thought we were going to see Deku. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard Deku's confused voice. "Why are they here?" I turned around to see him standing there in a long sleeve and sweatpants, his hair damp from a shower. I was about to say something when Aizawa interrupted me. "If you don't wipe that smile off your face, then I'll ground you even longer." Grounded? How could they ground him? They weren't his parents. I watched as Deku's smile vanished into a scowl before he went into another room. I thought that by coming here I would get my questions answered, but it only brought more unanswered questions. Bakugo was finally coming into the story more, and since it was Bakugo, we all knew some chaos was about to unfold. Aizawa's POV. Why is she here? I thought in annoyance. And why did she have to bring the kid? I watched as Midnight bombarded Mike with questions about Izuku, and behind her, Bakugo had steam coming out of his ears. This is going to be a long night. I snapped out of my thoughts when I heard Midnight direct a question at me. "So when did you get the kid?" I saw a mischievous smile on her face. I let out a long, tired sigh before motioning everyone into the kitchen. "Before anything, I need coffee." I entered the kitchen to see the problem child pouring himself a cup of coffee. I silently walked over and got a cup, gesturing for him to pour me one as well. Once we both had our coffees, I addressed our unexpected guests. "Okay, now I'll explain, but first, Izuku, how about you take Bakugo to your room?" I could sense him starting to protest, but I added sternly, "No objections." He let out a frustrated sigh and lazily walked to his room, Bakugo silently following him. Once I heard the door close, I turned to Midnight and got serious. She saw my expression and mimicked me, knowing that what I was about to say was important. I walked over to the couch and took a seat next to Mike, with Midnight sitting across from us. I turned to Mike for reassurance before looking back at Midnight. I let out a sigh and started to explain. "Do you remember that mission I had 11 years ago?" Izuku's POV. Why do I have to talk to him? Why can't Aizawa just kick them out? I'm not in the mood for this, I thought tiredly and angrily. I walked to my room, not caring if Bakugo followed or not, and plopped down in my desk chair, silently sipping my coffee and savoring the bitter taste. I watched as Bakugo entered my room and quietly muttered, "Shut the door." After he closed it, he stood awkwardly in the middle of my room, taking in the scenery, or the lack of it. "I've changed since then," I stated, answering the unspoken question floating in his head. He snapped his head in my direction, startled. "Yeah, no kidding. I remember when every square inch of your room was covered in pro-hero merch," he reminisced. That was the last thing spoken for a while, and the awkward silence was irritating me more by the second. "Are you going to stand there all day, or are you going to sit down and tell me why you came here?" Taking that as an invitation, he sat on my bed and faced me. He looked me dead in the eyes and asked the question I had been both waiting for and dreading, "Where's Aunt Inko?" I could answer that in multiple ways. I could lie and say she was overseas, or I could tell the truth, that she had been gone for 11 years. I chose the first option. I'm staying with Aizawa and Mike for the school year because Mom is overseas due to work. The lie rolled off my tongue easily, and I felt disgusted with myself. I may lie and cheat my way out of many things, but I had never liked lying about my mom. Just when I thought Bakugo believed me and wouldn't question it anymore, he surprised me. "Why do you keep lying or dodging my questions? Just answer them already," he said, anger lacing his voice. Never once in the last 10 years had anyone been able to detect when I was lying. How could someone I hadn't seen in over a decade see through me? I had become emser at lying, learning the hard way that it was a skill I needed to survive this unfair world. Yet, this person in front of me wasn't fooled. What do you mean? I'm not lying, I said, faking an offended tone. That only seemed to anger him more. Oh my God, you are still lying to me, you dim nerd. I know you're lying because you have a tell. Even after 11 years, you still have the same tell, he said, his voice rising as he continued. So stop dodging and lying, and just give me a straight answer to all my questions. Where's Inko? What happened after I saw you that day, so long ago? Why did you just suddenly disappear and then reappear in my school after 11 years? What have you been doing? Why are you living with Aizawa and present Mike? His questions started to make the room spin. I couldn't think straight, my head was pounding. I lift my hand to my head and start to rub my temples, hoping to ease the headache. Meanwhile, Bakugo continues to bombard me with questions. I take a deep breath and shakily stand up from the chair, still trying to soothe my headache, and stumble toward the bathroom door. Just as I reach it, a hand roughly spins me around and slams me against the wall. Hey, I'm not done talking to you. I'm not letting you leave again, Bakugo says forcefully. I can't handle the questioning anymore. The walls I've carefully built are starting to crumble. Then he says something that completely shatters those walls. What, did you run off and join some villain group? My body tenses at his accusation, and I let my bangs fall to cover my eyes. Did you just accuse me of joining villains? I ask rhetorically, my voice rising in anger. How dare you accuse me of joining the people who ruined everything I once had? How dare you accuse me of joining the ones who came into my home 11 years ago looking for me and killed my last blood relative just because she wouldn't hand me over? Tears stream down my face as I relive those haunting memories. You know nothing about me, about what I've been through, what I've witnessed, what I've done all these years. You know nothing about my life. Somewhere in my outburst, Bakugo releases my shoulder, and I slide down the wall, pushing my palms into my eyes, desperately trying to stay in the present. No, now is not the time. Not in front of him, of all people, I plead in my head, my tears flowing faster. My breathing quickens, and no matter how much air I take in, I feel like I'm suffocating. Everything hurts, as if 1,000 needles are poking my skin. Memories from the past play on loop behind my eyelids. Where were you today after school? You missed our appointment, Larkin says, approaching me with his gang, cracking his knuckles with a menacing grin. My 6-year-old self cowers in the corner, trying to make myself small, praying they would leave me alone. I faintly hear someone calling my name, but my hurting body traps me in a flood of memories. It was my first birthday after the incident, and I had never missed my mom more. No one spoke to me since I arrived, except to throw insults. Why would they talk to me? All they knew was that I heard my mother get murdered and that I was a weak, quirkless 5-year-old. I was lost in thought when Larkin walked in with his posse. Since I arrived, he had made my life a living hell, and the sad truth was that I felt I deserved everything he threw at me. He gives me that familiar smile, the one that tells me I'm going to be in pain for days, maybe weeks, depending on his mood. Fear seeps into my skin, and I take a deep breath, preparing for what's about to come. In an instant, I'm lifted by my neck and thrown to the floor, curling in on myself after a kick to the ribs. Bakugo's POV, Auntie Inko is dead? She died 11 years ago and I never knew. Oh God, Mom doesn't know. Does that mean Izuku went to an orphanage after that? If so, he was a quirkless 4-year-old there for 11 years. What happened to him while he was there? I'm pulled from my thoughts by the sound of strangled breathing. I look down and see Izuku curled in on himself, crying and rocking back and forth. This is just like when I found him after the reporter incident at UA. I think, panicked. I kneel to his level and call his name, trying to snap him out of his panic. Izuku, Izuku, I need you to breathe for me. Can you hear me? Can you give me a sign if you can hear me? He doesn't react. It's as if whatever his mind is telling him is only getting worse. I know I have only one option, and I'm aware he won't like it. Without hesitation, I pull him onto my lap and wrap my arms around him in a tight hug. Just like last time, He struggles and tries to fight his way out, mumbling words like, "I'm sorry," and "please no." I hold firm, whispering soothing words into his ear. "It's going to be okay, I'm here with you now. You'll never be alone again, not while I'm alive. I need you to breathe for me, or you're going to pass out if you don't. Just breathe." I kept whispering these words into his ear, hoping to get through to him. After a while of whispering and rocking back and forth, his struggling began to calm down, and his breathing became steadier. He wasn't saying much at that point either. I continued to rock him gently, letting him mirror my breathing patterns, not minding that tears were staining my shirt. My priority was making sure he was okay. We stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, and soon I heard soft snores coming from my arms. I looked down to see that Izuku had fallen asleep on my lap. He would have looked so peaceful if it weren't for the tear stains on his face. I gently wiped away the tears, careful not to wake him. Once I finished, I picked him up in my arms and carried him to his bed, covering him with blankets to keep him warm. I may have overdone it with how many blankets I piled on him, but I smiled down at him, relieved to have him back. No matter how selfish it sounded, I didn't care. I never wanted him to leave me again. I took a deep breath and turned to go home when I felt something latch onto my shirt. I looked back to see that Izuku had grabbed my shirt, still half asleep, and asked, "Stay, please." Seeing him like that, sounding so vulnerable, how could I say no? Izuku scooted over, and I lay down next to him, pulling the covers over us both. He shifted closer and cuddled my arm, now fully asleep. I couldn't help but smile. He was acting just as he did when we were little. Before he disappeared, he always asked our moms if we could spend the night together, and during sleepovers, he would get clingy when it was time for bed. My eyelids began to feel heavy and I thought, I'll only close them for a minute, then I'll make my way home. But it wasn't just a minute. Aizawa's POV. And now we're here, and Mike and I are trying to keep this kid out of trouble. Which we're failing miserably at if you can't already tell. I concluded, after informing Midnight about everything we knew about Izuku and how Mike and I became his guardians. Midnight's expression was one of shock and sympathy. Is that why he reacted so strongly during the USJ incident, because he encountered that Kurogiri villain? Pretty sure that's why, but we don't know for sure. He doesn't trust us enough yet to talk to us, Mike said, his sadness evident. How could he trust anyone? Everyone he once trusted either died or betrayed him. I glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. I remembered that Bakugo was still here, and we all had school early tomorrow. It's getting late, and you probably need time to process everything I've told you, I said, feeling tired. Yeah, I'll go get Bakugo and then be on my way, she agreed, getting up and heading to Izuku's room. I leaned back in my chair, grabbing Mick's hand. We're doing the right thing, right? I questioned. Mike didn't have a chance to reply before a frantic Midnight rushed over to us. We instantly thought the worst, ready for a fight, as she hurried us to Izuku's room. When we arrived, all my worry washed away. Right in front of us was the most wholesome sight I'd seen in a while. Izuku was sleeping, yes, sleeping for once, on top of Bakugo, who had a protective arm over him. What shocked me the most was that Izuku actually looked peaceful, and Bakugo had a smile instead of his usual scowl. We stood there, watching them, when Mike leaned in and whispered, "Yeah, we're doing the right thing." My eyes fly open and my whole body tenses. The only movement in the room is the rhythmic rise and fall of Kaken's chest as he sleeps beneath me. I take a moment to gather my thoughts, replaying the events of last night in my mind and feeling a pang of vulnerability. Carefully, I lift Kaken's arm off me and get up without disturbing him. I make my way to the hall, closing the bedroom door quietly, and head to the kitchen. The apartment is as quiet as always as I begin my morning routine, but today I realize I won't finish everything when I see the time. 3:09, I mutter in shock. I slept longer than usual. I sigh and prepare my morning coffee. While it brews, I throw on a light jacket and sneakers, heading to the door. I make sure to be extra quiet since I'm technically still grounded, ensuring no one wakes up before I lock the door. I slip out of the apartment undetected and start running in the early morning darkness. As I run, I try to sort through my racing thoughts, especially regarding Kaken after last night. It's been a week and a half since that night, and I may or may not be avoiding him. But that doesn't matter right now. The sports festival is in 30 minutes. Everyone at UA, except the business course students, is in their respective rooms, preparing for the audience flooding into the stadium. I lean back in my chair, ignoring my classmates, contemplating the possible outcomes of the tournament. Kaken, Todoroki, and Kirishima will probably be in the finals. One of them will definitely win depending on how the other students fare against them, I think. My thoughts are interrupted when a voice cuts through the room. Izuku, can I speak to you? I look up to see Todoroki standing in front of me. I nod slightly for him to continue. You better bring your all because I will not lose to you, he declares, silencing the room. A smirk tugs at my lips in response to the challenge. I stand up and lean forward, invading his personal space. Are you challenging me? I'd advise against it. You won't like the outcome, I say playfully. I highly doubt you're good enough to win this thing, let alone beat me. So, yeah, I am challenging you, he replies emotionlessly, but I see the determination in his eyes. I faintly hear classes being announced and make my way to the door with a grin. You know, I was planning on throwing this whole tournament, but after hearing your declaration of war, how could I deny that challenge? I hope you don't regret it, I say as I reach for the handle. Just then, the announcements become clear. Class 1A, please make your way to the field entrance. I don't wait for my classmates and head to the field. As Class 1A steps onto the field, the crowd erupts in cheers, while other classes look at us with a mix of fear and determination. I scan the stadium, noticing pro heroes likely scouting for upcoming internships and lucky bystanders who manage to get tickets. My thoughts are interrupted when Midnight's voice rings out. Now for the student speech, please welcome Bakugo Katsuki from Class 1A to the stage. The crowd goes wild. I watch Kaken approach the mic and, with a bored expression, he declares, I'll place first out of all these extras. The crowd falls silent before booing him, and even some of his classmates protest. I can't help but smile. Only Kaken would make such a bold statement. After Midnight calms the crowd, she announces, Who's ready for the sports festival to begin? The crowd cheers louder, but the students grow serious. For the preliminary round, since there are too many of you for the final round, you will participate in an obstacle course. You'll run around the stadium and face 3 different challenges before reaching the finish line. The only rules are to stay on course, no harming anyone, and no using unregistered support gear. Break any of these rules and you are immediately disqualified, she says seriously. Now to the starting line. The starting line. There are way too many people here for that small of an entrance. Just the way I like it. A chuckle escapes my throat. Maybe I'll actually have to try harder than I originally thought. I don't have much time to think about the course when Mike starts the countdown. Get ready, in 3, 2, 1, go. With that, the doors crack open, revealing the course. Once the doors open, all my instincts kick in from the past 4 years of vigilantism. Every student around me is in utter chaos trying to get through the door first. I don't waste any time and jump onto someone's shoulders, using that boost to step over the crowd, ignoring their faint protests. Thankfully, I did, because ice spreads across the ground, trapping most of the students. I make it through the entrance and find Todoroki and Kaken fighting their way through the giant robots from the entrance exam. The resources UA has still boggles my mind. I was 10 meters away from the robot in front of me when it came crashing down. I slid under the metal rushing toward me, narrowly escaping being crushed by a flying arm. I rolled into a crouch and grabbed a discarded robot panel from the ground, using it to deflect an oncoming attack from a small robot. Not wasting a second, I break into a sprint, using the wires to tie the panel around my torso while dodging other attacks. I finally clear the robot field but realize I'm further behind than I thought. I switch my sprint into a full-out run as I faintly hear, and Todoroki is using his ice to skate across the second obstacle while Bakugo blasts his way across. They are currently neck and neck for the lead spot, and no one is even close to them. Where did everyone go? Mike announces, rallying the crowd into louder cheers. I can see the second obstacle but not the 2 mentioned. I come to a halt and take in what UA has concocted. The second obstacle consists of tight ropes connected to islands above what looks like an endless pit. At least they are making this interesting. I look behind me and see the other students gaining ground after getting past the robots. I look at the drop again, back up a few steps, take a deep breath, and start running toward it. I use the extra weight strapped to my back to stay balanced as I cross the drop as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, other students, mainly from Class 1A, use their quirks to get ahead of this obstacle with ease, leaving me with more people ahead. After about 50 people pass me during the tightrope challenge, I finally finish and start running full speed, passing people left and right. Just as my breathing becomes uneven, I am met with the third and final challenge, a minefield. Yes, a minefield, because UA thought that was a brilliant idea for an obstacle. I survey my surroundings. There are a good 30 people ahead of me, not including Todoroki and Kaken fighting in the middle of the field with their quirks. This was clearly designed to slow down the top contestants and allow everyone else to catch up. If I go through it like everyone else, I'll never catch up in time or risk blowing myself up. A smirk spreads across my face as I begin to hatch a plan that might seriously injure me in the process. I wipe the sweat from my brow and glance at my handiwork. Looking up, I see Todoroki and Kaken are almost at the end. Without giving myself room for second-guessing, I take a couple of steps back, lift the large panel from the robot I picked up earlier, and sprint full force toward either my savior or my doom. Everything goes in slow motion as I start running, lifting the panel to cover my chest, and then take a leap of faith onto a mountain of landmines. Boom. My vision is blocked by smoke, and for a second, I wonder if my reckless plan got me killed. Then the smoke clears, and I see I'm right behind my two classmates in the lead. Holy smokes! Izuku Midoriya just exploded to third place, literally exploded, and is still gaining ground. Just what are you teaching these kids of yours, Aizawa? My comments? That's the kid's doing, so don't ask me what is going through that head of his, Aizawa replies tiredly, with a hint of amusement in his voice. I start to lose altitude and realize I'll land right on top of my two classmates. In a last-ditch effort to pass them, I swing the panel above me and smack it on the ground, using Todoroki's and Bakugo's shoulders to propel myself ahead of them while simultaneously exploding more landmines in front of them. I push myself back into a run, sprinting at full speed and not giving anyone the chance to pass me again. I hear all-out war behind me, and it's only getting closer. I can see the end of the tunnel just as the heat and cold creep up behind me. I use the last bit of speed I have, and the next thing I hear as I see the cheering crowd is, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A takes first place in the obstacle course. Mike practically screams, poor Aizawa who has to sit next to him. The crowd goes wild. If they were loud before, I don't know how to describe their loudness now. I stand there as I watch Todoroki place second and Kaken place third. I didn't really pay attention to the rest of the placements, being too busy being glad that the only two interesting people in my class placed in the top 3. My excitement is short-lived, however, when Midnight walks up to the stage again. There you have it. In this year's first round we have Izuku Midoriya in first, Shoto Todoroki in second, and Katsuki Bakugo in third, all from Class 1A. I don't know what they are learning, but it seems like it's working, she announces to the crowd. There are only 48 contenders left, including me, and we are all dispersed on the stage around Midnight's podium, waiting for the next task. As you all can see, there are only 48 students left, she states, and they will all be moving on to the second task, and I know you all have been wondering what that might be. Well, you can stop waiting because it's a team battle royale, she shouts mischievously, and the crowd cheers in response. Midnight lets the cheers die down before going into details about the second task. The rules are simple. Each team has to have 4 contenders. They can be anyone. It doesn't matter who, you just have to have 4. One member from each team will be the leader, and that leader cannot touch the ground no matter what. If they do, they will be disqualified. Quirks are allowed, just don't severely injure anyone. Step out of the arena, and you're disqualified. These rules sound boring. I thought she had something up her sleeve. Guess not. She continues. But the goal of this challenge is to get as many headbands as possible to earn points, and you'll have 30 minutes to accomplish this. The point system will start at 500 and will go down by 5 depending on what place you got in the obstacle course. However, the first place winner won't start at 500. Their headband is worth 1 million points, she announces, her voice rising with every word. My jaw almost drops at the shock of how many points my headband is worth in this task. Everyone turns to look at me with hunger in their eyes, anticipating their easy victory in getting my headband. I internally smile at the target painted on my back. This is going to be fun. You all have 5 minutes to get into teams, then the battle will begin, Midnight concludes. I look around and see that everyone is darting away from me. They probably don't want to be teammates with the main target. I don't pay any attention to them and go through my mental catalog of all the data I've gathered on the contenders. Todoroki and Bakugo won't be my teammates, they'll be my main opponents instead. Then there's Ida, Momo, and the Baku squad. They'll team up amongst each other or with Todoroki. So that only leaves me with a few choices, but I can't really be picky when everyone is trying to avoid me. I walk around the arena looking for my potential teammates and find my first candidate. Covered in a black cloak and being antisocial, one of the things I like about them, I walk up to Tokoyami. He gives me a nod of acknowledgement, and I ask, I have a plan that will help us advance to the next round, and I need you on my team to accomplish that. Will you join me? He thinks it over for a second. Oh, I'm in. What's the plan? I'll explain when we recruit the rest of the team. To make this go faster, I need you to ask Uraraka to join while I get the other team member. I swiftly explain, already making my way over to a pink-haired inventor. I offer her the same proposal as I did Tokoyami, and she agrees with a slight adjustment. She wants to show off her inventions, which I'm perfectly fine with. I'm honestly shocked that it went so smoothly in recruiting her. We meet back up with Tokoyami, and I'm pleased to see that he was successful in recruiting Uraraka to our side. We only have 2 minutes left before the battle begins, so I get right down to business. Tokoyami, Uraraka, this is Mei Hatsum. She's a student from the support course. Mei, this is Tokoyami and Uraraka from the hero course with me. So here's the plan. I start explaining as fast as I can, knowing I don't have much time left. Everyone is in their spot around the edge of the arena, and my team has the pleasure of getting a corner spot. Mei is to the right of me, Tokoyami to my left, protecting our blind spots from any attacks with the help of Dark Shadow, and Uraraka is in the back using her anti-gravity quirk on all of us to make it easier for Mei's jetpack and boots. Last but not least, I was propped up between my teammates, tasked with protecting our headbands and stealing as many as possible. Right when Midnight shouted the orders to start, everyone rushed toward us, predictable as ever. I waited until the teams got closer, until I could see the whites of their eyes, before giving Uraraka the signal, now. All the teams nearly collided as my team was propelled into the air, thanks to Mei's support gear that Uraraka was using. It was almost hilarious to see everyone's confused faces, not knowing where we had gone. Just as everyone turned around, we made it to the other side of the arena, away from the chaos. The plan I explained to my teammates was simple: get all the teams together and let them wear themselves out before we moved in to clean up the rest. Until then, we needed to stay away from everyone and protect our headbands. The only teams we had to worry about initially were Todoroki's and Bakugo's, as they would want to take the lead as soon as possible. So far, everything was going as I predicted, but I couldn't locate those two formidable teams. It was as if they had vanished. My question was soon answered when I felt the temperature drop on my right and heat on my left. This time, I didn't need to tell Uraraka to activate the boots. We were already in the air, moving away from them. We landed again in a secluded area, but Todoroki's team was still on our tail, blasting ice in every direction. Bakugo's team seemed to be picking off the other teams, which meant less work for us. This continued for the next few minutes, with Todoroki shooting ice at us while we dodged. We were in the middle of landing from one of those ice shots when Uraraka shouted, "See, no, no, no." I could feel her start to struggle. "Guys, we have a problem. One of the boots is encased in ice. I can't get it out." I assessed our options. Todoroki was closing in fast, and there was no way to safely free the boot while it was still functional. Take it off then, we don't have time to release it. Tokoyami, get ready to defend us from Todoroki's team, I ordered. We would have to manage with only one boot. Mei stiffened at my command. But my gear, you can't just cast it aside like that, it's precious, she protested. I can and I will. If gear fails in the middle of a battle, then it's unreliable and useless, I stated firmly. Uraraka unlatched the boot encased in ice just in time, as Todoroki stood right in front of us. No more running, it was time to face them head-on. I dared to glance at the countdown and saw we had 5 minutes left. We just had to last 5 more minutes to win. That glance cost me. Todoroki used it to block our way with his ice, leaving us no choice but to confront him. I looked him dead in the eyes and recognized that look of resentment and determination. I knew it all too well because I saw it every time I looked in the mirror. One moment I was staring into his eyes, and the next, a gust of wind hit me and my forehead felt cold. I turned in surprise to see that Todoroki's team had the 1 million point headband. I realized why they moved so fast. Ida, with his engine quirk, was in the front. We had less than a minute before the battle was over, and we had no points for our team, all because of Todoroki. It looks like Ida can't move after that attack, and they are encased in the ice they used on us. We have less than a minute. We go full speed and stay on the opposite side of his ice attacks, I ordered silently. They nodded in understanding. If we didn't act now, we would lose. As if we shared the same mind, we all sprang into action, racing toward Todoroki and his team. I reached out for what I hoped would be the 1 million point headband, while Tokoyami had Dark Shadow shielding us. Todoroki was activating his power to blast us away. Just as my hand latched onto a headband, I had to dodge to avoid being hit by ice. I could have sworn I felt heat graze my face, but when I glanced back, there was nothing. The bell rang to signal that time was up, and we had just escaped the blast radius. I looked down at the headband and saw that I had grabbed the wrong one. The numbers read my team let me down gently, and I was about to walk off the arena, trembling with frustration at letting a rival get the better of me when Tokoyami spoke up. Excuse me, but Dark Shadow has something. I turned to see that Dark Shadow had 2 more headbands in its mouth. If I added them together, we had 845 points. I whipped my head around to look at the scoreboard and felt a wave of relief wash over me as our team was in 3rd place. Midnight stepped up to the stage. And that ends the battle royale. The first 4 teams will move on to the next and last round of the sports festival, she announced, glancing at the board. Since there is no 4th place, we'll let the next team move ahead. Someone from that team stated they didn't think they deserved the spot and backed down from the offer, prompting Midnight to approach the next team to fill the remaining spots for the next task. The next task was a tournament between the remaining contenders, just 16 of us, and we had 1 hour to prepare before the final challenge began. My first opponent would be Hitoshi Shinso from Class 1B of the Hero course. I had to do as much research as possible on him in that hour. I wouldn't be caught off guard again, nor would I let any heroes in training come close to beating me. Not again, never again. Would Hitoshi Shinsu and Izuku Midoriya please make their way to their respective room to prepare for their match, Mike announced over the PA system. I closed my laptop, plunging the room into darkness. Standing up from my crouch position, I made my way to the door, surprised I didn't bump into anything, and silently yanked it open, only to be blinded by the lights. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment before slowly opening them to adjust to the brightness. For the past hour, I had been in the quietest place in the building, the janitor's closet. It was cliché, but it worked. Before I realized it, I was at the room assigned to me, pushing the door open and plopping down in the chair. While researching, I discovered that Shinso has a brainwashing quirk and that I have to talk to him for it to work on me. So, to win, I just had to avoid speaking to him. Totally easy, this would be a piece of cake. I chuckled to myself, making it a challenge. How long would it take to defeat Hitoshi Shinso? The crowd was in a frenzy. I could hear them all the way in the building, and I could only imagine how loud they would be when I was in the arena. Dread filled me, but it vanished when the PA clicked on. Who's ready for the tournament to begin? The crowd erupted in cheers. Alright, let's get this thing started. From the left side of the arena, we have Hitoshi Shinsu, the insomniac from the hero course, Class 1B, and from the right side, we have the mysterious Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. Mike cheered with enthusiasm. Insomniac? Mysterious? Really, Mike? I thought, disappointed. I pushed that aside and made my way through the archway, greeting the crowd with a glare that could rival Aizawa's. As I climbed the steps to the arena, I saw that Mick's description of Shinso was accurate. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. He had purple hair spiking toward the sky, was of average height, and didn't appear to work out. What stood out were the noticeable bags under his eyes and the mocking smirk I wanted to wipe off his face. You know, I heard there was a transfer student in the hero course, and I was wondering who they were, Shinso mused. Too bad you don't live up to my expectations. I responded with a mocking smirk of my own, leaning forward and miming sealing my lips shut and tossing away the key, much to his amusement. We'll see about that, I'm just getting started. The match hasn't even begun and there seems to already be conflict in the arena. Mike shouted, riling up the crowd. With that being said, the match may commence. Everything went still for a moment, the crowd silent, the wind stopped. Then I was off. I ran straight at him, pulling my right arm back, ready to deliver a knockout punch. In seconds, I was upon him and punched him right in the gut. I stepped back, getting out of range of any possible counterattacks. He leaned forward, clutching his stomach, gasping for breath, which turned into a breathy laugh. You know, that actually hurt a bit. Too bad you weren't as bold that night, he said, regaining his composure. My body stilled, every fiber focused on him and what he was saying. Yeah, I remember that night. It was all over the news. Boy found in closet while mother found dead in living room, he announced, spreading his arms. I always wondered what actually happened. How he connected those dots, I had no idea, but one thing was clear. I was starting to want to seriously injure this kid. I clenched and unclenched my fists, trying to keep my emotions in check. I have come up with theories over the years, he informs. At first, I thought it was just a random attack, but then another thought came to mind. What if it wasn't random? What if the attack was planned? Or what if the only survivor of that night was playing innocent? He stops moving around me, making direct eye contact as he ponders. Did you murder your mom in cold blood? He ends the sentence with a smirk. I lost it. Every restraint I had broke. I didn't give him a second to react. I tackled him to the ground, rolling to a stop with me on top. I hit him left and right, determined to wipe that smirk off his face the old-fashioned way. He tried to block my punches, but I was too fast for him. I jumped off him, regained my balance, and threw him out of the arena. And Izuku Midoriya wins the first round. Mike shouts into the mic, I don't know about you, but I'm curious about what Shinso said to get under his skin. He lost it, he adds as an afterthought. I ignore the cheering crowd and make my way to the groaning Shinso in the grass, clutching his side in pain. I crouch down and whisper in his ear, the next time you bring that up, I will injure you so severely that not even Recovery Girl would be able to heal the damage. I could practically sense the fear radiating off him as I left him there, injured in the grass. As I make my way through the door leading into the building, I pass the doctors on standby, rushing to get Shinso to Recovery Girl and assess the damage. If he's lucky and has the strength, he'll be fine by the end of the day, maybe with a few bandages for the worse injuries. But at this point, I didn't care about him. I aimlessly walk around the hallways, trying to get my emotions under control, not wanting any company at the moment. The next battle is about to begin in a couple of minutes, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be Kirishima versus that Tetsu guy from Class 1B. They both have similar quirks, so I won't be surprised if this battle ends in a stalemate. It could go either way, to be honest, even I don't know the outcome of this match. I let out a well-deserved sigh, contemplating whether I should head to the stands and greet the rest of my classmates or deal with the tired hobo's wrath for disappearing again. I rounded a corner and almost collided with flaming garbage. Keyword almost. I sidestepped just in time. I was content with ignoring him, but apparently he had other plans. You better not disappoint in the next round, he demands. My mood was just starting to improve, but this flaming piece of filth had to worsen it. When I was younger, I somewhat liked the guy. He was a good hero with a knack for causing collateral damage, but he still got the job done. That was when I was younger and didn't know better. While improving my skills, I learned all about the Todoroki family, and now I despise him. Sore losers that make their family suffer for their own gain don't have the right to demand anything from me, so tell that to someone who actually cares, I seethed, ice lacing every word. He stiffens at my tone and my lack of SBMson to his demands. Who gave you the right to talk to me like that? You're just a punk kid that can't fight with any morals, he shot back. I scoff. I gave myself that right because you have no authority over me. Nobody does. As for my fighting, it's the type that keeps you alive, and you're the last person to talk about morals with anyone. I start strolling down the hall again, done with this interaction. He doesn't try to get my attention again and lets me be, but in the back of my mind, I know that this conversation is far from over. I've almost made it to the balcony where the rest of my class is when he stops me. Midoriya, can I speak with you for a moment? Todoroki asks, in private? What is with the Todoroki family? I just want peace before my next match. I motion for him to lead the way, and I follow him to who knows where. Izuku Midoriya, I muse, oh, what potential you have. There was a scoff from behind. What's so special about him? Can I destroy him? I still need payback from the USJ? My young prodigy questions irritably. I turn to face him. No, you cannot destroy him. I have plans for him that are long overdue. Silence falls over the bar. The only sound is the scratching and the TV displaying the festival. I turn to the only sane person here. Kurogyari, I need you to recruit more people for an upcoming mission. Get it done swiftly. He sets down the glass and bows. Yes, mister, he replies before warping away. One last thing, when I was writing this chapter, I realized I couldn't use some dialogue because it contradicted what I intended, but it deserves to be seen. You know, I heard that there was a transfer student in the hero course, and I was wondering who they were. Shinso muses. Too bad you don't live up to what I expected. I couldn't help but respond with a mocking smirk, plunging my hands into my pockets. I might not live up to your expectations appearance-wise, but who's to say I won't meet them in another department? He stiffens at my retort, and my smirk widens at his discomfort. Izuku's POV. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Standing in an abandoned hallway, Todoroki mentions something that should have never existed. It's a cruel practice that some families participated in the past, thankfully now banned, and it's a practice that, sadly, the second pro-hero took part in. It's like an arranged marriage, but based on people's quirks to create powerful offspring. He continues. My mother was to take part in this when she was 19, and her parents did not care who it was with. They only cared about the money they would receive in payment for the marriage. A faint smile appears on his face but vanishes just as quickly. However, my father, he spits out his name like it's the foulest thing on earth, also didn't care about my mother, only the power that their quirks might achieve if combined. They had 3 children before I came along, and ever since, my life has been made a living hell. He pauses as if trying to piece together his own thoughts. When I was 4 and developed my quirk, my training began. My father pushed me beyond my breaking point every day, never satisfied with anything I did. Even my own mother hated me. I once overheard her on the phone saying how I looked so much like her tormentor and that she couldn't even stomach looking at me. That conversation ended with me getting this scar and my mother going to a mental hospital. His hand moves to the angry scar on the left side of his face during that memory. Slowly, he lowers his hand, staring intently at it, filled with hate and resentment. Because of my father's torment and all the training he put me through to be his replacement and become the #1 pro-hero, I refuse to use his fire, he exclaims, looking me in the eyes again. I will not give him the pleasure of seeing me use his flames to win this festival or anything else. And you almost made me use his flames in the cavalry battle, and I won't let you do that to me again. His eyes light up with determination. I will defeat you and whoever my next opponent is, and I will achieve that using only the quirk my mother gave me. That I can promise. Todoroki leaves it at that and walks away, not allowing me to respond to his confession. Why he shared that with me, I have no idea. How I didn't know about what happened to his mother is also a mystery, much to my irritation. I knew about the arranged marriage, but after 10 years of that marriage, Rei Todoroki mysteriously disappeared one night. I honestly thought Endeavor killed her out of rage and covered it up, but there was never enough proof. Now I understand why there wasn't enough proof. She was sent to a mental hospital, probably against her will, knowing Endeavor. But I can't dwell on that. I need to focus on my next battle, which just so happens to be against Todoroki. After I face him, I'll analyze the whole Todoroki situation more thoroughly. But until then, it's time to find a quiet, dark place to gather some intel. Let me introduce to you the first battle of the semi-finals. Mike cheered from the announcement booth. On one side of the arena, we have the coldest person in Class 1A, Shoto Todoroki. And on the other side, we have the ever-so mysterious person, also from Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya. We both walk onto the arena, keeping a healthy distance from one another. My body tenses at every breath he takes. I don't dare break eye contact, watching every move he makes, preparing for the power he displayed in his first round. Shiro should have known better than to face Todoroki when he's mad. Begin! I barely jump out of the way from Todoroki's mountain of spearing ice. When the ice stops moving, a heavy fog drifts across the stone, and ice crystals fall from the sky, raining down on both of us. I have seconds to regain my composure before he sends another mountain of ice at me. Each time, I barely dodge his relentless attacks. Every time I jumped out of the way to dodge, I counted the seconds until his next attack. With each strike, his power seemed to slow, and I could tell he was getting tired. I'm beginning to think the only thing you're good at is talking big. I breathed between clenched teeth, all bark and no bite. He paused his attacks, retorting, and I'm beginning to think that you only know how to dodge. It's called surviving, I chuckled drily. Unlike you, I make it a goal not to be reckless in a fight. He sent more ice spears my way, noticeably slower than at the start of the match. Then I guess you fail at that goal a lot, if this fight says anything about it. How wrong he was. I glanced around, gauging how far the edge of the arena was. I had about 10 feet to work with before I would hit the boundary. Quite the opposite actually, but the same cannot be said about you, I noted as frost began to coat his right side. See, unlike you, I know my limits and my weaknesses. You declared you would win this festival, but how do you expect to do that when you've got ice covering half your body, slowing down your movements? He was seething with rage at this point. I will not use his power. For someone who got in on recommendation, he could be really oblivious. You preach about how terrible your life has been and that you won't give him the satisfaction of using the flames, but newsflash, everyone has a difficult past. Your past doesn't determine what type of person you'll be. What's a better way to master that flame and turn it into something good? Something that he doesn't have the right to claim as his own. You did those things not because he told you to, but because you wanted to help people, to become a hero worthy of the title. I added, what if one day your ice isn't enough to save innocent civilians? Will you let them die? Suffer? And for what? A petty grudge? Todoroki was breathing, icy fog curling in front of him. My ice will be enough. He sent more ice spears my way. I will never use his flames, he insisted again. I jumped into a roll, getting closer to him as I yelled, you still don't get it. It's your power, not his. He has no control over your flames, only you do. It's your power. It was as if something snapped in him, like some self-restraint vanished. One moment I was crouched defensively, the next I was flat on my stomach as fire and ice creased my skin. I lifted my head in Todoroki's direction. On his right side, ice shot out in every direction, and on his left, flames danced in the air. His power was roaring, unchecked. I could hear a certain hero from the stands bellowing something in pride as I got my feet planted beneath me again. Almost as soon as that power was released, it was Seki back into him, like nothing had happened at all. I stood fully, realizing I had just made this fight harder than it needed to be. Todoroki stared at his left hand in shock or confusion, I couldn't tell, but I took the opportunity he provided and went on the offensive. I sprinted with unmatched speed, smashing my fist hard into his stomach. He grabbed my arm and started to freeze my skin, but I quickly shook off his grip. He sent a blast of fire to my left. I dodged to the right, raising my arms to block the heat. My skin protested against the unexpected warmth of the flames. The flames died down, and I was upon Todoroki again. I kicked him in the side, knocking him off balance. Before he could regain his composure, I unleashed a volley of punches aimed at his face, stomach, and chest. By the time I stopped, he was struggling to stand. One more hit, and he would be down for good. We were both breathing heavily. I rushed in for one final attack, and just as my fist made contact with his face, he sent flames at my unguarded left side. Holy, I cursed, cradling my burnt arm. Only then did I realize the crowd was quiet, too quiet for a battle. I looked behind me and saw that I had knocked out Todoroki, and I had done it well. He wouldn't be waking up for a few hours. And with that amazing display, Izuku Midoriya is the winner and will be moving on to the finals. Mike announced enthusiastically. I was still breathing heavily when the crowd began cheering, and they continued as I made my way into the building. I had only made it halfway down the hallway when Aizawa interrupted my escape, leaning against the wall, waiting. That would have been much easier if you kept your mouth shut, he mused, kicking off the wall to stand in front of me. Why did you help him? I can't stand idly by and watch someone waste their potential, I huffed tightly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get going. He gave me an incredulous look. Yeah, going to Recovery Girl to get your arm looked at. I started my trek down the hall again, content to leave him there. I'll be fine without her, I declared against his demanding tone. I should know better than to talk back, especially as the cloth restricts my movement. Footsteps sound behind me, pulling me in the opposite direction. Soon enough, I find myself being dragged along, bound by an unbreakable scarf. You're seeing Recovery Girl. Bakugo's POV. And Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A wins, a loud voice announces from the booth. Ever since the last match ended, Aizawa-sensei has been nowhere to be found, likely with Deku, leaving Mike to handle the announcements alone. Luckily my match was quick, me against Tokoyami. It was a tough matchup for him. His dark shadow stayed away from any light-producing quirks, and I wagered that my explosions would weaken it. I was right and won. We'll be taking a short break before we continue with the final round, Mike says, surprisingly calm. The final round, me against the nerd. I'm happy he's back, but I'm also looking forward to winning this whole thing. Before I knew it, I was back in my waiting room, sitting alone. Deku had been on my mind. Ever since he returned, he's been distant and cold. I knew he wouldn't be the same, but this was more than different. He was no longer the bubbly, cheerful person I remembered. Now, he was secretive and didn't trust anyone. Not even me. Flashback. Coldness replaced the warmth I felt last night. I jolted upright, remembering everything. Deku, Aizawa's apartment, and the morning. Mom's going to kill me. The sun shone brightly through the curtains, illuminating the room. I looked around, realizing I was alone. I folded the covers back, shifting off the bed and stretching my stiff limbs. As I wandered around his room, I noticed how empty it was compared to when we were kids. I stopped at the desk in the corner. 3 monitors were on display. Why did he need so many? To the right of the keyboard was a picture of a once happy family. A green-haired woman smiling brightly at her son, who was probably up to no good. Inko and Deku. My eyes softened at the familiar faces, especially the one I hadn't seen in a long time. I reached for the frame when my hand bumped into his mouse. Light blasted from the monitors, revealing letters and numbers scattered across the screens, gibberish to me, but probably fluent to him. Breakfast is on the table, we're leaving soon. Mick's voice rang through the door, his footsteps receding. Deku wasn't there that morning. He was already at school, and since then, it felt like he had been avoiding me. I hadn't made an effort to talk to him either, but that was going to change. Izuku's POV. Present time. Clean, white bandages now wrapped my left arm. Recovery Girl said burns can't be healed completely, leaving me with a tender arm and a faint scar. Now, I was back in the arena, facing an angry Bakugo, whose expression was one of cold determination. Here's the moment you've all been waiting for, the finals. Mike cheered, hyping up the crowd. The two finalists are both from Class 1's Hero course, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. Whoever wins this battle wins the whole festival. My body tensed in anticipation, analyzing every possible outcome like a game of chess. I knew Kaken was doing the same, watching my every move. Let the final match begin. Kaken wasted no time, blasting an explosion straight at me, covering half the arena and leaving little room to dodge. I planted my feet and prepared for his next attack. My arm shot up, deflecting his outstretched hand just as another explosion erupted, singeing my hair. It became a close hand-to-hand battle, just the way I liked it. I punched right, he blocked, then punched left in response. It was a dance of fists and limbs with occasional explosions. We were at a stalemate, exchanging attacks, seconds, minutes, hours, lost in the fight. And it was about time things got moving again. I shifted my weight onto my left leg, swinging my right leg into a wide arc, making contact across his stomach and knocking the breath out of him momentarily. Taking advantage of the moment, I landed precise hits across his body. A punch to his shoulder, an elbow to his inner arm, a knee to his stomach, over and over again, just giving him enough time to block and nothing more. With each hit, he unconsciously took a step back until he was about 3 feet away from the edge of the arena. I finally paused long enough for Kaken to catch his breath, to take in his surroundings, and just when realization dawned on his face, I finished it. Grabbing his arms, I hauled him off his feet and threw him out of the arena, winning the whole festival. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Izuku Midoriya wins. Mick's voice echoed through the stadium. And he didn't even use a quirk, Aizawa commented next to Mike. The crowd went instantly quiet before erupting. What? Time skip, reward ceremony. The crowd cheered at the podiums. Standing to my right was a fuming Kaken in second place, and to my left were Todoroki and Tokoyami tying for third. I had to admit, Tokoyami surprised me by placing in third. Unfortunately, he had a disadvantage against Kaken, but that's life. You always have to consider that your opponent knows your weaknesses. He learned that the hard way, not out in the real world. Sadly, the person who had everyone's attention, standing in the limelight, was me, placing first. Midnight stood in front of us, allowing the students to soak in the cheers from all the spectators and pro heroes. The people beside me were enjoying it, even Kaken, though I doubted he would admit it. I, on the other hand, just wanted to leave and never see another human being for the rest of my life. I would like to present the 4 champions of the sports festival, Midnight announced. Even though every student made a valiant effort in the challenges, these 4 came out on top. Now, the person rewarding them will be... I am here, a certain hero interrupted. My mental pleas for the universe to open a hole beneath me went unanswered. All Might looked over to Midnight apologetically. Sorry, I got excited. Midnight waved it off and proceeded to hand the medals over to All Might. He started with Tokoyami. You fought admirably against young Bakugo, but sadly it was a bad matchup for you. Even so, you deserve this spot, and I can tell you will go places during and after your time here at UA. He placed the medal around Tokoyami's neck and turned to Todoroki. Young Todoroki, after today's battle, I think you have a lot to consider about how you want to shape your quirk and what you want to symbolize. Whatever path you choose, you will still be a vital hero to the future society of this world. He placed another medal around Todoroki's neck, identical to Tokoyami's. All Might moved across the stage, stopping in front of Kaken, silver medal in hand. Young Bakugo, you showed incredible skill in controlling your quirk and knowing how to fight hand-to-hand. You are definitely going to make an amazing hero someday, someone others will look up to, and I wish you luck on that journey. He tried to place the medal around Kaken's neck, but Kaken snatched it from his hands. Last but not least, All Might stood in front of me with a gold medal in his hands. Young Midoriya, you have surpassed every one of your classmates and come out on top in this festival. Starting with your innovative skills in the race, then your teamwork in the cavalry battle, and lastly your exceptional skill in hand-to-hand combat. You deserve this place on the podium and the title of this year's winner. He concluded by placing the medal around my neck. Why can't anyone respect my wishes in not using my last name? I've been called it 1,000 times today. Can't people just call me Izuku? All Might turned to the crowd, addressing them. Now, as I'm sure you all are as curious as I am, since we haven't seen it at all today, I have a question for young Midoriya, he said, turning back to me. What is your quirk? I weighed the options of telling the truth or lying, and in the end, I didn't see a problem in revealing this truth. I raised my voice to address the crowd, the pro-heroes, and most importantly, those who needed to hear this the most. When people first meet me and they don't see me use a physical quirk, they believe I have a quirk that involves my reflexes or analysis because of my intelligence and quick thinking. I paused. However, those people are wrong. In fact, I bet everyone trying to guess what my quirk is right now is wrong. Because when I tell you, there will be a lot of people who won't want to accept that I won. And I know this because people like me have been looked down upon and deemed worthless in this world. I stopped to look directly at the crowd, the pro-heroes, and the cameras broadcasting the whole event. Where is this going, young Midoriya? All Might questioned. I ignore him. Let this make history, to inspire people to do the same because it will be worth it in this cruel world of ours. That I got into UA, that I kept up with Class 1, that I just won the whole sports festival against countless heroes in training. What they don't know is that I hate it here and want to leave, but can't. That I did all that without a quirk, because my quirk doesn't exist. I turn to the heroes around me and my classmates at my side as realization dawns on them. I'm quirkless. How's that for ending the sports festival arc? I'm actually pretty proud of that speech Izuku gave. Izuku's POV. I'm never participating in a school event. Again. Even days later, I have a headache, not to mention the curious glances I keep ignoring from students and teachers. What? Everyone in the stadium yells. I look around and see everyone's dumbfounded faces, especially Todoroki and Kaken, but Kaken looks more surprised than anything. You can't be serious? All Might laughs nervously, looking around for an explanation, not trusting a kid. I give him a blank stare. Why would I lie about that? He looks even more nervous now. The crowd hasn't so much as breathed, and I can't stand the disbelief and shock anymore. I hop off the podium and make my way to the exit. Where are you going? Midnight questions after me. I ignore her and just keep walking, praying this day will be over sooner rather than later. Why did I make a bold statement for people I don't care for? I have no clue, and if I did it again before I died, it'd be too soon. It's more troublesome than it's worth. The only good thing that came out of that day is I'm not grounded anymore. I'm finally free. Not just that, but there's only one more hour before class is over. Speaking of class, Aizawa clears his throat. As you all know, the sports festival wasn't just for fun, but served a dual purpose. Internships. You probably noticed the pro-heroes that showed up at that festival. They weren't there because they had free time. They came because they were scouting for potential heroes. Peons. With Class 1A's knack for getting into trouble, you guys got the most offers. If you didn't get any offers, there's a packet of hero agencies you can look through to work under. Lastly, the internships will take place next week. I wonder how mad Aizawa will be if I skip the internships. Aizawa clicks a button on a remote, and a graph appears on the monitor behind him. These are the people that got direct offers from hero agencies. Whoa Bakubro, you got the second most offers. Kirishima exclaims, jumping out of his seat. Why are you shocked about that, shitty hair? Kaken yells in anger, small explosions forming in his hands. Ah man, I barely got any offers, Kaminari cries out. Indeed, he was right. Todoroki and Kaken got the most offers, followed by the Baku squad and most of the innocent ones mingled in between them. Aizawa-sensei, why isn't Izuku on there? Mina exclaims, perplexed. He won the sports festival after all. Everyone quiets down at the realization that the winner of the sports festival didn't get any offers. However, she wasn't wrong. I didn't get any offers from any agency. Probably because I was different and mysterious. They didn't want to take the risk of ruining their precious reputation. They didn't want to ruin their image with a quirkless kid. That's why I have no offers. I state before Aizawa has the chance to respond. No point in beating around the bush. They have a right to know what they're studying for. That's ridiculous, Kaken mutters. So what if you don't have a quirk? You don't need a quirk to be a hero, you just need the skill. Language, Ida scolds him, doing his robot arms. However, I do have to disagree with you, he steps forward, adjusting his glasses. It's unreasonable for a quirkless person to become a hero. They will have a major disadvantage going against villains that have quirks. They won't survive in that line of work. I agree with Ida, quirkless people should just give up, Mineta remarks confidently. Ida is baffled at Mineta's comment. I never said they should give up. I just said they shouldn't pursue a career in hero work. I've dealt with a lot of bullying and backlash about being quirkless over the years, but to hear heroes in training say this is infuriating. I won't let it slide this time, especially from a descendant of a noble hero bloodline. Why does a person need a quirk to be a hero? I question. Heck, Aizawa fights quirkless, and he's a decent hero. People aren't bashing him. I stand in front of them. I'll be the first to admit that quirkless people do have a disadvantage when it comes to fighting people with quirks, but isn't that the same for everyone? Everyone has a disadvantage when it comes to fighting. They just have to learn to overcome those odds. Have I not proven what can be done without a quirk? Or are you just too stubborn like the rest of those heroes to realize that quirks don't make you above everyone? He looks lost for words, so I lean forward and whisper, I thought you wanted to be like your brother. From where I'm standing, you're only getting farther away from that dream. You know nothing, Ida seethed. I backed away, my face void of any emotions. I know more than you think. With that, I turned my back to him and navigated my way through the desks, making for the door. Just as I reached it, I glanced at Mineta and smirked. Oh right, Mineta, if you want to get rid of quirkless people, then you're going to need stronger insults. The mortified expression on Mineta's face satisfied me. Not a second too late, the bell rang to dismiss the students for the day, and I was out of the school before my babysitters could stop me. They said what? Haley yelled across the counter. I nodded in confirmation while handing Hunter a drink. Right after school, I headed to the cafe, a place where I wouldn't be disturbed. Hunter and Haley were overwhelmed when I arrived, so I went to the back, grabbed a hat, and wordlessly started to help them out, just like old times. While making drinks, I shared what happened in class, excluding most of my conversation with Ida. They didn't need to know that detail. I mean, I've got to admit, it was a shocker when we heard that you were quirkless. I thought you had a mental quirk or something, but after what you did at the festival, I don't see why you couldn't be a hero, Hunter commented. I finished the last order and leaned against the counter, sighing. What I did wasn't for me at the festival, and I don't even want to be a hero. Haley came around the counter, wiping her hands. Why did you do it then? And if you don't want to be a hero, why be in a hero class? I walked over to the closet for a mop, hoping to stall for time. That's complicated, I huffed. I don't want to be a hero, but I can't get out of it at the moment. That little speech at the end of the festival was to inspire other quirkless people that they don't need to follow the status quo. I don't know why you don't want to be a hero, but you'll tell us when you're ready. As for the speech, I think you inspired countless kids who watched it, Haley said softly. I gave them both a soft smile and got back to cleaning up the place. It was almost closing time after all. A couple of seconds later, they followed suit and started wiping down the counters. We worked in comfortable silence, almost done, and I started to dread when the clock got closer to the 8 p.m. mark. To my right, Haley threw her rag into the sink and plopped down in a chair. Hunter and I kept cleaning in silence, comfortable just being in the same room. Suddenly, Haley gasped, startling me. Wait! She turned to me. Was it because you are quirkless that made it so hard for you to accept our friendship? I gave her a guilty smile in response. Dang, she laughed. Now it makes so much more sense how you acted when you first met us. Hunter chuckled, and then fully laughed when he saw my puffed-out cheeks and childish expression of anger. We should get going soon before it gets even darker out, Hunter suggested, slowly letting his chuckles die down. Haley and I agreed and headed to the back to get our things. Oh Izuku, thanks for the help today. The rush has only gotten harder since you left. I looked over to Hunter. Anytime, and if you need help in the future, you have my number, I offered. Yeah, totally. It'll be good to see each other again, even if it's only during work hours, Hunter agreed. We were about to part ways at the door when Haley brought up an interesting topic. Maybe you can bring this Kakin person with you next time. You sound like good friends. I stopped dead in my tracks and carefully said, I don't think he'll be up to that. He's not really a people person. Haley blocked the door. Sounds like someone I know. She raised a brow in accusation. Anyway, I'm not taking no for an answer. It's either you bring him here tomorrow after classes, or we go to your school and embarrass you when everyone is leaving, she threatened. My jaw dropped. She can't be serious, right? Who am I kidding? This is Haley and Hunter. If they say they'll do something, they will. Fine, I said reluctantly. I'll ask him during school tomorrow, but I'm not promising anything. If he doesn't want to come, then he doesn't want to come, and you have to drop it. I said as sternly as possible, leaving no room for negotiation. Deal? Hunter and Haley exchanged knowing looks before turning to me with smiles and saying in unison, deal. I felt a bit bad for confronting Ida, but then again he was the perfect person for that conversation. I'm officially dedicating Wednesdays to writing chapters because apparently that is my only free time during the week. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Izuku's POV. I will never forgive those two for what they're making me do. Why do they even want to meet him? It's not like they'll get along. Kakin isn't that type of person. He probably won't even agree to go. Nonetheless, here I am the next day, brooding at my desk, staring at a sandy blonde-haired, ruby red-eyed beauty, trying to muster the courage to ask him to the cafe. How hard can it be to ask someone to hang out? I've fought harder villains than this before. So what's stopping me? Oh right, rejection, embarrassment, and all those childhood memories I'd rather not revisit. I've probably been staring at him all day, trying to think of a way to ask him, but my mind keeps drawing a blank. Maybe I can just tell them that I asked and he rejected me? No, Haley will see through that. She's always had a knack for knowing when people are lying. I'm honestly lucky that I've kept my alternate ego a secret from her for this long. If you take a picture, it will last longer. I flinched in my seat, startled by Kakin's drawling voice. I focused on reality again and found Kakin twisted in his seat with a smug smirk on his face. Why would I need a picture when you're already conveniently here? I shot back playfully. He slightly stiffened, and a light pink dusted his cheeks. He ducked his head to try and hide it, but it was too late to conceal his embarrassment. It must be lunch if we aren't getting scolded for talking, and now would be the perfect time to ask him. I just have to man up and do it. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. I try again, but it's all the same. Why is this so hard? I internally scream. Are you okay? You look like a fish out of water, Kakin observed. I silently reprimanded myself for being such a coward and blurted out with as much confidence as possible, would you like to hang out at a cafe after school today? His eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly composed himself. His eyes softened, and he gave me a genuine smile, nodding with visible happiness. I'd love to, you nerd. I tipped my head in confirmation, keeping an emotionless face as I got up to walk to lunch. But my body was wide awake, ecstatic with a foreign feeling. Every atom in my body felt more alive than ever before, more sensitive to every touch or brush of wind. I hated this feeling that I couldn't explain. Time skip. I wonder where Kakin went, I thought. The bell had only rung a minute ago, and yet he was nowhere in sight. He wasn't even with his squad, and he's always with them, willingly or not. Letting out a tired sigh, I made my way to the school's front gates. I guess I'll just have to tell Haley and Hunter that he didn't want to come. But he agreed earlier, so why did he just disappear like that? Is this what ghosting feels like? I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't notice Kakin at the gates, gazing at the sky. I only noticed him when he placed his hand on my shoulder. Subconsciously, I flinched at his touch. He immediately let go and looked at me worriedly. What was that about? Old habits die hard. Nothing, don't worry about it, I dismissed. I guess he was waiting for me at the gates. I honestly thought he wasn't going to go with me. I mean, why would he? I'm a loser, So why would anyone want to hang out with someone like me? Hey, are we going to the cafe or not? Bakugo asked, pulling me out of my thoughts once again. Oh, yeah, I mumbled. I looked around as we started moving and realized we were the only ones left in the courtyard. Did I really space out for that long? What did Kaken think of that? Pushing that to the back of my mind, I straightened my back and walked with feigned confidence down the street with Kaken. We were silent for the first few minutes of the walk, school bags over our shoulders. I couldn't tell if it was comfortable or awkward. All my years of vigilantism and I still struggled with this. It didn't help that Kaken had control over his emotions, making it even harder to read him. Shouldn't you text Aizawa-sensei that you'll be home later tonight or something? Kaken questioned. That's right, I totally forgot. Aizawa told me to text if I went anywhere after school, so I pulled out my phone and sent him a quick text. Cafe. Thanks. Anyway, why did you ask me to hang out today? He glanced at me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining, but I'm curious. So many questions. A couple of my friends who work there want to meet you, and they bugged me so much about it that I finally decided to amuse them with your presence, I replied bluntly. There was no way I was telling him I got pressured into doing this. I thought you just got back to town a few weeks ago. How do you already have friends at a cafe? I realized I let that little truth slip. But I guess he would question that, seeing as he's unsuccessful in befriending me. Yeah, I know what he's up to. Fun fact about Kaken. He can't hide things well, especially from me. Well, you see, I've been here longer than a few weeks, I carefully say, thinking through every word that comes out of my mouth. He stops in the middle of the sidewalk, making me almost bump into him, and turns towards me with a predatory stillness. I might regret this. What do you mean you've been here for more than a few weeks? I can see the hurt, confusion, and anger flashing through his eyes. Oh look, the cafe. We shouldn't keep Haley and Hunter waiting, I deflect, striding for the doors. Kaken tries to grab my arm to stop me, but I sidestep and before he can try again, I'm already through the door yelling for my unknowing saviors. Hunter, Haley, I'm here, and I brought him. Kaken quickly follows me inside, probably hoping to get an answer out of me before the meeting, just as Haley and Hunter walk around the counter to greet us. Thankfully, it was a relatively slow day. It won't be like that in an hour or so, though. Hey. Izuku, how was school? Hunter politely asks. I can tell he wants to say something else, but opts for his usual greeting instead. It was the same as always, boring, I reply as I walk past them and behind the counter. I crack open the employee-only door and toss my bag in a random direction. Then I proceed to make my plain black coffee. I've done this so many times from either working here or just stopping by that Haley and Hunter don't care. They don't even let me pay for my drinks anymore, always saying it's on the house. What they don't know is that I transfer money for my drinks into their bank accounts every week. After I get my coffee, black with no cream or sugar, I turn around and lean against the counter. Kaken, Haley and Hunter. Haley and Hunter, I finally introduce them. Kaken has a scowl on his face, likely from our earlier conversation, but Haley and Hunter are smiling brightly. It's nice to meet you, Bakugo, Haley says excitedly. Hunter suggests, why don't we sit down and talk for a bit? Everyone agrees, and we find an empty table that can seat four, making sure it's an easy distance from the counter in case we need to take care of a customer. Haley is practically vibrating with excitement that I brought him here, and Hunter is his usual calm and welcoming self. Kaken, on the other hand, looks either confused or annoyed with me. He will likely keep bugging me about that answer, but it can wait for now. So, how long have you known Izuku? Hunter asks. You two seem kinda close. That snaps Kaken out of his thoughts, and surprisingly he answers calmly, I've known Deku since he was in diapers. Why would he say it like that? I can see Haley trying not to laugh from her seat. What about you guys? She asks. Oh, we've known Izuku for about, what? She looks at Hunter, going on 5 years now, I think, and then turns back to him. Kaken has a dumbfounded look on his face. Well, I guess he found out how long I've been in town now. He slowly turns his head to me with a forced smile and says, that's shocking. He never said anything about this place before. I shrug, taking another gulp of my coffee. So how's business today? As hectic as yesterday yet? OMG, Izu, you have no idea. Right before you guys walked in, the first wave ended, and now the second is about to start in like 40 minutes, Haley exclaims. A smirk makes its way to my face. You want help again? I offer. I'm immediately met with vigorous nods of yes. Whenever you help, everything goes smoothly, Hunter says in relief. Why don't you just come to work here again, then everything can be how it was before? Haley questions, probably the most annoyed with me for having to quit a few weeks back. You know why I can't work here again, I say for what seems like the 100th time. Believe me, if I could, I would. I know, but I wish the caterpillar would let you, she says, a smile creeping onto my face, satisfied that they are subconsciously using the nicknames I gave my babysitters. Wait, you worked here? Kaken questions. Yeah, I worked here for almost 5 years, then I had to quit because of the hero course, I state, feeling distaste at the thought of having to quit. But you would have been 11, that's illegal, he blurts out, looking at the other two. You hired an 11-year-old to work here? Hunter rubs the back of his head, looking guilty. You see, we really needed the help and he was willing to work with the hectic hours, so I hired him. Not once did he complain, and even with the fake ID, I suspected he was younger than what he was telling me, but he looked like he really needed the job. And if I could go back to change it, I wouldn't, because then we wouldn't be friends now, he smiles. I am at a loss for words. I knew my lie wasn't that good back then, but to hear him say that, I didn't have the words to express what I was feeling. And I'm happy that you did hire him. He was the most adorable thing ever. Come to think of it, that was probably your main reason for hiring him, Haley teased. She and Hunter went back and forth, playfully teasing each other, only interrupted by a deep, angelic laugh from beside me. Kaken was trying to contain his laughter, but with their banter, he couldn't hold back. His laughter was contagious, and soon we were all laughing our hearts out, followed by more teasing among us. Everything was going better than I had expected this morning. When it was time for the afternoon rush, we all got to work, even Kaken. I was teaching him how to make drinks, and I couldn't help but laugh every time he made a mess, knowing it would be a mistake to have him taking orders. My cheeks hurt from smiling and laughing with all the people I care about. I honestly couldn't remember the last time I had so much fun, maybe since my mom was still around. For once in a very long time, I think I'm happy. I finally wrote a chapter before Friday and finished it. But I won't keep you long because I have to take a quiz after this. Hope you enjoyed the new chapter. Izuku's POV. What are you doing here? I wanted to talk to you before school, he said, his voice husky from just waking up. I remember from last time that you woke up unnervingly early. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly. How long have you been waiting out here? He turned his head to the side, rubbing his neck in embarrassment. Not that long. It's been an hour, hasn't it? I bluntly asked. The light pink dusting on his face told me I was right, and I couldn't help but chuckle at his obvious embarrassment. I had planned to go for my annual run at 4, especially since I wasn't going to get any sleep that night anyway. I wanted to do something productive, particularly since my hacking efforts weren't yielding any results. I had been trying to gather information on the League of Villains, but all I could find were police files with little information. With my babysitters keeping tabs on me, I was severely limited in the information I could access. It was infuriating, but the universe had other plans for my morning. Just as I finished getting ready, I opened the door to find a pair of ruby-red eyes staring at the wall, dozing off. Well, you can talk and run at the same time, I said, walking toward the stairs. So you better keep pace, Kaken. From the corner of my vision, I saw his eyes gleam at my tone, a smirk forming on his face as he followed me down the stairs. He quickly took off his school jacket and tied it around his waist, unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of his shirt in the process. I didn't give him any warning when we reached the ground floor. I took off into a sprint out the door and into the chill of the morning. I could hear Kaken cursing as he tried to keep up with me. When he started to catch up, I increased my speed, successfully keeping him a few feet behind me. I maintained this pace for several blocks until we reached an abandoned park. Seeing the park and hearing his labred breathing, I slowed my pace to a halt next to a set of swings, barely winded from the run. I took a seat on one of the swings and Kaken followed, breathing heavily. I let him catch his breath before asking, "So what did you want to talk about?" He glared at me, though there was little fire behind it. "First off, you are brutal. Who willingly runs this long and fast at 4 in the morning?" A smile broke across my face. "An insane person. That's who." I started to swing my legs, letting the movement propel the swing. I closed my eyes and leaned into the chilled morning breeze, cooling off my sweaty body. "Anyway," he said, ignoring my answer, "I wanted to talk to you because I want you to meet some people I know." My body went taut at his demand. I opened my eyes and twisted my head to look at him. "That's why you woke up at 3? To convince me to meet people?" I scoffed. "If I had known what you were planning, I would have told you to stay in bed." His eyes filled with determination, almost as if the red of his irises turned into live fire. "I'm not kidding. They're a fun bunch to be around. They can be annoying at times, but they'll always be there for you. Just meet them once during lunch today, and if you still want nothing to do with them, then I'll let it go." He paused before quickly adding, "It'll be healthy for you to meet more people your age." I had a strange feeling that once I met them, they would never leave me alone, no matter what Kaken said. But I also know that if I don't make an effort to meet these people, Kaken will never let it go. I sigh deeply. "Fine. But just this once, then you and your friends drop it." I emphasize the word, "and." Kaken's face lights up with happiness at my agreement. "You mean it? You'll meet them?" I nod in confirmation, much to his amusement, and stand up from the swing, stretching my stiff limbs. I look through the trees at the glowing sky of the morning sunrise, realizing school is starting soon. I've been here longer than I intended to, I think, annoyed. An amusing thought comes to mind. "School starting soon," I state. Kaken hums in agreement. "We should get going." "Yeah, we should," I reply innocently. "Hope you won't fall behind again," and I sprint off, a grin on my face, leaving him in the dust once again as I head back to the apartment. But. That was the one word playing on repeat in my head. I forgot who Kaken hung around when he cornered me this morning. I regret every word that came out of my mouth. The only relief I get from that deal is that they'll leave me alone after today if I demand it, and I plan to. My eyes are glued to the clock, dreading every tick closer to lunch, closer to when I have to socialize with people I don't enjoy being around. But I'll never back out. I'll never show weakness. Never. Not again. So I'll just have to SCK it up and deal with my choices, even if I wasn't thinking straight when making them. The bell I've been dreading finally rang, signaling that lunch had begun. I let out a long sigh to steel myself, trying to muster enough restraint to get through this meeting. I had just enough time to gather my things before Kaken appeared in front of my desk, anticipation shining in his eyes. He had his bag draped over his shoulder and was tapping his foot in impatience at my slowness. "Come on, you nerd, they're all waiting in the cafeteria," he grinned, turning to leave the classroom. I pushed off my desk, sighing for the 10th time today, and followed after him, dragging my feet in hopes of delaying the inevitable. We made it to the noisy cafeteria faster than I would have liked. I had only been there a handful of times and never wished to see it again. The cafeteria could hold the whole student body, and surprisingly, it wasn't in total chaos. Every class seemed to stick mainly to themselves, with very few mingling with students from other classes. While I surveyed the cafeteria, Kaken had enough time to get us both food. "You coming or what?" "They're just over there," he motioned to a group of kids from our class, 2 trays of food in hand. One tray had what looked like soba and the other had katsudon? After all this time, he still remembers. A soft smile made its way to my face before I quickly wiped it away and caught up to him. As I silently followed, I made sure to stay directly behind him so anyone looking at us from the front wouldn't see me. From somewhere in front of Kaken, someone said cheerfully, "Hey, Baku bro. You're finally here. What took you so long?" Kaken simply shrugged, striding closer to the table of rowdy students. "I wanted someone to meet you guys, so I went to get him. Took longer than expected." I pinched him for implying that I was slow. He turned to look at me, the empty threat clear in his glare. "You'll wish you never did that later." I gave him an innocent smile in response. He looked back at the group and found 2 empty seats for us. He strode to the 2 seats, setting down both trays of food and revealing me in the process. I sat in the vacant seat next to Kaken. Everyone was looking at me like they didn't know how to approach me, but the red-haired boy, Kirishima, broke the silence. "Name's Kirishima, nice to finally meet you," he grinned, showing off his bright white teeth. From what I gathered, he has a hardening quirk and an obsession with the word manly. Across from him was Mina, who had pink skin and hair with horns sticking out. Her eyes were yellow and black, and she had an acid-based quirk. Next to Mina was Siro, probably the only sane one in the group, with black hair and dark eyes. His quirk allowed him to shoot tape from his elbows. Lastly, across from Siro was Kaminari, with bright yellow hair and a black lightning bolt running through his bangs. His quirk was electrification, but if he overused it, he became even more of an idiot than he already was. Out of the 5 people in front of me, only Kaken and Kirishima had decent grades, and those 2 tutored the others, no matter how many times they failed their tests. From what I've been told, this group of people came together from the first week of school and became friends, even if some of them don't like to admit it. I'm happy that Kaken met these people who care enough about their friends to support him when he needs it the most. I plaster on a half-smile, pretending that I at least want to be there for Kaken's sake, and say as nicely as possible, "Nice to meet you too, you can call me Izuku." Izuku's POV. After the initial greeting from Kirishima, everyone at the table started to loosen up. They began chatting among themselves, and in the process, I felt a bit excluded from the conversation. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but I'm not complaining. Socializing is too difficult at the moment. Man, I'm so bored, I think as I pick at my food. I feel slightly bad that I'm not going to eat the food, my favorite food, that Kaken got for me, but I'm just not hungry. I never eat lunch anyway, so why would I start now because of Kaken? "So what made you want to meet us all of a sudden?" Not that I'm complaining or anything, I'm just curious. Mina's voice draws me out of my thoughts. I set down my chopsticks and looked up at Mina's curious face. "I got ambushed at 4 a.m. today by Kaken," I say bluntly. "Didn't really have a choice in the matter." Kaken lightly kicks me under the table, more of a tap if anything, for making that fact known to his friends. All 4 of the people present looked at me, then Kaken, then back at me before bursting out in laughter. "Ha, you really did that, Baku bro, how manly," Kirishima laughs while giving him a pat on the shoulder. "I can't believe you actually woke up that early." "It's total insanity," Kaminari comments next. Kaken shrugs off Kirishima's hand. "If you want to talk about insanity, you should be looking at Deku. He wakes up that early every day and goes for a 4-mile run as far as I know," he scoffs, directing their attention to me. Everyone stops laughing and looks at me with disbelief. "You can't be serious. How do you do that every morning?" Siro asks for everyone. "It's not that hard really," I say uninterested. "I've been running that long for almost my entire life, so it's second nature at this point." "That's some dedication right there," Mina breathes out. "It's almost like my passion for dancing," she adds with a smile. I think to myself, not when your passion for dancing is your choice, and my habit of running was for survival. Still is for survival. And revenge. Ever since I was registered into the orphanage, I started to run. It was the only way I could escape everything, even if only for a couple of hours. I would sneak out whenever I could, before breakfast, during playtime, or even in the dead of night. I would run until my breath felt like shards of glass in my lungs. I would run longer and harder on the days when Lorcan was crueler than usual or when the nightmares dragged me from sleep. They happened more times than I'm willing to remember. I must have spaced out longer than I thought because by the time I came back to reality, the group was talking about something else. "I can't believe it's been almost a month since the last sighting," Mina exclaimed while picking at her food. "What is she talking about?" Thankfully, someone asked for me. "What do you mean?" Kaminari asks, shoving rice into his mouth. "I'm talking about Wander. No one has seen the Vigilante ever since a week after school started. I wonder what happened to him and why he hasn't been seen for a while. Up until his disappearance, he was pretty active and had a good reputation with the civilians," Mina lectured, giving everyone a lesson about me, or rather my alter ego. "Maybe he died and no one has found the body yet, Or they did find the body and just don't know it's the vigilante, Zero injected into the conversation, food in his mouth. I had to suppress my smile at their obliviousness. How would they react if they knew that the vigilante they were talking about was sitting at the same table with them? Mina gasped loudly in outrage. How dare you suggest something like that? If he died, it would have been all over the news. Maybe he's just in hiding or staying quiet about what he's up to. Maybe something big is going to happen soon. I've got to agree with Raccoon Eyes about this, Kaken said. He's an inspiration to everyone, and a lot of people look up to him even if he's breaking the law. If he is dead, it would definitely be all over the media. He actually thinks I'm an inspiration? I do what I do for my own agenda. There's nothing inspirational about that. I'm selfish. The people I save are just collateral in my pursuit of information. Yeah, you've got a point there, Kaminari pointed out. However, the real question is, who is this vigilante? He's been around for what, 5 years, and no one knows who he is. How is that possible? Dude, you just said something smart, Kirishima said in disbelief. Shut up, Kaminari countered. I silently laughed at their curiosity. I've been doing my job well, let's confuse them a little more. Who says it's a he? It could be a she for all we know, I inquired. You're exactly right. This is what everyone means when they say there's no information on this guy, Zero commented. My amusement was quickly ended when the bell rang, signaling lunch was over. The people at the table grumbled their protests while cleaning up their trays when Kirishima had a brilliant idea. We should hang out after school today so we can get to know Izuku better. I was about to protest when Kaken decided to speak for me. He'll be there. I gave him a glare, but he brushed it off as if it was nothing. Guess I have no choice in the matter. Again. With that, everyone threw away their trash, and we all started to head to class in one big group. I was in the back with Kaken while everyone else was in front of us, laughing about something one of them said, carefree. Must be nice. Time skip. Izuku, can I speak with you for a minute out in the hall? Aizawa asked, not taking no for an answer. We only had a couple of minutes left before class was over, but apparently Aizawa couldn't wait until we got back to the apartment to speak with me. And it's not like I could say no, he had more authority over me. I got up from my chair and strolled over to where Aizawa was waiting at the door. The class was silent for a moment but returned to their usual chaotic ways by the time I walked into the hall, Aizawa in tow. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, while Aizawa stood beside me with his usual dead expression, but there was a certain aura around him. It felt unsettling. How have you been doing? He asked awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Is this why he wanted to talk to me? To ask how I've been? You couldn't have asked me at the apartment? I countered. He let out a tired sigh. I would, but you're barely there anymore. Speaking of which, where have you been these past couple of days? I pushed off from the wall and shoved my hands into my pockets. Why do you care? I know how to handle things on my own and I don't break any of your rules, so why should you care about what I do in my free time? His eyes widened slightly before returning to normal. I care because I'm in charge of you for the time being, and because you're a kid, he defended. My blood boiled at his obliviousness. No one is in charge of me but me. Don't assume I need to be looked after. On record, it might say I'm a kid, but trust me when I say this, I stepped forward, I am not a kid that needs protecting. I've been through too much to be considered helpless anymore. I haven't been a kid in a long time. I didn't let him say anything else, and thankfully the bell rang, signaling school was over. I was half content to walk aimlessly through town, but unfortunately, I had that thing with Kaken and his friends. Heaven knows that if I bail on them, I'll never hear the end of it, and I'm not in the mood for that irritation. With that in mind, I headed to the front gates and waited for the others to arrive. After about 10 minutes, they showed up in a group. Luckily, I had enough time to cool my anger from earlier. Do they go everywhere together? I wondered. I was pulled from my thoughts by Kaminari's voice. I thought you weren't going to show up. Mina elbowed him in the side, displaying a bright smile, and said, that doesn't matter, he's here now, so let's get going. That silenced Kaminari, and the group started to head away from campus, with Kaken lagging behind. I let out a tired sigh, wanting this day to be over already, before strolling over to the group ahead of me. I caught up to Kaken quickly, and he matched my pace with ease. "You okay? You've been acting weird since Aizawa asked to talk to you," Kaken questioned, side-eyeing me. "Yeah, I'm fine. We just had a disagreement on a subject. Nothing to get worked up over," I replied nonchalantly, ending the conversation before it even started. I picked up my pace, Kaken keeping up with me, and joined the group of laughing friends. I only had to survive for a couple more hours, then I could have peace and quiet. I just had to make it through the rest of the day with these guys, then I was free. Should be easy, I've been through worse situations before. What could go wrong? Izuku's POV. I take back everything I said. Things can go wrong, very wrong, with this group. We had only been out for 30 minutes, and somehow Kaminari almost electrocuted someone. Mina had stopped at almost every store we passed, Kaken almost blew up Kirishima, and Siro had been the mediator. How this group is a group of friends will forever baffle me. They couldn't be any more different from each other. "Hey, we should go to the mall and check out that new frozen yogurt place that just opened up," Kaminari suggested. The biggest smile plastered Mina's face at the mention of food. "Heck yeah, let's do it," she exclaimed, punching the air in excitement. We made a right at the next light and headed down another street filled with small businesses. Mina was dragging poor Siro with her to every window, gushing about all the cute clothes displayed there. The rest of us were making idle chatter as we strolled down the street. But that's what I'm saying, why have 4 coffee shops on the same block? Do they not go out of business? Kirishima questioned. "Maybe they're all working together, collaborating," Kaminari mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Why does it even matter? Coffee is coffee no matter where it comes from," I said nonchalantly. Kaken looked at me and poked my cheek. "Of course you would say that. You're addicted to that stuff." I swatted his hand away. "At least that's the only thing I'm addicted to, and not other things," I countered. "I don't think being addicted to caffeine is good in general, but it's your life," Kaminari laughed, Kirishima joining in after a moment. "Hey, maybe after the frozen yogurt, we can visit the cafe and see Hunter and Haley on the way home," Kaken suggested. "It would be a waste of time," I informed them, facing Kaken. "They're closed today because of a business trip. It happens every couple of months. They have to go to a different city for a meeting with the CEO, and it takes a whole day, so they close the cafe." "What cafe are you talking about?" Mina asked, joining the group again after browsing the shop windows. Kaken looked at me, conflicted about how to answer. I saved him from his misery and answered for him. "It's a cafe a couple of minutes from here, one I've visited a lot over the years, so I know most of the workers there." "So you're a regular there?" Siro simplified. "Yeah, pretty much. If the cafe isn't open today, then how about we go on a different day? We can all go after our internships to talk about them," Mina suggested. That didn't sound like a bad idea. It would be nice for them to meet Hunter and Haley, and they would be excited to meet my friends. "Okay, sure," I agreed with Mina's suggestion. Everyone looked surprised at my easy agreement, but their surprise shifted into happiness after a moment, and they agreed with the arrangements. Now that we established that little plan for about a week from now, we got back to making our way to the mall. Time seemed to pass quickly as we walked, and before I knew it, we were standing at the entrance of the mall. For being a school day, let alone a Tuesday, the mall was busier than I expected. Was it always this busy? Everywhere I looked, there were people browsing stores, groups chatting, or individuals eating at different stalls. The group was already making their way inside the mall, but I couldn't get my feet to move. Every instinct in my body was telling me to turn around and go the other way, but my brain was telling me to follow after them. Kaken must have noticed that I wasn't following and looked over his shoulder at me. "You coming, Deku?" he asked, causing everyone to stop. "Oh, come on. I can't let them see me being weak. It's just people in a mall. I can do this." I take a hesitant step inside, then another, keeping my eyes on my feet. I was slowly making my way over to them when a group of loud teenagers bumped into me, sending me stumbling toward Kaken and the rest of the group. "Hey bro, you okay?" Kirishima asked, concern in his voice. "You look like you want to leave." "I need to get my act together, they can't see me like this." I put on a confident front. Yeah, I'm fine. Let's get moving to that yogurt place. Kaken glanced at me, clearly not believing my words, but he let it slide. The group led the way, chatting animatedly, while Kaken and I stayed a couple of steps behind, silent until Kaken broke the quiet. You're not fine, are you? He stated more than asked. Should I ask him? Would he make fun of me? Are malls always this crowded and loud? I whispered. This place was louder than school, and that was saying something. Kaken stopped in his tracks, almost making me bump into him. Wait, he said in disbelief. When was the last time you stepped into a mall? When was the last time? I didn't have a reason to when I had a base, nor was I allowed to leave the orphanage when I was little. I turned my head to the side, avoiding eye contact. I think it was when I was 3, I muttered, feeling my face heat up in embarrassment. Kaken hesitantly placed his hand on my shoulder, gauging my reaction. We're changing that today. You're going to have the time of your life, so you'll want to come back again. Mark my words. My eyes widened in surprise that he cared so much about this. About me. A barely noticeable smile graced my lips. Okay. You guys coming or what? Kirishima called over to us. Kaken and I looked toward the group and realized they were almost 5 stores down. We must have been talking longer than we thought. We quickly made our way back, and I found myself sticking closer to Kaken's side than I normally would to anyone. As we approached the group, Kaminari asked, So, what were you two talking about? Kaken scoffed. None of your business, he replied, reverting to his usual demeanor. Kaminari raised his hands in mock surrender, knowing Kaken's temper all too well. Is that hard shell of yours finally breaking, Bakubro? Kirishima teased, throwing an arm around Kaken's shoulder. You're growing up so fast. Kaken scowled, half-heartedly trying to push Kirishima off him. If you don't let go of me this second, I'll blow you all the way to the moon. Kirishima quickly released him, still smiling. You are growing up, Mina gushed, tears in her eyes. You warned him this time. Kaken protested, I'm not a child, so I'm already all grown up. Everyone joined in teasing Kaken about his anger issues, and he protested their claims, failing miserably. It was hilarious, and for a moment, I forgot all my worries and actually started to laugh. Everyone stopped and looked at me in surprise. I forgot how good it felt to laugh until my stomach ached. God, seeing you guys tease each other is hilarious, especially when everything they say is true about you, Kaken, I said, wiping tears from my eyes. After the initial shock of my laughter, they all joined in. We were just a bunch of teens laughing in the middle of the mall, not caring at all. Our laughter eventually faded into fits of giggles. We got you to laugh, Mina said softly, a smile on her face. Ciro added, you should laugh more. It's contagious. Everyone nodded in agreement. This side of you should make an appearance more often. I like it, Kaken said beside me. Okay, Mina declared, let's get some frozen yogurt, and she started walking toward the shop. We had no choice but to follow her, but we were all happy with her leading the way. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to expand my social circle and have friends. I could get used to these goofballs. Izuku's POV. After what felt like hours of goofing around at the mall, we finally made it to the new frozen yogurt place. During all that fun, I forgot about the random people surrounding me. For once I felt normal, like I found a place where I belonged. Maybe this whole friend thing would work out in the end. The yogurt cafe was busier than I expected, but that was to be expected since it was in a mall and brand new. We quickly made our way to the line leading into the cafe, goofing off again to pass the time. The place was spacious yet cozy. They had tables that could seat 4 on one side of the room, while the other side held the food counter. It reminded me of Hunter and Haley's cafe but with a different menu. As we got closer to the counter, I could see all the options they offered. They had everything from sweet to spicy, sour to bitter, and a variety of toppings like Oreos, chocolate chips, fruit, and more. I was amazed at how quickly people seemed to know what they wanted. While I was surveying the options, the line moved faster than I expected, and we were next to order. The cafe was quite chilly though. The girl in front of us had long black wavy hair that shimmered under the lights. She wore a soft smile, and her eyes sparkled with kindness, which was refreshing to see. Her uniform consisted of a plain white long-sleeve shirt, black jeans, and a colorful apron with the cafe's logo, Frozen Treats. "Do you know what you want? Or are you still looking?" Mina, the first in our group, asked. "I'll have a medium pomegranate frozen yogurt with strawberries, cherries, chocolate chips, a waffle cookie, and strawberry syrup," she said confidently. The employee noted Mina's order and turned to Ciro. "I'll have a medium vanilla frozen yogurt with cookie crumble, kiwi, strawberries, M&Ms, and a waffle cookie," he replied. The orders continued down the line. Kaminari requested, "I'll have a medium pineapple frozen yogurt with pineapples, blueberries, Cheerios, Oreos, a waffle cookie, and chocolate syrup." Kirishima followed with, "And I'll have a medium strawberry frozen yogurt with strawberries, apples, chocolate pebbles, and a waffle cookie." Next was Kaken, who said, "I'll also have a medium vanilla bean frozen yogurt with strawberries, blueberries, cherries, cinnamon toast crunch, a waffle cookie, and caramel syrup." Finally, it was my turn. "And I'll have a small chocolate frozen yogurt with a waffle cookie, chocolate syrup, and every chocolate topping you have," I said. The girl, Jin, wrote down our order and said, "If you'll head to the cash register down the counter, your order will be ready shortly," before heading off to prepare our yogurts. I was about to follow her directions, but no one else was moving. They were all staring at me in disbelief. "What?" I asked, confused. Kaken smirked. "You still like that stuff? I would have thought you'd grown out of your chocolate phase by now." Everyone else looked concerned at this revelation about my not-so-healthy food choices. "I would have never expected you to love chocolate that much," Kaminari said, echoing their thoughts. We finally started to move toward the cash register as I said, "It's not that bad. I've calmed down a lot since I was a kid." Mina whipped her head in my direction and exclaimed, "That's you calmed down?" Kaken chuckled, adding, "Yeah, it was so bad that he actually put chocolate syrup on his spaghetti and had the audacity to say it was delicious, then forced me to try it. It was awful." My face heated up in embarrassment. "They don't need to know about that. And it was delicious, it still is." I insisted. The group burst out laughing, and I couldn't help but join them. Once we composed ourselves, we grabbed our frozen yogurt and got ready to pay. Mina was about to pull out her wallet for the pricey yogurt when I pushed my way to the front and handed the cashier a credit card, paying for all of us. As we walked out of the cafe with our frozen yogurt, Kaken looked at me, confused, while taking a bite. To ease his confusion, I approached him, flashed the credit card, and whispered, "Courtesy of my caretakers." His expression was priceless. His eyes widened in shock, and he almost spit out the yogurt he had just shoveled into his mouth. I let out a hearty laugh that confused the rest of the group. I waved them off, and we continued our way through the mall, frozen yogurt in hand. After finishing, we made our way out, relieved to be leaving. It was around 6 p.m., and with homework looming over us thanks to Aizawa, we debated whether to head home or stay out a bit longer. "I mean, unless someone has a curfew, I say we stay out for an hour or something," Kaminari suggested, walking backward down the sidewalk with his hands behind his head. The sky was darkening, signaling the approach of night, and people were heading home from work and activities. Despite our attempts to get him to walk normally, Kaminari continued his reckless path, leaving us to whatever fate his clumsiness would bring. "I wouldn't mind staying out longer, but we have to think about homework," Ciro chimed in. "The last time we didn't finish, Aizawa-sensei gave us an earful, and I don't want that to happen again." Kaminari grumbled in protest, knowing Ciro was right, but before he could respond, he bumped into a group of older boys, around 18, adorned with tattoos and piercings. They looked like trouble. "Hey, watch it, pipsqueak," one of them shouted. My body froze, and I could faintly hear the others apologizing for Kaminari's clumsiness. I could also hear Kaken calling my name, but none of that mattered at the moment. All I could focus on was the voice I recognized all too well. Larkin, the leader of the group, and his followers from the orphanage were standing right in front of me. They were the ones who haunted my dreams. Kaken had just sealed my fate by announcing my name for all to hear. Larkin had been about to walk past us, but upon hearing my name, he stopped, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Izuku," he purred, his voice promising trouble. "It's been a while since I've seen you." I could feel Kaken beside me, and the rest of the group was tense, listening intently. "How do you know Deku?" Mina asked, sensing the shift in mood. Lorcan turned fully to face me, strolling closer. "I'm hurt, Izuku." "You didn't tell your friends about me," he said, getting too close for comfort. "After all, we did grow up together." I had to keep my composure. He couldn't know about my friends. I wouldn't let Lorcan drag them into my troubled past. I shoved my hands into my pockets to hide their shaking and lifted my head, forcing a cocky smirk onto my face. "Now why would I sully their thoughts with a piece of trash like you?" I knew I was in trouble for saying that, but I couldn't back down. His eyes twitched with irritation. "I hope we can meet up later. After all, you disappeared without a trace for 5 years. His voice promised danger. "Mrs. Rowe was worried when you weren't in our room." Lorcan moved closer to Kaken, about to place his arm around his shoulders when I instinctively grabbed Lorcan's wrist, tightening my grip. He winced in pain, and I locked eyes with him. "Don't you touch him," I growled, my common sense slipping away. His followers were frozen, unsure of how to react as their leader crumpled under my grip. Just then I felt a hand on my arm. "Izuku, that's enough." "It's okay," Kaken said, his voice breaking through the haze. I released Lorcan's wrist, throwing it back to him. Lorcan scrambled to his feet, seething, "You'll regret that later, you monster." I bared my teeth at him, and he took a step back. We stayed like that for a while before Lorcan left with his friends, nursing his wrist to his chest. I turned around and saw the conflict and fear in all of their eyes. I couldn't even bring myself to look Kaken in the eyes, terrified of what I might see. I yanked my arm out of Kaken's grip and pushed past them, leaving them frozen on the sidewalk as I made my way back to the apartment. None of them came after me. Why would they? I felt like a burden, a waste of space, distracted by a dream of a reality that pulled me away from my purpose in life. Before I knew it, I was back at the apartment, and the lights were still on. I opened the door, dropped my bag, and searched my shoes for slippers. Aizawa and Mike were in the kitchen when I passed them, but I didn't pay them any attention and made a beeline for my room. Once inside, I locked the door and went to the bathroom, locking that door too. I pulled out an old friend from under the sink. I smiled grimly at the blade in my hand and rolled up a sleeve. I made a cut for getting close to people again, one for being blinded by a fantasy world, and another for forgetting about Mom, even just for a second while hanging out with those guys. I made more cuts for straying from my purpose in life, for getting caught and forced into a hero class, and for feeling like a burden. I made another cut for Lorcan finding me again, for letting him get so close to Kaken, and for making Mina, Kaminari, Siro, and Kirishima fear me. For being happy. Time skipped to the morning of internships. Izuku's POV. Why in the world do I have to be here when I'm not traveling anywhere? I muttered to no one in particular. I was dodging my way through the morning rush of workers at the train station, following Aizawa to a crowd of familiar students. I barely had any space to walk. To make matters worse, I had hit a dead end in my research on the League of Villains. It felt like they had completely vanished, with no villainous activities or back-alley deals. Their silence was unsettling. No villain group is this quiet without planning something big. "You're here because I have to keep an eye on you," Aizawa muttered over his shoulder. "We are also starting your internship with me today right after this." Great, I had to obey Aizawa for a whole week. The only thing I was looking forward to was the chance to spar with him again without getting in trouble, like the good old days when I used to taunt him around town. A small smile graced my lips at that thought, but it vanished when I saw my rowdy classmates. I hadn't talked to anyone since that day with Lorcan, and I didn't plan on changing that anytime soon. I stayed a few feet away from everyone, blending in with my old friends, the shadows. Everyone was conversing and laughing while waiting for their trains. No one paid me any attention, which I was grateful for, except for Kaken, who kept stealing quick glances my way. It was starting to get on my nerves. Thankfully, I didn't have to put up with it for much longer as his train arrived. It was shocking to see he was interning with Best Jeanist. I wondered who would be more stubborn in the end. After that, it didn't take long for everyone's trains to arrive, leaving only a few stragglers. One of those stragglers was Ida, who had become very interesting after the sports festival. His pro-hero brother had a run-in with the Vigilante Stain during the tournament, and let's just say Stain won that encounter. Ida was seething with rage directed at Stain for disabling his brother and ruining his career. I must have spaced out because the next thing I knew, Aizawa was calling me over and there were no more students around. I begrudgingly pushed myself off the wall and started to follow him again. He was taking a different route back to the apartment, and it didn't look like we were going back at all. "Hey, where are we going?" I called out. We seemed to be heading to an abandoned worksite in the middle of nowhere. Like I said, "Problem child, we're starting your internship after everyone left. Couldn't we have gotten coffee first?" If he wanted a good fight out of me, I needed caffeine in my system. I was running on fumes. Aizawa finally stopped in the middle of the abandoned site, where it looked like construction had started, stopped, and never resumed. There were piles of unmixed concrete, dirt, mountains of broken rocks, and a sketchy building that looked like it could crumble if someone spoke too loudly. "Are you planning to attack me here and hide the evidence or something?" My voice echoed off the building. I turned my head to Aizawa and saw disbelief on his face. "How do you come up with the most absurd ideas?" Aizawa shot back before adding, "Never mind, don't answer that." He walked over to a corner in the courtyard, picked up a wooden staff, and tossed it to me. I easily caught it. "Now let me see some of that skill." "Wait, it's not wonder anymore, is it?" "Sly." Aizawa taunted. He was trying to get under my skin, but I wouldn't make it that easy. I started to move in a circle, Aizawa following my lead, and entered the quiet place in my mind. "Why would you want me to go there? Every time we fought, I always had you on your toes, balancing between victory and defeat," I replied. My grip on the staff tightened as I prepared to act. In a split second, I launched myself at Aizawa, staff raised and ready for a good fight. Aizawa was quick to react and hit my staff to the side. I sidestepped in the direction my staff went to keep my balance, spinning on my back leg with the other one raised to kick his chest. Aizawa grabbed my ankle and tugged me towards him, his other fist pulled back for a punch. I kicked off of him and landed in a low crouch, sweeping his legs from under him. He jumped into the air to avoid my leg. I clenched my hand in the dirt and swept my arm in a wide arc, letting the dirt fly into Aizawa's face. I took that opportunity to take cover in the wreckage around us. I spotted a couple of rocks and made a mad dash for them, sliding behind just in time. "You can't hide forever, you know," Aizawa yelled out. "I think I've figured you out by now. I did chase you for the past couple of years, after all." I looked around and saw an opening into the building. I glanced past the rocks to see Aizawa looking in the opposite direction. I took my chances to sprint to the opening and took cover behind a crumbling pillar. The building looked just as unstable inside as it did outside. It could crumble with the slightest tap of my foot. There were stairs to the right, a hallway with doors lining both sides to the left, and an open lobby right in front of me, all on the verge of collapsing. A smirk crept across my face as a plan started to hatch in my mind. "You should take a class on taunting because you're not very good at it," I yelled back, making my way to the stairs, hitting the support beams with my staff as I went. "You should stick with brooding. It suits you more than talking." He took the bait, and I could hear his footsteps entering the building. I stopped in the middle of the second floor, right in front of the stairs, and waited for him with my staff behind the last pillar. It didn't take long for him to find me at the top of the stairs. He looked around the room, taking in every detail, leaving no room for surprises. "What's your game plan now? You've blocked off all exits except for the one behind me," he questioned, still cautious of every move I made. "You may think you've figured me out, but I've definitely figured you out these past couple of years," I informed him. "And the first thing you have to learn when you're a vigilante is to know your opponent and their weaknesses." I looked at my staff, up the pillar, and back at Aizawa with an innocent smile. "Well, let's just say I know your weakness." Realization passed across his face right when I slammed my staff into the weak spot on the pillar, making the whole structure start to collapse. Aizawa wasted no time and shot out his capture scarf to wrap around the weak pillars, keeping them in place. While he struggled to maintain the pillars, I walked right up to him and tapped him on the chest with my staff. "Got you." Time skipped to after they leave the unstable building. So you clearly don't have any issues with strategy, nor with almost getting hurt with every plan you make up, Aizawa pointed out. I shrugged my shoulders, used to the way my brain worked. You only just realized how risky my plans are? Aizawa ignored my comment and continued, however, you do need to work with people who have quirks and how to counter their attacks. While we are training, I'm going to test your limits. This internship might actually be more interesting than I initially thought. Maybe I'll get a chance to spar with Aizawa again, or even All Might. That would be a dream come true. Can I practice hacking? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Aizawa opened his mouth, closed it, thought for a moment, and then opened it again. Yes. But I will be there every time supervising you, and you are only allowed to hack into places I tell you to, he compromised. I considered the terms before nodding my head in agreement, finding them reasonable. With that all settled, let's get to the real training of this internship. I want 20 laps around the worksite, and after that, we'll start combat training. Then maybe, depending on the time, we'll do some hacking, Aizawa ordered. I don't waste any time and obey the hobo's commands like a good little dog, at least for now, and start doing my laps. Shigaraki POV. I played with the glass in front of me as I sat at the bar, bored out of my mind. I wanted to create chaos, but I couldn't. Just as I was about to play some video games, an idea came to mind, one I was determined to make happen. Kurogyri, prepare for another attack this week. I want to create more chaos and double the damage, I ordered. Yes, young SR, he replied obediently. Izuku's POV. So are you just going to watch me? I questioned Aizawa. We were about halfway through the internship week, and at the moment, I was typing away on my laptop, hacking into my usual sources for information. Aizawa, being the cautious guardian he is, watched my every move even though he probably didn't understand what I was doing. He took a sip of his coffee, eyes never leaving the screen, and simply said, yes. I didn't understand why he was so determined to keep me out of trouble. Most of the time, trouble found me. Throughout the week, Aizawa had me training with various heroes, mainly him, Mike, and Midnight, but I also got to spar with some of the other UA staff. I even played a chess game with the bear. I lost, and I'm still disappointed about it. He won't beat me again. It was a very close match. Though the training had been exciting, it was starting to feel monotonous. I had analyzed every single hero before, so I knew their weaknesses. Fighting wasn't challenging if I already knew the outcome. I needed real action with unexpected results, like when I wasn't being supervised and could get things done. What is this? I muttered under my breath. Aizawa perked up in his seat. What? He leaned closer to try and comprehend what was on my screen. One of my sources from an underground group had just posted promising information about someone who might know about the League of Villains. If I remembered correctly, a certain determined class president was interning in this area. I quickly closed my laptop, covering my tracks. It's time we go on a road trip. Today, I informed him. I placed my laptop on the counter and got up to start packing. Aizawa placed his hand on my shoulder and pushed me back down to the couch. I'm going to need a bit more information than that, problem child. I stood up and started down the hall, yelling back, I'll explain more while we get ready, so start getting ready. He grumbled something under his breath, but I couldn't hear him. However, he did start to prepare. I began to explain what I found, at least what he needed to know at the moment, and why we needed to go. Time skip. So you're telling me that Stain, the anti-hero vigilante, is going to be in Hosu, and that's why Ida took an intern position there? Because he wants revenge for his brother. Aizawa confirmed as we watched the scenery go by on the train. I didn't even look up from my phone and replied, yeah, so if you don't want a dead student and to deal with that whole mess, we need to find him. I had my vigilante suit under my regular clothes, with my weapons in a bag at my side. Aizawa said it would raise suspicion if people saw my weapons. He was in his usual all-black attire with his scarf around his neck, and we were sitting a seat apart. While Aizawa processed that theory, I continued hacking to figure out when and where Stain would appear. So far, he had been striking 3 to 4 times in each city before moving on, so this was my only chance to find him for information since it would be his third hit. Heaven knows Aizawa and Mike would let me travel to another city without them or to go at all. The only information I had on him was the basics reported in the news. He targeted fake pro-heroes, only believed in All Might, and either killed or severely injured the heroes he tracked down, preventing them from doing hero work again. He also hated being associated with villains, something we could agree on. My best bet was to monitor the back alleys while I sent Aizawa to babysit Ida for a change. It would get him away from me for a bit, allowing me to accomplish what I needed to do. I huffed out a frustrated sigh as my hacking led to a dead end and put my phone away into my utility belt. "What's got you so mad?" Aizawa questioned as he glanced my way. I slid my gaze to the window and watched the city buildings go by. I can't find any additional information anywhere on Stain. Well, I mean, he just started making headlines in the media, so people don't know much, Aizawa said. He is sort of like you when you first began your nightly activities. I snorted. I remember my debut being a little more chaotic. Aizawa turned to look at me with the slightest smirk. Yeah, neither of our nights went as planned that day. Time skipped to when they arrive in Hosu. Okay, time to find Ida and make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Don't wander off, Aizawa instructed once we got off the train. I waved him off. Yeah, I know the rules. That didn't mean I would follow them. After all, I didn't choose the name The Wanderer for nothing. I followed Aizawa for about 3 blocks before shedding my civilian clothes and slipping into the shadows to start my own tracking. He is going to be so upset when he realizes I'm gone. But I needed to do this alone and uninterrupted. Aizawa could handle Ida by himself. Time to figure out where Stain is. I looked around the alley I was in, trying to find the best route for tracking someone. If I've learned anything in the past, it's always better to choose the roof if it's an option. So that's what I did. I latched my hands and feet into the side of the building and pulled myself up until I was standing, flat-footed on the roof. I wasted no time and began searching the alleyways. The only people I found hiding out were campers or those engaged in illegal activities, which I didn't have time to address right now. I was probably searching for about 20 minutes when I heard a scraping sound that resembled a struggle a few blocks to my right. I made a quick right and started the trek there, jumping, dodging, and vaulting over objects and holes on the roofs. I slowed my pace as I neared the noise so the person wouldn't hear me coming. I peeked over the edge of the building to find pro-hero native struggling on the ground, his hand limply over a wound. Stalking towards him was a man covered in swords and knives. Found you. I took out my staff and quietly extended it to full length. I slid down the pipe on the side of the building a few yards away from Stain, staying in the shadows of the alley. Does this actually work? I said, startling the people in front of me. You know, the whole killing, seriously maiming heroes, does it actually help achieve your goal? Stain whirled around to face me, a smile creeping onto his face as he spotted me in the shadows, lowering his katana slightly. You should leave now and let me handle my business with the hero kid, he suggested. I stepped out of the shadows, twisting my staff with a smirk on my lips. You see, I have some business of my own to attend to, and you're that business. So I can't leave, not until I get what I came here for. What could a kid like you want with me? Stain questioned. I don't think I've done anything to you or anyone you know. I stepped forward a few feet, one hand on my staff and the other resting on my belt, specifically on a hidden knife. No, you haven't wronged me, I confirmed. However, you do have information that I want. Stain finally focused all his attention on me, realizing I wasn't going away anytime soon, and such to a casual but ready-to-fight stance. Well, if you want to do business with me, then you're going to have to earn it. However, you know my name, but I don't know yours. Indulge me, would you? I unlatched my knife. Currently, I go by Sly, or at least that's what people at UA know me by, but you might know me as the Wanderer. Stain's smile faded before a bigger one appeared in its place. I certainly have heard about you, Wanderer, but what are you doing at UA of all places, little hero? And you being the Wanderer changes everything. I'm afraid, little hero, that we don't have a deal anymore. I finally took out my knife and stopped twirling my staff, getting into a battle stance. I guess we're doing things the hard way now. Stain followed my lead, getting into a serious fighting stance. I guess. Stain, you will pay for what you have done, a furious voice interrupted from the entrance. At the entrance of the alleyway stood a silver-armored classmate of mine. I thought he was supposed to be one of the smart ones in class. Stain turned towards the entrance, irritation clear on his face. He must not be happy that our fight got interrupted. Kid, go home. I have no business with you. Stain dismissed Ida like he was an annoying child. At this point, I didn't really disagree with him. Ida activated his engine boost, going into a spinning kick aimed at Stain's head. Stain blocked with his katana just in time, giving Ida a surface to bounce off. Ida landed on the ground in a crouch, lifting into a fighting stance. I will get revenge for what you did to my brother, Stain. He was an amazing hero, and you paralyzed him from the waist down. You've denied him what he loved. Now, I am here to get revenge on his behalf because he can't do it for himself. Stain relaxed for a moment before a psychotic smile crossed his lips. You're Ingenium's little brother. I remember him, he was determined till the end. He paused, looking right at Ida. I'm going to enjoy taking another hero from that family. This riled Ida up, and he became reckless in his attacks on Stain. Ida was standing one moment, and the next, he was in the air next to Stain, using his quirk to kick him left and right, up and sideways. But his attacks weren't effective. Stain met every strike with either his katana or a dagger. If I don't do something, Ida will get himself hurt, and then I'll have to deal with Aizawa's punishments, I thought. I waited for an opening when they both separated and threw one of my daggers at Stain. I caught him by surprise and nicked him in the arm, but it was barely a scratch. He dodged at the last moment. Haha, Stain laughed at Ida. You really think that you, a little schoolboy not even out of his first year of training, can defeat me? I've taken down full-fledged pro heroes. Ida stepped forward for an attack. How dare you brag about that? I'm going to. He collapsed to the floor, injured. I whipped my head around to Stain and saw him licking blood off his katana. I looked back at Ida to see blood gushing from his arm. Stain had gotten him good. Whenever you talk, I always seem to get a splitting headache, Stain complained gleefully. So that's how his quirk worked. Ever since I read your file, I've been wondering how you paralyze people and what your quirk was. I honestly thought it had to do with your fighting style, I confessed. But now I know you have to digest the person's blood to use your paralysis quirk. Stain clapped his hands. You are as smart as they say. I usually have to explain my quirk to my victims, but you figured it out with only one demonstration. Let's just say I'm a fast learner, I replied. Stain seemed even more excited that I could figure him out so quickly, but I knew I had to stay sharp for the rest of this encounter. Stain, still riding a high from the fight, came at me with unmatched agility. I dodged his blade just before it could slice my cheek. If he so much as nicked me, I'd be at his mercy. It was a back-and-forth exchange. Neither of us was giving an inch. When he lashed out with his blades, I would sidestep or counter with my own weapon. It felt like a game of cat and mouse. Finally, we both broke away in opposite directions, catching our breaths in this rare moment. The only sounds in the alley were our bread breathing and Ida struggling to get off the ground. Ready to indulge me and answer my questions? I asked, eyeing Stain for any movements. I think you have earned one. How about you ask, and then I'll decide if I will answer you or not, Stain replied. What do you know about the League of Villains? I got straight to the point, watching his body language. He visibly tensed and a scowl spread across his face. That group of children are a disgrace to everything they stand for and my worst nightmare, Stain choked out. Maybe he did have the answers I was looking for. You worship All Might, right? I asked, noticing his change in demeanor. All Might is the only true hero in this country. He is, Stain began to rant. I'm going to save you the time in my ears from your monologuing and stop you there, I interrupted. But from your obvious disgust in the topic, I'm guessing you won't give me any information unless I beat it out of you or gain your respect, which is unlikely. Suddenly, the buildings around us crumbled, and smoke filled the air. People screamed, and something shrieked uncontrollably. What is happening? I thought. I guess this is what they were talking about? Stain muttered. taking in the sounds of destruction. I turned to him, questioning, "Who are they?" Stain's menacing smile returned. "Why, your precious League of Villains, of course. This must have been one of their targets." One of their targets? So there were more cities being targeted? I was about to ask him further when a familiar scarf wrapped around Stain's torso. Aizawa had arrived at the most inconvenient time. "I thought I told you to stay by my side, problem child," Aizawa grunted in anger. "And I thought I told you to watch Ida, but now he's on the ground because of it," I shot back. Stain exchanged looks between Aizawa and me. "This is actually sort of shocking to see you two working together." He performed a quick maneuver, and in an instant, he was out of Aizawa's scarf and on top of a trash can. "As much as I would love to stay and see the two of you bicker, I have other pro-heroes to deal with," Stain said, leaping from the trash can to a pipe to pull himself up onto the roof. Before Aizawa or I could react, he was already gone. Aizawa, realizing he couldn't do anything about Stain, took charge. "Izuku, call the paramedics and tell them it's an emergency. There's a student down," he instructed, rushing over to Ida. I quickly sent a hack to alert them before joining the group. "What's with all the commotion? What's happening out there?" Aizawa continued to check Ida for serious injuries. "Don't think there won't be consequences for what you did. Right now, the League of Villains has released multiple nomis on the citizens of this city, and it's not the only city under attack." Before he could say more, paramedics rushed into the alleyway, followed by policemen, including a specific detective. "Hello, detective. What a fine evening to see you again," I said, trying to lighten the mood. He stopped next to Aizawa and sighed. "Why are you involved in almost all my cases?" he asked rhetorically. "Because I'm so desirable," I replied, following Aizawa and the detective to the street, listening intently to their conversation. "What happened to the kid?" the detective asked. "And why is Izuku involved?" "Stain happened, and as for the problem child, I have no idea. I'm pretty sure he was playing me when he said to go to Hosu," Aizawa informed him. "I'm honestly not shocked by that," the detective replied. "Has the League of Villains situation been resolved? What other cities were attacked?" After many pro-heroes showed up, the Nomu attacks were dealt with, but there was extreme damage to buildings and multiple injuries. As for the other city, it looked like a targeted attack, the detective explained as we reached the police cars. "What was targeted and were there any casualties?" Aizawa pressed further. "It was mainly around the school and downtown. No injuries or casualties around the school, but downtown saw severe building damage and multiple casualties. The casualty list should be up by now," the detective answered. Dread filled my mind. "Was there a cafe destroyed in the attack?" I asked, trying to keep my emotions in check. They both looked at me, confused. "Yes, there were a couple." "Why?" the detective asked. "On the casualties list, are there two people named Haley and Hunter?" I inquired, my heart racing. The detective quickly pulled out his phone and scrolled down the list. I knew my answer when his expression changed. "Do you mean Haley Dobrev and Hunter Rose?" "Yes," I barely whispered. "I'm sorry, but I didn't hear the rest." I was already sprinting down the streets, fueled by a mix of anger and desperation. It's been 2 days since anyone has seen Izuku, but the Wanderer has become the talk of every news station, hero agency, and police department. Every villain on the streets seemed either ignorant or eager to settle a score with the sudden rise of the Vigilante who had vanished over a month ago. Aizawa, Mike, and the entire police department had been searching for Izuku since he ran off. To make matters worse, Aizawa was running out of time. His class would return tomorrow, and he would have to explain Izuku's absence to Nezu and the broken agreement. Despite his frustrations, Aizawa cared for Izuku like a son. He didn't want to lose him. The rough start they had when he first joined had transformed into a bond that Aizawa cherished deeply. Now, he and Mike experienced the nightmare of having a missing child. I've been at this day and night, and they still evade my informants. Haley and Hunter are gone, I have no leads on the League of Villains, and everyone I get close to seems to die. I can't even find a villain hideout, something I've been searching for over 11 years. I've questioned countless villains in alleyways, evaded Aizawa and Mike, and covered miles of ground, but I still can't find anything on them. Currently, I'm staked out in an alleyway at the edge of downtown, waiting for my target. I didn't have to wait long before I heard footsteps approaching. Just in time. I waited until they reached the end of the alley before descending upon them from the shadows. "Hello, Rampage," I said, my voice low and menacing. Rampage turned, startled. I took satisfaction in knowing the scars I gave him 2 years ago still marked his face. "What do you want?" he demanded, drawing his favored knives. "The scars have healed nicely," I said, twirling my staff. "You have answers to my questions, and I intend to get them. Now it's up to you if I'll be adding to your scars this evening or not." "You be yesterday," Rampage mutters, charging at me with daggers raised. I use his momentum against him, pushing him into a row of trash cans. That only makes Rampage angrier. He lacks real fighting skills, slicing blindly and hoping to hit me. How he has survived as a villain for this long is a mystery. I quickly disarm him and pin him to the wall with my staff. "Now, if you don't mind, I have lives to ruin, and you're taking up too much of my time. So I'll get straight to the point. Where is the LOV hideout?" Rampage struggles against my hold, furious. "I don't have to answer any of your questions. I suggest you think through your options more closely, or your scars will increase after tonight." I whisper threateningly into his ear. "Jace." As I say his real name, his body goes rigid. "How do you know that name?" he asks, eyes wide. "I know everything about you. I know where you live, that you have a daughter who doesn't know what you do for a living, and that if you get caught doing one more illegal thing, you'll go back to jail for the rest of your life." Panic flashes in his eyes as he realizes how much I know about his civilian life. He stutters, looking everywhere but at me. I can feel that I'm close to getting the answers I need for my revenge against those who have wronged me. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces my side. I stumble back from Rampage, clutching my wound, feeling something warm slide between my fingers. I look up to see Rampage no longer trembling. He is clear-eyed and smiling with satisfaction. A dagger, stained with my blood, rests at his side. "I've been waiting 2 years for this moment, and I plan to torture you until you bleed out in this alleyway where no one will find you," he declares, advancing toward me. In a desperate move, I quickly draw my dagger and throw it at him, striking him in the heart. One moment he is smiling. The next, realization dawns on his face before he collapses, lifeless. I don't give myself a moment to process what I've done. I stagger down the alleyway, hand pressed against my wound, staying hidden in the shadows of the night. Bakugo's POV. Why did I have to return from my internship a day early? I'm so bored, I think, as I head back to my room. My thoughts are interrupted when I hear my window slide open. I prepare to use my quirk if necessary and quietly open my door. I am met with an unexpected sight. The Vigilante wanderer is leaning against my wall by the window, breathing heavily. I enter the room and lock the door behind me. Whoever this is, they won't reach my family downstairs. "Who are you?" I whisper, my voice stern as I take a fighting stance. He lets out a weak laugh. "Is that how you greet your friend Kaken?" "Kaken? Well, how about you wipe that shocked expression off your face because I'm about to pass out, so you might want to catch me," he slurs before collapsing onto my floor. I rush to catch him, but he hits the ground before I can reach him, loosening his helmet in the process. I see green hair and freckles. No one notices the dark figure watching the Bakugo household. He is close enough to see into the brightly lit room occupied by 2 figures. The blonde-haired teen stares at the Vigilante, the Wanderer. The silhouette thinks about the promotion he is about to receive, especially when the blonde reaches out to unmask the Vigilante. This is the same Vigilante who has ruined the lives of many of his friends and has evaded capture for 5 years. All that frustration is finally paying off as the Wanderer's helmet slips off, revealing a pale-skinned face with wild green hair. The kid from the sports festival? The silhouette thinks, momentarily stunned. But he quickly regains focus, vaulting across rooftops toward a familiar bar in the downtown district. He is about to make a certain villain's group very happy with the information he has just obtained, particularly since their 2 main enemies are the same person. Bakugo's POV. Izuku? This can't be right. The freckled green-haired kid in front of me can't be Izuku. It can't be possible. But it is because I see him right in front of my own eyes. He was the spitting image of the Wanderer because he was the Wanderer, and he came to me. Why would he come to me? I scanned over his body for any indications as to why he had fainted when I noticed the discoloration of his suit and the tear in the center of it. I gently grazed my fingertips over the tear, pulling away as a sticky red substance coated my fingers. Blood. Unlike last time, I sprang into action and dashed toward my bathroom, pulling out the first aid kit. I rushed back to Deku and placed the kit next to him. Looking down at his suit, I unzipped the front, revealing a white undersuit covered in blood. I took the scissors from the kit and cut open the shirt, uncovering a still gushing wound in his side. I grabbed cotton ball and some alcohol, pouring a good amount onto a cotton ball. I looked down at Deku and silently winced at the pain I was about to bring him before placing the alcohol-covered cotton ball on his wound. I had to hold Deku down with my other hand to stop his thrashing and finish disinfecting the wound. After going through multiple cotton ball, my arm ached from holding him down. Now that I had a clear view of the wound, I realized I was in over my head. It was a stab wound that needed stitches. He needed a hospital, but the last time he was there, he ran away. So no hospital, I would have to do my best to stop the bleeding. I pressed a clean strip of gauze onto the wound to try and stop the bleeding while I searched for medical tape. I found it and cut it into strips with one hand, which was harder than I thought. I slowly removed the gauze from the wound and placed the strips of medical tape across it, sealing it closed. The tape only slowed the bleeding, so I quickly got another set of gauze and longer pieces of tape. I placed the gauze on the wound, applying pressure, and secured it with medical tape. Now that the wound was somewhat under control, I placed him in a sitting position and fully removed his suit and undershirt. I grabbed long strips of bandages and wrapped them around his waist repeatedly. Once I was satisfied with the layers and pressure, I secured it with a clip. I went to my closet and pulled out a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, then made my way back to Deku. I tugged off his blood-soaked breeds and replaced them with my shorts, tying them at the waist so they wouldn't slide off. As I moved to slide on an oversized shirt, I noticed marks all over his arms. Dread filled my body as I took his arms into my hands. Something wet was running down my face as I looked at his scarred arms, and soon it was dripping onto the angry lines. I wiped my face roughly and got out more medical bandages and cotton ball covered in alcohol. I gently disinfected both arms with the alcohol and then wrapped them in medical bandages from the wrist to his shoulders, securing them with clips. Finally, I pulled the shirt over his head and arms, covering most of the bandages. I carefully placed my hands under his legs and torso, lifting him in one motion. He groaned in pain as I made my way across the room and placed him on my bed, pulling the covers up to his waist. I looked at his face. It was as pale as the walls in you, sweat gleaming on his forehead, a pained expression evident. I cleaned up the first aid kit and put everything away in the bathroom, tossing his bloody clothes into the bathtub. While I was there, I filled a bucket with water and grabbed a washcloth. I returned to Deku and placed the damp washcloth on his forehead. Once I knew he wasn't in immediate danger, I closed the window, locked it, and quietly made my way out of the room. When I peeked down the hall, my parents thankfully weren't there, so I walked to the kitchen and grabbed water and food. Before they could catch me, I quickly returned to my room, relieved that Deku was still where I left him. I placed the food and water on the desk before sitting at the foot of the bed, watching as his chest rose and fell. Why did he become a vigilante? How long had he been doing this? Was he doing it alone? Why had he never told me about this? Why didn't he ask for help? I didn't understand any of this. More importantly, what happened tonight? Why did he come into my room bleeding from a stab wound? Why did he go out when he knew everyone was after him? What were his motives? Did Aizawa-sensei know he was here? The questions kept swirling in my mind on a never-ending loop. The next thing I know, a bright light was shining into my eyes. It was morning. He made it through the night. A deep relief flooded through me. I was jolted from my thoughts when a sound escaped Deku. My attention was immediately on him as he blinked his eyes open, taking in his surroundings. You have a lot of explaining to do. Izuku's POV. This is all your fault, a feminine voice hissed. I was surrounded by darkness on all sides, floating in a void of nothingness. I had plans for my future, and knowing you ruined them, came a male voice. I looked out into the void and saw nothing, but I recognized those voices. Haley? Hunter. I called into the darkness. You don't get the right to say our names, they yelled in unison. Something wet started running down my face. Tears. I'm so sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you from my problems. It would have been better if you never knew me. I apologized repeatedly. I looked up and could vaguely see their outlines, but one moment they were there, and the next they weren't. I was surrounded by empty darkness again, but without the voices this time. I felt nothing. I was a shell of a body without their light in my life. I realized I had come to rely on them over the years. Then a shooting pain shot through my side, like burning fire directly on my skin. Light started to seep through my eyelids. Izuku's POV. God, my side burns. What happened? It all came back to me in blinding flashes. I was out hunting for the League. I found a lead and tracked them down. The person stabbed me. Did I kill him? I'll think about that later. I'm at Kakin's. Calm down. Gather your surroundings. My side was on fire because of that villain. I was on something soft and warm, likely a bed. There was a weight at the foot of the bed. I slowly opened my eyes, letting them adjust to the bright light. I instantly noticed that the weight was Kakin, and he was staring. You have a lot of explaining to do. I owed him an explanation for what he discovered last night and what he undoubtedly had to do. I winced as I propped myself up into a sitting position, grateful for the pillows behind my back. The least I could do was finally give him my story. Do you want the full or abridged version? I rasped. My throat was dry. The full version, Kakin said bluntly, worry clearly showing in his eyes. I cleared my throat and began, not wanting to think about what I was about to say out loud. The night everything happened was my birthday. We got home after I was told I was quirkless, and I watched All Might videos all day to cheer myself up. Until Mom came rushing into my room. My eyes started to burn. I knew something was wrong, but I was too devastated to voice it. I was hiding in the closet when they came for me. I don't know why they wanted me, but they did. Mom confronted the intruders. She wouldn't tell them where I was, and so they killed her and started looking for me. They trashed the whole house and then they got to the room I was hiding in. I couldn't see them, but I could hear everything happening in the house. I could hear the person in the room getting closer to the closet I was hiding in, but the leader was getting impatient and wanted to leave. That was when I heard one of the intruders' names. Kurojiri. I looked up at Bakugo to see tears in his eyes, on the verge of falling. That's why you went after him at the USJ incident, wasn't it? He asked. I nodded. I must have fallen asleep in the closet because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a hospital with Eraserhead at my bedside. Turns out he was the one who found me, along with the detective. I knew at that moment that Mom was dead and that since she was the only family member I knew, I would be going into the foster system. I knew it was going to be a living hell. I took a second to gather my thoughts and nerves to continue. I was sent to an orphanage on the other side of town a day later. Everyone was questioning me there, and I yelled at them because I couldn't take it anymore. I paused. I was in a room with another boy a couple of years older than me, Lorcan. He was my school and orphanage bully, along with his group. They were relentless. Every chance they got, they would find me and hurt me. A grim smile crossed my face as I recalled, on the first day of school, he broke my ribs and I couldn't tell anyone or else it would have been worse. People also found out I was quirkless that day, so I had no safe place to be at peace. It was like that for 7 years. I fiddled with my fingers, my face blank of any emotions. A few years later, I devoted my life to finding the people who killed my mom. That was when I started going to the library to learn how to hack. I got good at it fast and quickly made a fake ID to start working when I was 10. No one knew what I was doing. No one suspected a thing because I was always the quiet punching bag in the corner of the room. Everything changed a year later when I finally left that place in the dead of night and returned here to continue my search. I renovated an old warehouse, got a job at the cafe, and started hacking every database. It was during that time that I met Haley and Hunter. In a way, they saved me from despair. I didn't even acknowledge them as friends until a couple of years later. They changed my life. My throat was raw from talking, but I continued. Shortly after I ran away, I created an alter ego to do my dirty work, the Wanderer. Let's just say my first patrol didn't go as planned. Not only did I not get the information I sought, but I also ran into a certain cat-loving pro-hero. After that, it became a game of cat and mouse between me, Aizawa, and the detective for the next 5 years. During that time, I barely gathered anything on Kurogiri or the League of Villains because people were either uninformed or terrified of the consequences of speaking out. It wasn't until a day after school started that I got an actual lead. A week before that, I hacked into UA's system and downloaded all their files. They had a file labeled Villains, but you could only access it in person, so I had to go in. I thought everyone had left for the day, but I was wrong. I found the files, but on my way out, I bumped into Aizawa. Our little game of cat and mouse came to an end that day, and the winners were law enforcement. I made a deal to stay with Aizawa and present Mike and attend school in exchange for not going to jail. And you know the rest from there. I was silent, waiting for Kaken to say something, terrified of breaking the silence myself. What about the cuts on your arms? His voice cracked as he asked. I looked down and realized that the bandages on my arms were newer, and I was wearing different clothes. He must have seen them when he was changing my bloody suit. I subconsciously covered my wrists. It's a coping mechanism? My answer sounded more like a question even to my ears. Honestly, I didn't even know why I did it. I first started when I had too many emotions bottled up. It acted as a release. After a while, it became a habit for when I needed it. So all this time you were living in hell and I didn't know. Why didn't you come to me when you ran away? Why didn't you tell me you were in pain? He paused. Why didn't you come to me for help? I looked up from fiddling with my fingers to see tears running down Kaken's face, his eyes shining with hurt, worry, and guilt. He was hurting because I didn't come to him for help. He was worried for my well-being, and he felt guilty because he didn't know any of this was happening to me. Why was he feeling these things? These were my problems to deal with, not his. I would have been a nuisance if I brought him into all of this. I scrambled to take those misplaced feelings away. They're my problems, not yours. I didn't want to drag anyone into my mess, I said, shocked by his emotions about my well-being. Anger took over his features as he yelled, "Who decided they were your problems? Who decided no one wanted to be a part of that part of your life? When people come into your life and truly mean it, they want to be a part of the good and the bad." He paused to catch his breath. I want to be a part of your life. Good and bad. I want all of it. He wants to be a part of that? I tried to process it in my mind, but who would want to be a part of my mess? Only an idiot would. Tears were running down both our faces at this point. But why? I breathed out. Why? He questioned. It's because I care about you. I don't want to see you hurt or hurting. I don't want you to feel so bad that you use cutting as a coping mechanism. I care about you so much that when I found you in my room unconscious and bleeding through your suit, my heart stopped because I didn't know if you would make it through the night. Why can't you understand that people care about whether you come home or not? He confessed with conviction. I kept replaying those words through my head. I care about you. Someone cares about me. When was the last time someone told me that they cared about me? I was crying even harder at this point from emotions that were too foreign to put a name to. Something warm and sturdy wrapped around my torso. I looked up, and through the haze of my tears, I saw Kaken hugging me. For the first time in a very long time, I didn't push or pull away from the physical contact. I leaned into it. Into the comfort he brought me and cried. I cried until all my tears were used, and then I just didn't move from his warmth. It felt like hours before anyone spoke again. Together, Kaken whispered into my ear. I asked, confused. He pulled away long enough to see my face. Everything from this point on, good or bad, we'll do together, he said with conviction, like there was no compromise to the proclamation. Together, that sounded nice. Okay. He pulled me back into his arms once I agreed, leaning us back into the pillows on his bed. Tell me about being the Wanderer, he said curiously, changing the topic. And so I did. Not all the things I said about the Wanderer were good. There were some grim moments and some sad moments, but there were also happy moments and laughable moments that chased away the gloom of the others. Wait, so that was you that I blasted into the pole during the sludge villain incident? Kaken laughed, barely able to stop long enough to catch a breath. That hurt, for your information. I pouted back. Okay, I'm sorry, he finally stopped, grinning like a madman now. It's good to know that if I was ever in danger, you would come running to help me, even if at first you didn't know it was me. I looked out the window and realized that the sun was setting. We've been talking all day? I guess that I'll have to face the consequences at one point. It'll be best just to rip off the bandage now. Kaken sensed my demeanor change. What's going through that head of yours? I started to gather my things around the room, wincing at every pull on my wounded side. I have to get going before it gets any later. Kaken tried to protest my departure. You can't though. You are still recovering from a stab wound. You can't even get your things without difficulty. A small smile graced my lips at Kaken's worry for me as I stuffed my suit into a string bag he was letting me use. But I have to go back to Aizawa's. I left in the middle of my internship with him and disappeared for 4 days without a word. Knowing him, he and Mike aren't taking care of themselves because of me, and I can't have that on my conscience. I explained, ready to leave by the time I was done. Kaken got up from the bed and walked over to me by the door. But you better text me once you get there so I know that you made it there safely. That is one of the things that I love about Kaken. He knows that I need to do things alone and lets me. That he understands me. I nodded my head before sneaking out of the house. Somehow, in my whole time there, his parents didn't once check on him. He talked to them when he got food for us, but that was it. Other than those small encounters, they didn't come into his room at all. I successfully made it out of the house and began the walk home. As I was walking, I thought back on what had happened over the past couple of days and how happy I was with Kaken. Maybe this really can work. I stopped in the middle of a back road with an arm wrapped around my injured side and looked up at the stars covering the night sky. With a soft smile, I whispered, "It looks like it'll be a little longer before I see you again, Mom." I was admiring the night sky when suddenly a voice said, "It'll be more than a little longer." I was too surprised and injured to fight as I was being shoved through a black and purple portal and into a bar. "Hello, Wanderer, or should I say Izuku Midoriya. It's been a while.